Hey there, gorgeous gays! Version 2 here with Final Fantasy XIV Dawntrail. You probably remember, you might remember me in the last episode of talking about all the big plans we're gonna do and how much shit we're gonna get done. Then I felt bad, and my brain exploded for, like, nearly a week straight. Pretty bad stuff. So I've missed a week of doing 14. I didn't do any 14 last week. I was planning on doing a shitload of 14 this week. I'm only doing one episode of it this week. So we're not going to get through things quite as fast. If we were going to go by the estimate that my original plan was, we would be doing, like, extra, like, we'd be past the second tier of Arcadion and doing, like, the beginning of, like, the relic stuff, like Eureka 3, by the end of this weekend. That won't be happening. We're just gonna be here today with 7.1 extras. We did 7.1 MSQ last time, so we're starting the Alliance Raid series today. And because 7.1 was primarily a patch based on Chaotic Alliance Raid and Ultimate 8-Man Raid, there's very little else for us to do beyond that. So it's Alliance and then the extra stuff that they added, and we'll finish 7.1 today. That is the entire plan for what we're going to be doing. But what we're first going to be doing, because I'm sure everyone wants to yell about it, is, as of about 5 hours ago, the first keynote of Fanfest, the first Fanfest for 8.0 happened. We are about 5 hours after the keynote of the very opening of Fanfest at Anaheim. Where they announced 8.0, Thunder Hell. It's always Thunder Hell. People want to talk about it. Again, I'm in this weird thing of just like, I'm never gonna live react to a FanFest, because, like people were talking about the Dawntrail. Like, they showed off Solution 9, they showed off Heritage Found, they showed off the final boss of the Alexandria dungeon. It's too much. It's too much. No. I don't want to see that much. I don't even want to, like, see the trailers. I like the way that I've been doing things, where I see the trailer when I start an expansion, and I learn about everything in the expansion of where we go to and what we do when we get there. I like all of that. But I'm not going to be able to avoid the name Thunderhell until I play the expansion, obviously. I'll have to buy the fucking thing off the PSN store at some point. So, a name of the expansion, I think, is as far as we're going in terms of knowing about anything about the expansion. Maybe it'll be a name that is, like, very telling about, like, what it does, or anything like that. And then, all of the other stuff that they announce in terms of, like, oh, here's what will happen with, like, jobs, how we're gonna, like, level up stuff, what the plan is for, like, new things we're doing. Oh, let me. It's especially important that I close off, the chat today for the FC, because they're probably talking about stuff that I don't want to, that I should know about. So let's just, sorry, Lillian. Imagine blindfolding yourself before you make the purchase. See, you say that as a joke, but that is quite literally, I'm now so past, I'm beyond a parody of myself at this point. There is literally 2 Like a Dragon games where the plan is I learn the name of the game when I first stream it. People have told me that there are 2 Like a Dragon games where the name itself is too much of a spoiler for me to know the name of the game before I start playing it. So literally the plan is I'll buy the games physically, and then on the first day that I stream it, I can then have a look at the box art, and then we start playing it. Because my bullshit has gotten too out of control. But when it comes to 14 specifically, because of the nature of a live service game, an MMO in general, a constant update game, and just, you know, this fun box here that exists of people talking, and all the stuff online, when it comes to system-wide stuff, when it comes to those types of changes, that's all stuff that's, like, much harder for me to ignore. Because more discussions will happen around it, and it's the type of thing where it's like, if I find out about it on stream, you know, at least, you know, you get that reaction to it there, and it's just system stuff. So, how do you want to do this? Do we want to go immediately into all of that, or do we want to do an alliance raid first? Because part of me wants to say, let's go and unlock the alliance raid, and while we're waiting in queue for 90 minutes for it to proc, you can give me your own little keynote speech. But there's a new alliance raid releasing in 7.5, which is in a couple of days. So what if people are getting like their currencies ready for like turn-ins like now, so it pops really quickly, which that might work. I feel like I'm talking about these things for months, I think. Alliance raid could spoil the hell out of you. Well, when it comes to story stuff, I can avoid that. I can avoid story stuff. I'll just avoid this chat for a while. I said we unlock the raid and talking Q hell. Okay. Watch Q hell not be anything. Watch the Q hell not exist. Because, again, there's literally, the final alliance raid literally comes out in a couple of days. 7.5, like, it's Saturday for me. 7.5 comes out Tuesday. So the final tier of it will come out soon. And I believe the currencies you get from it, like, stay the same. So we'll be getting currencies from, like, the last two to combine it with the next one. So I think there's something like that, where it's like, you get a token for, like, each one you do. Like how you get, like how you get the drops from, like, normal raids, where it's, like, the armor pieces you turn in. And you get, like, a thing, like a token, like an extreme token. And you turn those in together. So we want to be working on that. An otherworldly encounter until the lol. Oh, it's the one next to the 8th, alright. By the way, so, hello everyone. I see an alpaca and I see a snowman. I see Horatio is enjoying his Jolly Bees. Horatio is enjoying his Jolly Bees. I see you are able to get one of those emote codes. I see you are able to get one of those. Nice, well done. There isn't much story preview to spoil, oddly enough. Maybe the most story conservative Fanfest ever. Well, it's only the first one, right? Isn't that usually how the trailer works for it? Where, like, you get the trailer 3 times, and just, like, the first time it's condensed, the second time it has a bit more, the third one is the full trailer? Isn't that usually how it works anyways? I bought this $40 emote and I got a free shirt with it. The setting info is very spoiler. Because there's also the question of just like, and obviously don't answer it, but like there's also the question of, by the time I get to 7.5, will the setting be more obvious? Because like y'all are getting info about what's happening in 8.0 before you even play 7.5, which is kind of interesting. And Walker and Dawntrail spoiled more. There isn't a single character or city to pin a name to right now. Wow, okay. Okay, that's very little. Okay. That is very little. An otherworldly encounter. Where am I looking at? I'm confused what I'm looking at, because that looks like a market street. This Hubigo messenger is looking for a well-traveled adventurer. Say, aren't you mine first? So it saves me a lot of trouble. I was asked to find you on behalf of Milauja. Curious happenings abound in Mamuka fleet, and we thought one of your worldly experience maybe how to help us make sense of things. If you have time and inclination to aid us, she awaits you in Mamuk. You'll find her west of the plaza, a large building near the 2-headed statue. 7.4, 7.5 stores, but the store you could have recently guessed at if you played 0.4. Okay. Ghost of Jollibee's at about an hour and a half away. I'm so lucky that when the Gongsha announcement happens to get the pig, that I'm just like, nice, I work less than 2 minutes away from a Gongsha. I was very lucky in that regard. I believe it was for Densha. I actually got extra bubble teas to get Densha a code as well, which ended up working out really well, because Densha was just like, can I get a code as well? And I'm just like, absolutely sure. Fine. I have no issues with this. It gives me more excuses to buy bubble tea. I try not to buy bubble tea too frequently because I love bubble tea, don't get me wrong. It's absolutely delicious and tasty and I love it. For a drink, it is like a bit too expensive for me to justify buying it so frequently. Like a bubble tea in Australia usually runs you $7-8. So it's usually a bit too much for me to justify wanting to actually buy a bubble tea. But then she's like, I want an emote, and I'm just like, fuck yeah, I get 3 bubble teas, and I just can justify to myself of I'm doing a friend a favor. And so I bubble tea for the net. I think I had all 3 in the one day still, but don't worry about it. Will there be surprised at the close still a bit of fires just straight up in the Philippines? Probably. I had not heard of Jollibee until the collab happened. So yeah, I would not be surprised if the Philippines is the closest to me, because the Philippines is not that far away as a country to Australia compared to, you know, the United States. Yes. Sneeze. Sorry, I just had to sneeze for a second. Nilauja. Is that one of Gulu Jar Jar's swords at the back there? Just hanging up. Thank you for coming. Truth be told, I was unsure if I was right to call on you, but the troubles we now face cannot be overcome with our strength alone. It all began when we found a fallen traveler in the Skydeep Cenote. For a mercy, his wounds were not life-threatening. His kind is not a common sight in these lands. Tall and slender of build with pointed ears. He has yet to awaken, but speaks in his sleep of strange things that make little sense to us. I also hope that you might recognize something in his ramblings, or perhaps even jog his memory once he regains consciousness. Might you be willing to speak with him? Elle isn't dead. Got very confused a second and realized Yaktel's instance right now. My lordja, the traveler stirs. Very good. You'd be so kind as to bring him here. How'd you end up in the Skydeep Cenote? Were you just there to pill for the dead baby water? Okay, very armored. We are glad to see you awake and in good health besides. May I ask your name, traveler? My name? I'm sorry, I can't remember. Hit your head badly. Friend drinking too much dead baby water. I'll do that to you. It would seem the fall has affected his memory. In any case, his presence here is a complete mystery to us. His armor is only hindered us whence it came. Does anything about him strike you as out of the ordinary? I'm getting Stormblood vibes from the armor, but I don't think I recognize the armor. Does the adventure mean not much different from any other Elders that I've met? Or would that be Eldite? Is that the... It's ARR armor. Ah. Is Eldite the Terralia name for Ellison? There's so few Ellisons. Alexandrian. Ah. I was gonna say, in Terral, like, other than Fontenstein, who is from Eorzea, I don't remember what anyone actually referred to him as. If they called him by a name that wasn't Ellison. But Eldite is Alexandrian, okay. I mean, if you found Skydeep Cenote, you could have come from living memory. Ellison. Eldite. No, that's not quite right. Ah! I remember. I'm an Elvan. Elvan. Where have I heard that? An Elvan adventure. Where have I heard Elvan? I was on the Rogan. No, I don't know Australian names because they're too rare. Fair. No, there is a Terralia name for Rogadins. It's Rugadin. And you're Mamusha. Could it be I've come to Mamuk? Wait, if I'm in Mamuk, then I must have been taken prisoner! Severely believe us enemies. Perhaps he comes from a land unfamiliar with our customs. Across the salt. I mean, his armor would suggest Eosium before Alexandria. There's no way to know for certain. In which case... Mujo, we must gather our strongest fighters at once! Why? What happened? Guljaja's shade has returned! What? Isn't it your job to manage this? Because it's real! It's been sighted near Gokdrak descent. Bakujaja has engaged the apparition, but I fear the worst. The results champion from the Fate of Brotherhood. Spent you would understand the graveness of the situation better than most. In recent days, the Dawntrail and Shade has been seen wandering the woods of Yaktel. Reason to believe it was invoked in like manner the one used in the Fate. Only privileged few of the Bunawa should be privy to the knowledge required to perform the rite. The code will be found in time, but with a more pressing matter at hand now. I'm sorry, I'm on Landsguard. Bakujaja requires reinforcements. Bakujaja! Dawn Servant Shade. But he may not hold out until the guard assembles. That's such fair. Would you aid Bakujaja in this battle? I'm in your debt. Gokdrak descent is to the west of here. Please, go and help my son. Why does one of them look like a spore creature? Ouch. Damn beard, ouch. Bakujaja requires additional pilots. Guljaja? I swear Elvan sounds like a name. It sounds more like a name than anything. Hey, Arathalos. What's up? Oh, like a Jar Jar. I went, what? Jar Jar. J-A-J-O. Might be thinking of Van protagonist of 12. I think that's what I'm thinking of. I think that's what I'm thinking of. Because we were recently, and by recently I mean literally the last stream, looking at this. Yeah, Van. Yeah, yeah. That's what it is. That's what it is. It was literally the last stream. We were like going through all of these for all the characters, because we were trying to get, because we were opening up packs for these cards. Yeah, Van's literally here. There it is. It's a Zodiac Age thing. Jar Jar Binks would be fine too. Well, we might have passed out by that point. One of like the literal last things that we did in the stream was open up packets that I did from dueling. From the duels. I only needed 2 cards. I only needed 2 cards out of all of these, and we managed to get Titus. But I'm still missing Lightning. Good to see you back. It's good to be back, Beard. I died for a little bit, but I got better. We'll find out by the end of today's stream how much better I am. If I can make it to the end of today's stream, we'll know I'm better. I may be grumbly and bitchy about it by the end of it, but we'll find out. Ah! Yeah, if I can make... Well, I don't know. We don't... It's... How long today's is going to be is going to be very odd. We have no idea how long this is going to be today. Bakujaja! Bakujaja! Pathetic! You dare call yourselves blessed siblings? Not bad. You might actually prove a challenge. If you've come to help, but stay on your guard. He's not alone. Oh, I think I know what this is then! Oh, I think I know what this is then! She's the... I've seen people talk about her! I don't know a fucking name. I don't know a fucking name. From the... I think she's an 11 character. I think she's an 11 character. It's like her and Shatoto that people like. Is it Shan or Shatoto? Is the 11 one? They're like the two like 11 characters that and the one from like that one Fate that one time that I see. I think because like giant punching and like pink hair. I swear I see people like. I feel like she's like one of the few things that I see fan art of like ever of 11. With the N is 11, without the N is one of the, okay, yeah, so Shatoto is, this game's Black Mage Quest, and Shantoto is the one from 11, yeah. What's this? Another monster in need of slaying? Don't worry, I'll send them packing! Shantoto, the infamous potato of doom. Nullifying dropkick! Oh, no you don't! Thundercross split attack! I can't explain why, but something told me I had to be here. Ha! Not bad! Not bad at all! But it'll take more than a couple of Tori to stop me! Tori? Are you daft, girl? You can speak! A shame you don't have any manners. The name's Preche! This is 11! It is 11! Now I recognize the name. She's from 11, I believe. I'm pretty sure she is. I'm pretty sure she is. Those giant gloves stand out. The name's Preche. You'd do well to remember it. Should I tell you someone's actually by the side their giant boxing gloves need knives? Preche. Oh shit! Uppercut! Ha! Looks like I win! Oh. Oh. One Taurus down, one to go! I hope you're ready! Yeah! At ease, Preche. We've seen to our task. Come. Whatever you say, Omia. Okay, so you just have no idea what's going on. Omia? What's she talking about? Preche, wait! Please don't go! I'll be honest, I'm not sure what's happening right now. I'll be honest, I have very little idea of what's going on right now. We've got another character coming over from another Final Fantasy game. It's about, but that's like just every storyline in this video game, so. I'm guessing what are the Dawntrail and Shade is what brought you here. I don't know what that girl has to do with all this, but clearly she's aligned to whoever summoned them. There's anyone else on screen. The way remains open, though there's no telling where it leads. Even so, they can't be allowed to return. We have a duty to protect this forest, and I'll not see it torn apart by some two-headed imposter. Let's hurry after them, brother. Watch over that one, won't you? Appreciate. What's happened to you? Very unsure of what's going on. Yay! Less tabs, let's go. Everything's still hazy, but I recall fighting alongside that girl. We were comrades in arms, I think. But something was clearly wrong with her. She only mistook me for a monster, but she called her two-headed companion Olmia. The Olmia I know is an Elvan woman, a far cry from the reptilian fiends we encountered. Something dark has taken hold of her, clouded her mind. I have to go and... Ugh. I'll go after it. You would put yourself in harm's way for my sake. Thank you. We have 4 for 6, some shit came out, another one. Now it's everyone's problem being the plot of an alliance raid. Like, the one that isn't that is like, hey, do you want to take, like, a rocket and hang out with Sky Pirates? I recognize that look. As a woman who's seen more than their fair share of battle. So I appreciate it's done. She's a dear friend to me. Fairly certain. Of care, friends. There's no telling what lies beyond that portal. Oh, we're just straight up going in there. Juno the first. Okay. What is happening? I was expecting the townsfolk to be indifferent, if not hostile, when I asked for a sword and shield. But then I hesitate to help and send me on my way. I think I've always been accustomed to such armaments, though. Once recovered, I should be glad to put them to good use at your side. I have no idea what's going on, and I don't know if I'm meant to have no idea what's going on. We've got, like, a character from 11. Crossover raid time. So is this actually 11? Oh, yes it is. Yep, it is. You're wearing a Matsu. You're wearing a Matsu. We're doing 11. Okay. Elvana, the elf race from 11, and even though it's only an AR armor, it's actually an import from 11. Oh. Oh, okay. 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 So is this like... I mean, it's very, like, there's very, like... Because the introduction to, Evilis, there was a lot of introduction for Evilis. Of like, hey, we're establishing Evilis, this is what's happening with it, let's go and now go to Rabanastri. Where this is just kind of, they've appeared and they're gone into this now and they're going, hey, here's the raid. Juno's the name of one of the first big towns you have after leaving the starter areas. Oh, okay. So Juno the First Walk. Strange happenings in Yogg-Tell have cast a pall of unease over the forest. After an armor-clad stranger was found unconscious at the Skydeep Cenote. Bereft of memory, the Shader Gulu Jar Jar was spotted stalking the woods with a young girl. What appeared to be unrelated events takes turn. Baku Jar Jar confronts the Dawntrail and shadowy imposter. The armor-clad stranger recognizes the girl as Pre-Shade. Her friend seemingly turned enemy, who retreats with Gulu Jar Jar's shade into the blinding lights of an otherworldly rift. In search of answers and to safeguard Terrell, Buckle Jar Jar bids you join him as he follows the incongruous parents of the unknown. In that case, evil is part of this world's history, even if it's dissipated into mythology. Yeah, well, that's what I'm confused by here. I can't tell. Oh, hey, sup? Sup? He was either going to be fast or complete arsenal in between. Yeah, kind of what I expected. Well, that's what it feels like. Are we just like transporting to the world of 11? Is that what's happening? Are we just teleporting to the world of FF11? Because that's what it kind of feels like. Because like when I saw Pre-Share, I'm just like, I know I've seen like fan art of this character before. I know I've seen fan art of this character before. I want to say it's 11 that it is. Because it's like primarily talked about by like really old head 14 people who like have been here since ARR. So Zenja couldn't get him, but at least this cool Denjia guy's here instead. Is there anyone else who's joining us? We're not here on a normal day. Oh, Harry, okay, Harry shows in Yucktail. I'll invite the party. So as that is my wondrous tales, perfect timing. Perfect timing. Alright, well, I guess we queue up and... So, are we now 3 for 6 on crossover Alliance raid series? Are we now 3 for 6 on crossover Alliance raid series? 12/tactics, Automata, and now 11? Three for 6 for the red scroll. Well, because Evilist counts as a crossover, right? Because it's just like, this is what like I'm struggling to like kind of wrap my head around, is because Evilist really blurs the lines. What's a crossover and what's a... Well, this is literally why. This is literally why. Maybe I don't know, there's a journal getting much through what though. Well, again, because of the way 14, like, takes stuff from other Final Fantasies and puts them in here, does Crystal Tower count as a crossover from Final Fantasy 3? Well, here's my thought process. Isn't the reason that Evilist counts is because it has a writer from Tactics working on it? Does Evilist count as a... I believe that's why Evilist counts as a crossover, whereas Crystal Tower doesn't. Because from my understanding, the writer of Tactics/12 wrote the actual Evilist questline. So it counts as a crossover because someone else has come to work on it. It's like with Shadowbringers in the Nier one. Yoko Taro helped write that piece of fucking shit. So it counts as a crossover. Shiny Pre-Share encounter. Yo, you got the rare Shiny Pre-Share. Yo, let's go. Nier is a sequel as well, and like everything else that I say for Nier, like everything else for Nier, it's extra material for Nier, which means that it's fucking dog shit. Anyway, let's queue for this. It says 5 minutes. Also, it says I need to repair my gear. It also says 5 minutes. But also, who knows how true that's going to be. Okay, this will probably be real fucking quick then. This might be quick then. We've got 2 tanks, 3 healers, and 11 DPS. Again, the final tier of this comes out in literally a couple days. People might be getting their currencies early for it now. People might be getting their currencies for it now. Now that that's actually, like, we're on the right expansion, so it's actually relevant. Fanfest plus patch next week. Is everyone logging in? I see. So, like, what do the devs call this? Do the devs call this a crossover with 11 or not? They do? Okay. It was explicitly billed as one. Okay. I don't know how I feel about that. I guess it depends on how it plays out. So the biggest... Again, the comparison that I have is Evilist is a crossover, but it works really well. Echoes of Vana'diel. Oh, Vana'diel. Vana'diel's the Eorzea, basically, of 11, right? Well, when people talk about 14 and like play 14 and visit Eorzea, people talk about that the same way of like play 11 and visit Vana'diel. That's how I hear people like describe that. So I believe it like Vana'diel's like the Eorzea of 11. Offering discounts for subs for 11 and special events in 11 based on these raids. Oh, okay. So again, like, Nier's a bad crossover. Well, it's funny you're saying we'll do 11 after we get caught up on 14. No, you'll do 11 now. Did you recognize the name from the mini crossover quest from a while ago? Oh, do they call? I recognize this armor. I recognize this armor, and I remember the character was Amatsu that we were with. I very much recognize this as Amatsu's armor and her being a character there. I recognize Vana'diel. Maybe it was mentioned then and stuff like that, but I'm also like no Vana'diel because I've just heard people talk about 11. I've also just heard people talk about 11. And so they talk about Vana'diel when they talk about 11. Again, it's the same with like Prishe and Shantoto, where like they're the two characters that I see people like talk about and like do fan art of when they talk about this. More hair in my mouth everywhere. Carried around the previous crossover quest is the FF11 for the recent Dissidia game. Matsu? The one that Verumbe's cosplaying here. The game goes, oh, I thought the squatting MC was the main bad guy from XY. Not quite Lysander, no. Iroha? Oh, is it the armor that's called Amatsu? Oh, the armor's called Amatsu. Is her name different? I recognize the gear as Amatsu gear. The girl in the Amatsu set was named Iroha. Ah, okay. Araha. Sorry. I recognize the armor as Amatsu, so I thought it was like Amatsu's, like, insert thing here. She's wearing Amatsu gear. Okay. This crossover quest was a while ago. For me. They also re-brought it back, like, when they were, like, at the end of, Endwalker, when they were bringing back, like, every crossover event. Like, in the final, the final couple of months, they brought back the 15 event, they brought back the Dragon Quest event. They also brought back the 11 event again. So it's been here twice. Shantoto is infamous for her laugh. Oh, she's the one that has the, right? I'm pretty sure that's Shantoto. I'm pretty sure I've seen that laugh, yeah. It's because I've got the fucking... I can't show it. That's the one? Yeah, okay, yeah. Because, like, my fucking Black Mage laugh is like... let me fly to my mug for a second. I can't load it here. My fucking... Like, actually, we're on the other side of the fucking world. Let me teleport to my mug. So I can let out my portraits. My Black Mage portrait is literally based on that. Gaia just 14 rep here, a previous... Yeah. Which is very interesting that it's Gaia's, but that it's Gaia instead. But yeah, yeah. My Black Mage portrait is literally like trying to be like Shantoto's laugh, because that's the victory pose that you get for Black Mage. The victory pose for Black Mage, I'm pretty sure, is literally meant to be Shantoto's laugh. And so my Black Mage portrait is like that as well. I think we've now covered literally everything I know about 11. I think we've now covered literally everything that I know about 11. Oh, there's the one villain. There's the one, like, Oh, and Eureka, yeah. Yeah, yeah. I guess also Eureka's a lot of references to it as well, yeah. Yeah, Absolute Virtue, because that was, yeah, Absolute Virtue was the boss that took people like 11 hours to kill in 11, yeah. But I'm trying to think there's like one... Is there a guy in like giant golden armor? Or am I thinking of a different Final Fantasy? Is there a guy in like big, massive, golden, spiky armor? Or am I thinking of a different Final Fantasy for that? Oh, hey, you made it. Oh, but the thing I was thinking. Goldor! I'm thinking of Goldor. Never mind. He's not moving an inch. Oh, we got one extra healer. We got one extra healer. Yeah, whatever I'm thinking of from another game that's like giant gold armor, I'm probably thinking of Goldor. Never mind. Again, other Final Fantasy games just kind of like blend together in a mishmash in my brain of just like, which one's from that from? Which one's that from? Which one's that from? Might be from 3. I have a card of him. Should be an Endwalker card. Probably one of the last. Hey, there it goes! Goldor, that one. There we are. Yeah, that's very much the armor I was thinking of, the horns on the head. I was very much thinking of this, yeah. Yeah, no, I was thinking of that. Never mind. Mamoja, Mamuk, and Gulujaja are just taken from 11, which is the guys like I've been taken prisoner. Ah! And that's why we're here for it. Again, the issue that I have with, like... The issue that I have with, the Nier stuff as a crossover is that it does nothing for the world of 14, and also it's bad. Evilist is woven into the world of 14 very well. So what is this? Juno the First Walk. Oh, the vibes of the music. The vibes of the music. This is a cool looking city. This is an awesome looking city. Absolutely awesome looking city. Hello. Awesome looking city. Yeah, it's gonna be all 11 music. Whoa! Yo! Look at these guys! Whoa! Giant anchors. I'm just double check, make sure my battle effects are down. Didn't think she'd be quick to trade blows. Oh, Bagajaja, no!
Careful. That girl is stronger than she looks.
No! Bagajaja got beaten up by a girl. I mean, a very huge girl with very giant fists. Appreciate of the distant chains.
How about we start with a big fat knuckle sandwich?
Banish Gar? Banish Gar?
Here we go!
Appreciate ready to strike.
Wait for it! Wait for it!
Is it gonna be... She said it 3 times? Oh, and the outside exploded. Oh, and the outside exploded. Okay. Knuckle sandwich.
Wait for it.
Bam! Yo! Nullifying dropkick to your fat head!
Altana, give me strength.
Banish storm! I don't like the looks of those. I'm not lined up on either of them here, I think. Oh, they're not X's. Oh, they're not like just line AoEs. They're full on X's.
Not bad.
I don't know why that killed me and no one else.
Oh, we're just getting started.
I don't know why that killed me and no one else. I don't think I crossed over with anyone else.
Wait for it.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Wait for it.
Oh, Jesus Christ. To wait for it! BAM! Uppercut! Woo!
Behold, the blessed power of Altana.
That person that got hit did like a butt bounce with like spikies. Oh Jesus! Okay, they're gonna blow up first. Okay, and then we're safe inside. And then we're safe inside. Okay. She is very fun. I like her a lot.
You ready for this?
Literally jumping let on the spikes and instant death.
Wait for it.
It.
Wait for
For it. Wait for it! That'll work.
Open
A roll uppercut! Woo! Whee! Roommate, no!
This should do it.
Oh, Jesus, okay. She's just gonna punch the shit out of the ground.
Take this and that and one of these.
She's having a lot of fun. I like it. She's having a lot of fun. She has Origin Banjo in this. Aw, I want that.
Time to
Reminds you
get
of
serious.
Mustache Girl in Hat from Time. Gotta get around to that one day. Oh, fuck me.
Wait for it. Wait for it.
How many
Wait
weights?
for it.
Full weights. Okay. Ah!
This wasn't how it was supposed to go.
Oh, no.
I've
Oh!
to pick with this one. But first,
Oh. Oh, Bakujan!
out is forward.
Bakujan just picking her up. Bakujan just picking her up. Yeah, she's like a teenage girl.
Forest, huh?
Should be me, not her. Bakujan jump Mountain.
We'll look after the girl.
Look, I got Archangel's Greaves of Scouting. I don't know what an Archangel is.
What is that? Is some kind of Tural Vitral?
Oh god, it has company! Looks like it's their problem now, let's go. Hey, they're wearing 11 gear! They're wearing 11 gear! One of the guys, he's wearing the fucking, Kieran casting version of Eureka gear. Hey! Hey, I recognize that.
On your guard. I sense something up ahead. Something big.
Grinding out Nora's monster spawn being one of the ads
A
here.
dragon. But surely it's no match for you.
Fafnir the Forgotten! Dark Matter Blast. Fafnir raises his tail. I'm just gonna go ahead and just be like nowhere near his tail. That's my goal. Whoa, that's way bigger than I thought! I'm gonna assume a massive, wide... Way bigger than you expect, because, yeah, that tail swipe was way bigger, so it's going to be more than just the hitbox, yeah. Spathy, like a Jericho. Whoa! Whoa! Okay. Very much in. Defensive posture. Oh, so where it like where it starts from actually matters. Oh. Oh, that's clever. I like that. There's the tail raise. You only get the warning in text once. You only get the text warning once. The other times actually just watch for it. Baleful breath. Oh, get out of it. Get away from that! Thoughts is gathering in the area. Are we going full AoE with this, or? This looks more like a Alliance H kind of thing. Hurricane Wing. Okay, that was a raid win. A continuous raid win. It's not stopping. Impetuous winds beginning to blow through the air. Oh, fuck me. Okay. Oh, I made it. I can Again? They're so fast! Calm down! Calm down! How am I meant to hit the boss? Oh, he's actually flew direction. That's the posture. That's the tail. Whee! That's a brutal attack. Don't worry, I have faith. Yeah, by Sonata, you will die. Those TPs will kill you if you get overlap with someone. Yeah. Boom. Exploded into like purple cubes.
Magic. Brace yourselves.
Oh. What is getting teleported around the whole of Vana'diel? What is getting Oh, Jesus!
Where are we now? And what are these floating ruins?
We're literally just going on like a tour guide of Vana'diel. Tattered first movement score. Faded sheet music inscribed in an unfamiliar format. Can be exchanged for certain orchestrion roles. That's new. Can you tell they do the raids too easily to play seriously and you're over mid-eye levels significantly? There's a leather-bound memo there. I'm reading this! I'm reading this. Damn it! Special alert trade to Beluganon Palace. It's gonna be late for the spawn at this rate. People have visited the spawn of World Bosses. No! No, they oh my god, what the fuck is the map doing? What the fuck is the map doing here? Jesus Christ.
There's something about that big tower.
There's another a note bit before this. Oh. Oh, there's one over there, I see. Well, there's a second mechanic. I'm gonna ignore it. Could've sworn I've heard those five before. Won't be fighting them again alone, that's for sure. Better get out of here before they see me. Yep, this sounds like Eureka gameplay. This sounds like Eureka gameplay. Okay, that does a suck in and then goes out. Extremely rare pull in marker. Hey, you don't get many markers that do a pull in. Panzerfaust. An interruptible TB. That was an interruptible TB. The idea that the TB can be interrupted implies very bad things if the TB hits you. Does a shit ton of damage if it goes off? Yeah. Yeah, the idea of a TB where it's like you can take it if you want, but just interrupt it instead would be a lot smarter. Just don't let it hit you. Add fight? Oh, lock on to specific ones. It's like Nier. It's like Nier. Oh my god. It's like Nier where each alliance has their own like one to take care of. So when you do it, you'll fight different ones and it will feel different. Oh Jesus Christ, okay. Fuck! I tried to turn around just in time. This is just that one boss from
You shall be consumed by the cowardice that binds you.
Which one am I? Let's see. That's us. That is just a series of mechanics from a Delaware boss, by the way.
Twisted by the envy that drives you.
Oh no. Okay. Okay. I guess our boss just isn't gonna. Okay. Our tank is making sure our boss stays exclusively inside of the radius of the attack, so that's nice.
Rage clean.
Cowardice dismembers.
Jesus. But into the Blackmore and until I begin casting, it's instant raid wipe. Oh. Oh. If you think there's super boss on a level with suicide option of taking all 5 on at once. Oh, and that's what the message was. That's what the message is about. Doing all 5 at once. I'm not doing that again.
You shall be smothered by the arrogance that consumes you.
Is this an actual... I can't tell what that mechanic is. I have no idea what the fuck is going on. I have no idea what's going on.
Defeated by the apathy
okay.
that plagues.
Defeat this one, so defeat the shield, I guess. I feel like this is one of those moments where the intention behind the gameplay is they expect people to actually, like, do things properly, but the player base of this game is a bunch of brain-dead fucking idiots. So we don't get that, so therefore this doesn't function properly. Oh, well, this is gonna suck. That's fine. Like when everyone when every alliance has a different boss to attack, then I feel like the idea is everyone separates the bosses and actually only attacks, you know, their own boss. But it feels like fucking no one's doing that. so the thing just doesn't fucking work. It's like, it's Triumph! It's Triumph! It's Triumph! They had confidence in their player base of being able to do things properly. But unfortunately, no one in the player base can do a fucking thing right. So the concept just doesn't work. Ah.
You shall be consumed by the cowardice that binds you.
Because I'll be honest, this fight feels like shit. This fight feels fucking terrible.
Arrogance defiles.
But I feel like that's because... I mean, like, this part works because, like, this is actual AoE shit. This is actual AoE, so, like, this part works at the end here. Because everyone's actually doing AoEs. But the beginning of it was just, I just want to attack my fucking boss. But everything else is overlapping on me, and our boss wasn't separate from anything.
No doubt a warm reception awaits.
This is why I play tank and everything, because I never trust a single other fucking person to be tank in this game.
What? Why only you?
Moral of the story, 14 players would break out of an escape room by brute force. No. 14 players would be put into an escape room and then be asked, why should I have to escape from the room? And then they wouldn't do. And then they complain that to escape the escape room, they have to do something. That's what they'd complain about. Very ominous. Extraordinarily ominous, man. Shadow Lord, it is a near crossover! It is a near crossover.
Mortals, allow me to show you the depths of my hatred and your folly!
This is a community favorite release, so everything was more deadly. I mean, at this stage, so far, this Alliance raid gets like a C- from me so far. At this current stage, the Alliance raid's getting like a C- from me so far. It's okay, but I'm kind of bored.
I cannot die! Not until I have eradicated you and your kind from this world!
I feel like I'm going to be very uninterested by this raid series. Is this some mercies? That's very big! Very, very big mercies. Okay.
The land trembles before my might!
Oh, okay. Okay. That's a fun spin on mercies.
I will tear your flesh and crush your bones!
Okay, so stand, yeah, and then get super far over. Okay, this fight's stepping it up. This fight's stepping it up. That side's a lot bigger. Ah, okay, yeah. Spicy half room sleep. Okay, now I don't know what I'm looking at! Everyone's over here for a reason.
Left of man but smoke and ash.
Okay, unique arenas in my Final Fantasy 14. Bridges is safe? They're all pointing in. Yeah, bridges is safe! Hey, unique arenas in my Final Fantasy 14! Unique arenas in my Final Fantasy 14. Maybe it gets a C+ after this. Yeah, let's go.
Let the fires ride and rage! Kneel before me! Your demise shall portend the extinction of Altana's vile progeny!
Oh, that's a... Offer him a bit spicy. Oh, and the square on the inside. Ooh, okay. Okay, this phase is fun. This phase is fun. The first and last boss of this are good. I like the Appreciate and I like the Shadow Lord. I feel like the Archangels would be better if the player base wasn't a bunch of incompetent fuckwits, but, you know.
This insult, I will scour it away with your blood. Give up your painful strivings. Give in to the darkness of oblivion. Your funeral dirge has begun. Its mournful notes sing of your demise.
Oh, he got powered up!
Return to the feculent soil that birthed you.
Terror Slash! Alright, I got Fang. Just barely anything. Okay, that like started here. Over to there. Oh god, okay. Here, then here. Okay, that's okay. Mercies, but they're not just like strict cardinals and they're really wide cones is cool as shit.
Quenches the candle of your trivial existence.
Mercies, but you gotta pay way more attention to the direction is really cool, I will say that. Oh, wrong side. Oh, he's charging. Oh, fuck me. Oh, I'm fucked. I'm dead here. I'm dead as shit here. I don't see the other one was charging us. Oh, that's so fucked. Oh, they're charging up other mercies at the same time. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Okay, that is while you're dodging. While you're dodging. Bruh, get away from me. Holy shit. Okay, yeah, that's, oh my god. Alright, maybe we're at a B minus. Maybe we're at a B minus. Oh, Jesus.
I will crush you like the insects you are!
Cool. Well, we'll cover it at least.
I will not fall. I will keep coming back until the fires of wrath consume me!
Hey! Solid B minus. Solid B minus. I don't think I'll ever be happy with Alliance raids ever again. but I'll give it a solid B-. I think Alliance Raid content is just written off permanently as something I'll ever actually care about again. But B-, which is a massive step up from the last expansion, where they were all deemed Nano Lord. Shadow Lord card, fantastic rolls. What are these movement things? Trade for Orchestrion rolls? So you don't have to try and roll on a specific Orchestrion roll, you just get that. Oh, like you mean as in use, like do you mean use for turn? Do you mean use for turn? Okay. I missed a lot of chat, yeah. Mechanic has some people tethered to zombies that chase them. If caught, instant death, plus there's knockup puddles everywhere. Definitely more for the people that played 11 and recognize the various references. This is why they should stop doing fucking crossovers for Alliance raids. And not have half of them be crossovers with Alliance raids. They're trying to, I'll be honest, trying to just read chat. I have no idea what people are referring to. Like, I'm reading messages in chat, and they're just like, hit by pink circle is jailed, and I'm just like, I don't even remember what pink circles we're talking about. Or like, if you get hit by sigil, he puts you up in the air. And I'm just like, I don't even remember what that you're talking about there. So it's like, trying to read chat to just be like, here's an explanation of mechanics. I'm just like, I don't even know what you're referring. That was above mediocre, but like just. Not great. Not a great Alliance raid. Not terrible. Not fucking like, not the previous expansions, but like thoroughly slightly better than mediocre. Slightly better than mediocre. But I'll be honest, my brain is now going to be turned off for the rest of the series. Yeah, congrats over. So, okay, okay, so like not even, okay, not this section, okay. So past this. Am I alone on this? That was okay. It wasn't beyond that though. But I mean, like, even mechanically, the fights are just like the Shadow Lord fight. Yeah, no, that works. Cause it's stuff that we've seen before, but like twisted in unconventional ways. Like the mercies are like, instead of just being straight up cardinal directions or quarters or whatever, it's all over the place. I'll be honest, I'm just like, I'm extremely fucking disappointed. Yeah, I just think I like Pre-Shade's fight because it's fun personality-wise. Like, here's my thought process, though. I came into today just being like, what fun, cool, exciting, like, storyline are we gonna get for Final Fantasy XIV today? And the answer was, we're not. We're getting another fucking crossover that's just... We're just gonna insert a bunch of other stuff from another game and have you just be like, wow, look at it. Rather than actually, like, tell a story. And I think back to how that was what Nier was. And Nier is like one of my most hated storylines in this entire game. But at least it had like the best alliance raids. Where this is... Maybe the story won't be as bad as Nier because, oh my god, like, Nier's story was antithetical to the concept of 14. Where at least, like, I'll get cool Bark or Jar Jar moments here. But if the raids are gonna be, like, less than half as interesting as the Nier raids, I don't know if that's, like, a worthwhile trade-over. Today's the day! I'm only gonna get those goddamn pants from Byako! I can feel it! All of this is just meant to be, like, in-game, like, comments on, like, people playing the game. We skip a bunch. Shadowlord is a much harder version of the small arena mechanic, for example. And once again, eye level scaling just completely ruins the game. Once again, eye level scaling ruins the game. Good amount of characters are stupidly British. FF11 was made in the era where most voice acting for Japanese games was done in England. It's like Xenoblade. Alright, Alliance Red Level Things is fundamentally broken? Correct. Yeah, I read this one. And we're not allowed to go this way. Yeah, Appreciate and Shadowlord, Appreciate's like not hard, but it's like fun because of personality. Shadowlord has fun mechanics. Fafnir is like just like Fafnir has that like one mechanic that's like a step up. Fafnir has one mechanic that's quite the step up of just like the marching circle AoEs going out as like the tornadoes go around. That's fun. But like, that's about it. What the fuck is the Archangels? Archangels make me feel like I don't know how to play the game, which is going to be fun or abysmal thing I'm playing with. I don't know what the Archangels, like... It feels like chaos, but not like the fun kind of chaos. It just feels like disorganized. Like they didn't make it right. I'll be honest, the more that I'm thinking about it, the more I'm like actually negative towards this alliance raid. Can we not do the rest of the series? Can we not do the rest of them for Dawntrail? I don't want another thing. We'll find them alone, that's for sure. But yeah, for this, yes, I read that one. I read 2 of them. Alliance raids are insurable in dungeon gear, but allow savage armor plus ultimate accessories. There's a circle that is impossible to square. Archangels almost feels like they made it wrong as a joke against some players and joke against some players. I just like, it feels like it's meant to be like that one. It feels like it's meant to start as that one Nier fight of just, oh, each person has to target their own boss. So when they target that boss, like each run, depending on who you get, it will feel like a different run. And then the end of it, it's meant to be, oh, this is actually like tough mechanics to dodge while trying to like focus on how good are you at your AoE rotation rather than your standard rotation, which I think more fights in 14 should actually like test AoE rotation that aren't just like dungeon pulls. But that's not what the fight felt like. But that's not what the Archangels felt like. Consider me whelmed. Consider me whelmed, but realistically actually just disappointed. Consider me whelmed, but actually I'm just disappointed. Because now I don't have something, because now half of the patches I don't have a big thing to look forward to. Because now I know that half of the patches that I have left for this expansion, I don't have something to, like, I have a thing that I don't look forward to. Because I don't get a Final Fantasy XIV storyline. I get fan service for another game that means nothing to me. Because I haven't played that game. It'd be nice for them to have played it. But... Are you alright? I want them to fucking take Alliance Raid seriously. And they never will. And look, here's my thing. Here's my thing. Here's my, like, outside of the fights, here's my thing. I've been saying this for a very long time. I want the devs to take Alliance Raids fucking seriously. And they just fucking don't. Even outside of crossovers. There's been one storyline in an Alliance Raid that has, like, mattered. And I don't mean just because, like, Crystal Tower got put into the main game. But, like, Crystal Tower was, like, tied enough to what was happening in A Realm Reborn. Like, you know, Allagans are a big part of A Realm Reborn. Crystal Tower is, like, learning more about them and everything like that. Like, you know, Sid shows up and, like, he's doing his things. You know, it deals with Void stuff, which you also learn about Void stuff during A Realm Reborn. You know, it feels like an extension to the actual expansion that we did. Heavensward, the Sky Pirates are good. Don't get me wrong. I like that you get to see the Sky Pirates. And I like that you get to see Mark. Something that you heard about because of, like, the war between Amdapor and Mark was, like, a thing talked about in, like, the dungeons in Amdapor and Mark. But, like, the actual storyline was just, oh, it's Diabolos again. He's back. Fight him, I guess. Like, it, like, half gave a shit. It, like, half gave a shit. Evilis also only half gives a shit. Evilis is a crossover, but it does at least tie what's happening in Evilis to the world of 14. But it only half gives a shit about doing that. Because it ties itself into the world of 14 of just being like, it does exist, it's part of 14's history, it's part of 14's world, and everything like that. But most of what you're doing does feel like it's out of nowhere. Like, it doesn't feel like you're, like, most of what you're actively doing doesn't feel like you're expanding on what's already been introduced in 14 or teased at in 14. It feels like something brand new that just happens to be there. And just, it feels like it happens without much setup. And then also the writing for it is just really annoying. And then Nier happens, and then Nier's the worst, because Nier not only, like, doesn't give a shit about 14, it's actively hostile to 14, and it's just fucking atrocious. And then you have, like, the 12 storyline, and it's, like, the 12, and, like, that, again, only half gives a shit about actually being a unique storyline in 14, because while it does tie into the 12, something that you've heard about since, like, 1.0, it does so little with the concepts that I barely fucking care. Like, so much of Myths of the Realm is, oh, but what are the 12? We spend so much time just, like, waiting for the answer to the question of, but what are the 12? Before we can actually dive into any of the other actually interesting questions that you'd have about the 12. Because the nature of what are the 12, by the time you've, like, beaten Endwalker, which is when you can start it, is, like, really fucking obvious. Because they're gods. And Endwalker and other expansions had already established that gods are just beings in this universe who have lived for a very, very long time, basically. That's Eidolon, that's Zodiac, that's, like, auspices. Like, that's Kami. Like, that's just, like, what gods are. So, like, it's been so long answering a question that's really fucking obvious that we don't do much interesting with them. And now we have yet another alliance raid where it's just, okay, we'll get some Gulbaku Jar Jar, but, we're not even gonna, like, try tying the World of 11 into this. We're not even gonna try tying the World of 11 into itself. It's literally just, here's, like, a tour of, like, locations. Like, literally, you finish one location, and you just get teleported to somewhere else from Final Fantasy XI. It's just, like, I want the devs to care about the story for an alliance raid. And just, for some reason, despite the fact that alliance raids are, like, second billing on every patch that they come out with. Like, when a raid tier comes out, it's second billing, if not equal billing to the MSQ when it comes out, right? Like, the trailer will be, here's the MSQ, here's the raid tier. And every single raid series that we've gotten in the game has, like, something connected to the worlds about what we're doing. The least connected is Alexander, because Alexander does just appear out of nowhere. But the goblins have been established since A Realm Reborn, so, like, you at least get that. But, like, Omega, Eden, Pandemonium, like, they're all super connected to stuff that, like, they're expanding stuff that we've learned about before. All of the storylines of the 8-man raid series feel like they're designed to expand upon some of the most interesting aspects of that expansion, and, like, really, like, it feel like, again, for fucking Stormblood, Shadowbringers, and Endwalker, they feel like required reading. Those expansions don't feel complete without doing the 8-man raid series. They take the stories of the 8-man raid series so seriously that they're, like, pseudo MSQ levels. And then it's just, for some reason, when they come to the alliance raids, the story is, we don't even fucking care. And I don't understand it. I don't get it. I don't get the disparity between how important the storyline is. Like, I guess Arcadion is, like, the least tied to other stuff, but, like, you know, the Arcadion is still mentioned during MSQ. The use of Feral Souls, you literally, like, is, like, one of your first introductions to Alexandria with, like, the Vanguard boss fight and everything like that. Like, yeah, Gaia was, like, so, like, Gaia is such an important part of Shadowbringers that she's the 14 rep, and she was there for an alliance raid and now an ultimate. And I wish they gave a shit about the storylines for their alliance raids. And it's just, once again, for the third expansion in a row, I now know I'm not gonna get to the alliance raids and, like, be like, oh, I wonder how this is going to expand the world to 14. Because it's not going to. And it's just like, this is 3 expansions in a row, and the 2 before that weren't amazing either. And it's just, okay. That's the thing with, like, 14. It's one of the things that I love about 14 so much. Every piece of content is also an excuse to tell a story. Oh, we have a new deep dungeon. It's an excuse to also tell a story in 14's worlds. We have a new, Like, we have a new variant dungeon. It's an excuse to tell a story in 14's world. We have a new raid series. We have a new trial series, even though those don't exist anymore. We have a new custom delivery series. We have a new society series. Even when it comes to stuff that's like raw-ass fucking gameplay, like a Eureka or a Bosnia, even when we get that stuff, even when we get, like, raw-ass gameplay shit, even a deep dungeon, there's so much about the gameplay, but they still use it as a reason to, let's tell another story in 14's world. And it's just, for some reason, it feels like they don't give a shit about the story element when it comes to Alliance raids. And it's just, Alliance raids are one of the biggest build things of the patches. So why doesn't it care about its storytelling? Why do Alliance raids consistently get shafted in this area? Why is this such a constant for Alliance raids to get shafted in the storyline area? Especially considering they get updated 3 times over the patches. You can tell a lot of story in that, and they just decide not to. I don't... Cause is also dubious since it's linked to 1.0, not 2.0. Yeah, but invariably by being linked to 1.0, it's linked to 2.0. Because, like, the first half of the MSQ of 2.0 is about dealing with the after effects of the Calamity. Dealing with the after effects of the Calamity and realizing how much the Calamity has damaged the land of Eorzea and the life of people in Eorzea is a big part of the story of 2.0. So it is still connected to 2.0. Because, like, the whole reason you have to you have to restart the Eorzean Alliance is because that was shattered in the wake of the Calamity, because every nation was too focused on rebuilding their own nation to worry about trying to help others and everything like that. It's because of the Calamity that Garlemald was able to get such a foothold in Eorzea by having so many of their bases around. There's a lot of questlands that are just about, like, how fucked shit got after the Calamity. So it still ties in there. By the way, I think they changed from controls because the thing with that game in particular, so all the various FF characters are brought to Modern World and they have outfits to fit in. Only rep so far that has any non-human features is Zidane, who has a tail, and his disguise changes his tail into a belt that flows behind him. And also you can put Gaia in modern clothing and it makes a lot of sense. It's also weird that barring the one chaotic, they've never made gameplay evolutions or alt modes of Alliance raids. Unwanted stepchild of 14 content in story and commitment. They gotta do something. Alliance raids feel like they should be some of the coolest shit in 14. And it just feels like it's not. Like, is Alliance raid even useful for gearing on content? I know you can get, like, unique gear from it. Like, again, I'm pretty sure you get tokens for doing it, and, like, you use the tokens from that to get, like, stuff to augment things, I believe. But it's just like, Alliance raids and odd patches are the catch-up for people that don't do Savage. It's for eye-level catch-up only, yeah. I feel like they need to take Alliance raids more seriously. Saying that this is what this now is, I feel like Alliance raids really need to be taken more seriously. We're having yet another Alliance raid that feels like, here's about, like, again, like, if you're someone who's played 11, I'm sure you're popping off at this. Don't get me wrong. I'm sure you're very excited by what you do get here. I was excited by the stuff I saw in the gameplay in the Nier Alliance raids. I saw enemies and I'm just like, oh, I recognize that enemy from Nier. It would do attacks and I'm just like, oh, I can see how that attack from Nier has been translated into a gameplay mechanic here. Especially Tower at Paradigm's Breach, where you get, like, the ship stuff and you gotta, like, you turn into the ship and you're shooting the different stuff and things like that. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm sure if you've played 11, you're very excited at a lot of the stuff that's happening here. And I don't want to take that away from you. But I feel like it could be integrated into the story of 14 a lot better. Again, the way that Evilis was. It's hard to do that with Nier, because Nia's world is so different to Final Fantasy XIV's that it would be hard to integrate stuff from Nier Automata into 14's worlds without it being a massive juxtaposed. I feel like they could have integrated stuff from 11 into 14's world much smoother, rather than it just being, we're going into a teleporter and now we're just teleporting around Final Fantasy 11. I feel like they could have established that, oh, here's Juno. It exists in the world of 14, and it's a thing that is there. This is our spin on Juno, like how it was our spin on Evilis. But they just didn't. They just didn't bother. They were just like, oh, we're just teleporting there, don't worry about it. If I come back to what I realized, especially the Archangels, kind of looks like a parade of bullshit is happening if you don't recognize what they're sending up. Again, it just felt like, oh, here, we're meant to, everyone's meant to attack their thing. And it's like those fights in the Nier raids where everyone's split up into their own fights. Each time you get pulled into it, if you're in a different party, oh, you'll have a different fight to contend with. And it just didn't feel like that at all. She's merely sleeping. It remains to be seen if she'll give us a fight when she wakes. She does. What's up? Let's do it! Listen! Try to take a bite out of me, huh? Sorry, she's aggressively British. A scrawny thing like you would barely make a snack. Besides, we don't eat people. Sorry, I'm a little on edge. If you're not quarrel with us, we're not with you. We only wish to talk. The Archangels, each different one of the races from 11, abbreviations, and the names represent the names of the races. Can I really be trusted? You're being a bit racist there, Pre-Shay. Hey, you, human-looking one. Can the lizards be trusted? I should know better than to judge people based on their appearance. All right, I forgot to not be racist. I'm sorry. It's fine. We're an intimidating specimen. I'm Pre-Shay, by the way. Nice to meet you. Oh! 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 We can now just walk around. And there's Humes again. We can just walk around Juno. Today's been just full of surprises. Celebration events like Starlight have their own thing here with lemon music and all. Jesus. Bring the seasonal events into this? Wow, okay. That is effort. There is much of this we don't understand, but what we do understand is the battle is won. But now at least. What would have otherwise been a struggle provided a decisive victory against the Dawns of Shade and the rest of those fiends? That is to say, thank you for your help, Manifest. How did we beat... Wait, what about... Wait, when did we defeat Gulu Jar Jar's Shade? When did that happen? It all began with a stone. Brichet's almost definitely probably certain you are standing in Juno. What were your names again? I am Manifest, she who dedicates the role to... Manifest and Buckle Jaja, right? I don't know where you're from, but until I love to visit. Can't say I've never seen anyone quite like you before. If you're done with this small talk, would you mind explaining why you attacked us? What in the world are you talking about? Don't play fool with us. You're spouting nonsense about us being Tori and nearly killed a man on your rampage. Well, I do recall fighting Tori not long ago to protect Olmia. Olmia? Friend of hers, you say? That's all well and good, but you're the dressing guru got a shed with that name. The incantations in the summoner are said to be based on much older magic. One capable of clouding people's minds. My enemy is skilled enough to summon Guru Jaja. It stands to reason such tricks are not beyond them. Meaning I'm pretty sure here was likely tricked into believing the shade was this Olmia person. So it was all an illusion then? It's starting to come back to me. There was someone who warned me that a dear friend needed my protection. He was weird like a left hand, and he gave me these bizarre weapons. Blue like me? I usually fight with my fists, but I didn't think twice to accept what they gave me. I suppose their magic's to blame. In any case, I hope the real Olmia has been dragged into all this. Can you tell me anything about the one who thought you were, the one you thought was your Olmia? Where they may be hiding, perhaps? Not that I could, but when I got here, I was all by my lonesome. You'd been where exactly? Juno. At least I think this is Juno. Was there anything like that here before? It's mostly empty. There are a few people lingering about. If you know where to look, maybe they can tell us something. Go with the free shit. Until you can learn of this place. Don't have to worry about stuff like shit. You'll remain here and keep watching this lift. I said something foul on the winds here. So to leave this place the better. Let's have a look around. Probably drop by at 10 Shadow as well. To the back connecting spire all the way across the fountain. God, I was so running into you two. Wish to be overly forward, but why were you speaking with that Maosha earlier? More importantly, what was it doing here? I've never dared venture beyond the shores of Aragia. Unless, my God's going to change LNT at Organ. Is Juno next to fall? I don't think about his ages or invasions, but Bumble Driver is a friend of mine. There ain't nothing for you to worry about. Almost way more confused than we are about all this. Auction house, any questions? In the past, great wealth. Ooh, ow, my brain. Brain headaches are coming back. Adventurers gather from all corners of the world to buy and sell their spoils here. Taxes are a pain, but it's worth it for the wide selection. Just between you and me, though. But you can get a good deal of merchants spending their wares just outside of town. Why is it closed? Auction never closes. Anyway, everything's returned back to normal around here. Whenever they open, I suggest you stop by. You know, you might get lucky and buy something way below market value. Chat, I'm struggling to summon up the wherewithal to give a shit about this. You'll need a Juno, aren't you? You can tell by the way we're taking in the sights. This is built upon the Heaven's Bridge, connecting to the great continents of Kota Madashi. But it's an upper low level, an important administrative place for Lud Gardens. At least you would have before. Always in a low Juno people block. Or cut off. The situation is worse than I thought. Ooh! Goblin exchange. Talent scores. Oh my god, that's a lot of songs. Oh dear god, that's a lot of things you need here for a lot of music. Oh dear god. Party looking dark samurai dragoon. LFPOKTY. Oh, the diminutive shade. Alright, Chalulu divining 5 card, other weathers. Go? Where do I go? Don't... Oh, is there a working door? Oh. Oh, is there a working door? Oh! Oh. Oh, the door opens. Oh. That to inspire applicants invite our branch, please will issue membership. Chat, I'm bored out of my fucking mind. You want to talk about Fanfest? Won't open. Guess we're meeting Aldo. He's there at 10 Shoto. When Wilson 90, he's always there to lend me a hand. Reminds me of my friends, the Scions. So, going on a lot. Unfortunately, we're on our own here. Oh, I saw this. I didn't realize that opened up. I saw this and I saw it at the end there and I thought that was like, it's sealed off. I didn't realize it opened up. What? Why is this blocked off? Supposed to be stairs leading onto the residential area. Can't say I've seen your sort around here before. Where are you from, stranger? Limsa Limonza. Can't say I've heard of it. I was always passed through south from Sandoria, Bastock, or Windurst. Considering the present state of Juno, though, it seems strange to become a common occurrence. But I haven't said I heard of your home name either. That's not important right now. Times like this, need to know who can be trusted. What's ever happened is people are just as wild as we are. Just go back and find Baku Jaja. See if he's noticed anything. Returned at last. With answers, I hope. So we're truly in this... Sorry, this is Mystic. So we're truly in this journal, as she says. But I'm talking to Dawntrail. I never heard of a Juno or Santoria or any of those other places. I thought his name was Dawntrail. I thought Oyuma Mocha are from Aragia. Appreciate you're right. She has you to thank, I'm sure. Thanks for caring, I guess. And who are you exactly? You just want to ask me and go and look for you. Appreciate your concern, but I've never seen him before in my life. How could you say such a thing? I mean, you do look like the sort I might know, but I'm drawing a blank. What was the name, mister? My name is... Chicka Chicka Slim Shady. You must be the one they found wounded in the sky of Sanote. Well, we have to call you something. How about Al-Shal? Vagabond in the Mount Shatan. Though it might be closer to adventurer in Manifestation. Nicely chosen, brother. Does have a rather nice ring to it. Al-Shal it is. So where are we exactly? Juno! Or at least a close approximation. Sure you remember this place, don't you? Does feel familiar. What's so special about this place anyway? And what did that damn shit get off to? Bah, none of this makes any sense. The storyline is doing a really good job at making sure I'm not being pulled in and invested. Because all it is a bunch of characters from 11 just being like, I don't remember the plot of 11 either. Do you remember what 11 is? No, I don't remember what 11 is. Do you remember what 11 is? No, I don't remember what 11 is either. Damn. My, what a vexing predicament. Bullshit! Fucking bullshit! Fuck off! Fucking no! You were meant to be the most doomed goon in existence! You were the most doomed person ever! I sang a song when you got killed in your inevitable betrayal, by Zoral Shah's inevitable betrayal! Laughing at how he was the totally gonna die guy. God damn it. Hey! That's the one who put me under a spell, I'm sure of it! So the Bonua sycophant yet lives. What are you doing here? As you found me in a generous mood, I thought I might enlighten you as the nature of this place. It's been so long since you did a voice cutscene, I forgot what he sounds like. That's why you've come, isn't it? The young lady is correct. This is the Land Duchy of Juno. So we really are in Juno. Yet something about it feels so off. I never said this was the real one. It's an imitation, or rather convincing one I might add, which I based on visions of another world. You built this? That I did. When you and yours were on the Dawn 7's coronation, Zoraljar and I ventured to the gate of the Golden City. Everything was proceeding as planned, the gate's key was in our possession, and the power to reshape the world within our grasp. So I thought. In the eyes of the resilient sun, I was but a useless tool to be cast aside. By all rights, I should have died when he struck me down. But once the chamber was empty, the gate still open. I saw my chance. What I found when I drove myself across the threshold was an emptiness. A space beyond time. Was there in the dark expanse I beheld another world. That world was called Vana'diel. Here's a bunch of FF11 screenshots. What a load of rubbish! As if anyone would believe that everything here is a little more than one of your toys. Oh no! He turned to stone! As I said, everything you see here is of my creation. Much like we fashioned a phantom of good old Jar Jar from the feet of Brotherhood, so to use our ceremonial tools to breathe life into my visions of Vana'diel. There's Vana'diel. Under normal circumstances, my conjurings only have the strength enough for a brief clash. With that stone, however, my magics are capable of so much more! Isn't that what Zoroja used to build his army? Electro, he called it. Electro, you say? You know its name, but I trust you also know these stones possess immense power. Power enough my creations possesses for as long as I please. Fortunate then that the world between worlds was filled with structures made from electro. More than I could ever hope for. Wait, if everything we see here, everything we believed was Vana'diel, is of your making, then am I... Gods, that would mean I am as well. I use magic Legos to build my fanfic Disney World version of my isekai hallucination. You? Yes, well, to reveal thread in the tapestry of my grand designs. And what a wondrous weave it will be, made possible by the endless possibilities gleaned in that walk of echoes. The memories buried there, those remnants of echoes, will shape my dreams into reality. I once believed that dream lay in the resilient sun, but that bastard is dead to me, and also to everyone else. By my hand, or I will have the greatest rule the world has ever known! I've made an admirable start, but my work is far from finished. Very soon I'll draw upon the echoes once more to some of the great beings of Vana'diel, and their strength will be made one with this magnificent shade. The reason and resolve which built the nation of Tulialal matched with the uncompromising tyranny that commanded the Mamul Shah of that world. You want to listen to a reason, you'll listen to my fists! Just kill him. Again. That's the spirit. My preparations will take time, of course. When I'm ready, you can be certain I'll call upon you to bear witness to my greatness, or something, I don't know. Zoroja, wait. I just want this to be done. I just want to be done. Felice. Damn it all! Just when I thought things couldn't be more complicated. I can sense this Alexandria was trouble enough now, even this Vana'diel to deal with. I can imagine how appreciate Al-Shah might be feeling. What are you doing? Your very existence is called into question. First he served that tyrant Zoroja. Now he dares to serve the throne with his spell imitation of Dawn servant? Sniveling wretch. The world that was called Vana'diel. Al-Shah regards appreciated with the pained look in his eyes. Try as I might, I can recall nothing of my past to refute Zoroja's claims. Appreciate on the other hand seems to know of everything of a past who she is. You need to be told the memories of your life on your own. You can only imagine how she must feel. Now's not the time to be disheartened. At least not here, anyway. Or just anything made by storage try to be safe for long. Also remain functional. Let's show them my book while we still can. My mother want to know what we've seen here. I didn't go to that building, did I? I don't think I did. Photo shade, I got my cordials from you. Welcome, Chamber of Commerce. So yes, it's job labor. No, it's not. No. That's not. I'm tired and I'm bored. I'm tired and I'm bored and I have a headache. Streamer EP. Streamer also recovering from several days of exploding brain and has clearly not fully recovered. Streamer also can't help me bored, but because what's going on the screen right now is so fucking uninteresting. It would be interesting if I played 11, but I'm not playing 11. You might notice that I'm playing 14 instead. Now, return. I can say this isn't about looking. I know. I see Michael Jai returned safely. You brought a new guest. There you are. First, you want to explain what happened out there in Yaktel. Some bullshit. Like, does this not make the alliance raids just feel like a waste again? Again, it's not as bad as Shadowbringers for its alliance raid. But that bar is in hell. Not something from another territory, from another world entirely. I explained much of the initial confusion between us. My apologies for any trouble may have caused. Thank you for taking me in. Even among the people who really like the raids themselves, story wins no prizes outside of references, honestly. I just want them to give a shit about stories in alliance raids. Thing is, like, it's worse, like, it's worse because it's a crossover. Because I now know that there's nothing. But, like, it's not even just that, oh, it's because it's a crossover that the alliance raid has no bearing, like, has, like, very little interest in the story. Because this was also a problem with the last alliance raid series. Like, the last alliance raid series also didn't give that much of a shit about its story either. Honestly, that might be worse because this is not giving it. This is the game not giving that much of a shit about a story that is from another game. So, like, you know. Whereas in Endwalker, it was not giving a shit about a story that they had built up and teased at since fucking 2.0, and then decided to not really care about how they wrote it. Just, oh, here's an excuse for some fights. But it's like, we have these characters here, we have these characters, like, they don't even, like, they don't remember Juno, they don't remember each other, well, one of them doesn't remember the other, they don't remember what happens to get here, we talk to the guy, it's like not even a real, like, it's not even the real place, it's not like, oh, we've traveled to another shard, and another shard happens to actually be 11 or anything like that, like, it's just like, ugh. Even outside of the crossover elements, it's just not caring about what story it wants to tell, even outside of the fact that it's a crossover. It's why people shit on, like, it's why I shit on, like, Then look at Alliance Raid as well. I was like, ah! So they bolted this out of a really cool story. So Real Just survives getting more faster, goes nuts from seeing dimensional stuff, returns empowered. Onto the reference story. Reference loop and went, look, a story! It's just, there's this dialogue here. I know I'm reading it. I know it's not gonna fucking matter. And I'm so disincentivized to do that. And just combine that with, like, this is my first stream in, like, 10 days. Because my brain has been exploding. And it turns out my brain is still exploding at least a little bit. And I'm just like, I just don't care. Different worlds, and we seem to have so much in common. But wonder, what links the two together. Difference of about 3 numbers. So some more jar of your Vana'diel when we first met. May I ask what they're like? Nothing like you and yours, even if they do bear a striking resemblance. There was a time when all the peoples in Vana'diel and Mamojar included in your peace. But Taran, possessed of a terrible power, claimed rulership over the Mamojar, turned them against us before we realized that we were at war. They're similar to ours in a way. Very few of us born with 2 heads grow to be immensely powerful. Our powers used to justify our preeminence over all others. But that is not who we are anymore. We can be better than our forebears. We will be better! Traces of a good story, yeah? All our hard work will be for nothing if Seroja succeeds in seizing the throne. No one for Aiden stopping him, I promise you that. Ooh, keen to lend a hand, are you? I don't need to know who I am to know the right thing to do. My blade is yours. On my honor as an adventurer of Vana'diel, we will put an end to Seroja's schemes. Over here, I'm sure she'd have done the same. Right then, we can worry about whether I'm not, or whether or not I'm real another day. Oh, I'm gonna stand around and let the steel jar piss all over the memories of my home. You can count me in too. I will say, Appreciate makes me want to play 11. Appreciate makes me want to play 11. There is that. Don't think you're gonna forget about us. Sorry, don't think you're gonna forget about us. This all started in Yaktel, and we have a duty to keep our forest safe. Seroja has left us without show to follow. Only a matter of time before he reveals himself to challenge Manifest once more. Good to be ready. I think I've proven the two of you learn more of our world. Excellent idea, brother. We should start with doing it aloud. Let's see our preparations while we're there. But it's the second most popular character from that game besides Shanto. So that makes sense, because again, it's her, it's Appreciate and Shantoto that I've seen fan art of. They're the two that I've seen fan art of 11 and no one else. I've seen like armor. Fan art of 11, of like gear that people wear in 11, especially like Corsair. When people thought the Viper might be Corsair. I've seen like armor, like people draw like their adventurer or just adventurers in general in armor. But in terms of like named characters, it's only been Appreciate and Shantoto that I've seen. If you'd meet us at the Digital Landing, we'll see Appreciate and Ashal to tell you alone. I'm not that Ashan, pretty sure it'll be safe for your side. To make sure Bako Jaja doesn't have accept himself. Well, I'm trying to see the positives here. The Alliance raid was not bad, right? The Alliance raid itself wasn't bad. Sure of a hell of a lot fucking better than what we got in End Warfare. But like, I'm the one who wants, I'm the one who wants all Alliance raids to be on the level of the near Alliance raids. I'm the person that when I hear people say, oh, I love Orborn Monastery, I want to respond with, but Orborn Monastery is too simple. People are like, what do you mean? Alliance raids can be good. Haven't you done Orborn Monastery? And I'm just like, yeah, and Orborn Monastery is too simple. So what I got from Juno is like, there's a couple of parts of that are fun. It's like close to being on the level of Orborn, but I consider Orborn not enough. There's 24 fucking people. It should be as brutal as Nier. Shouldn't be as long as Nier. It should be shorter than Nier. But it should be as brutal as Nier. You can account for like 5 people dying to a mechanic because there's 24 bodies. That's why Alliance raids should fuck people up. But unfortunately, all Alliance raids get completely ruined by eye level. Why does Orbon still have the echo? It makes no sense that it still has the echo. Orbon does not need the echo that it has. It's so dumb that it still has that. I don't get it. Monkey Walkers, our Alliance raids are like near story-wise. No! 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 Does they still got hands just because it pushed people off the boat? Yeah, like, what's it called? Death something? Death Gaze Hollow? Thing is, I can point to, like, individual fights from different ones. Death Gaze Hollow, yeah. Well, it's like Weeping City. It's like Weeping City has Ozma. Weeping City has Ozma. And Ozma still takes people. Diabolos can still fuck up people too needing heal at LB3. There's one part of Diabolos that I find rough, and it's just the chase. Like, if someone gets hit by the chasing AoEs, if they don't move out of the way, it can wipe a party very quickly. If they don't move out of the way, then you just get the giant chasing AoEs dropping on them, and it just kills people very quickly. Especially because they all have knockback, so the chances of you getting knocked back into someone else's chasing AoE happens very easily. Again, I still have my issue when it comes to stories of Alliance raids. I wish they would take the stories in Alliance raids seriously. It only feels like they've ever taken the storyline in an Alliance raid as seriously as they should have once, and it was Crystal Tower. But I also, like, eye level syncing fucks up a lot of the game, and I stand by eye level syncing needs to be stricter. Alliance raids cop at the worst. Alliance raids probably cop eye level syncing by far the worst. Those balloon-powered airships are really something. I didn't expect the flight to be so smooth. So this is truly your lull. Before I forget, I couldn't help but notice how much you seem to know about me. Is there anything else you remember? I'm afraid I don't. You don't recognize me either. Perhaps we weren't acquaintances after all. Well, I don't know if you was likely ever heard in a tavern somewhere. Patrons sharing stories of your famed exploits. I see. Well, I'll leave it at that then. Now, where to begin? Brother, would it not be wise to first apprise the landscape of what happened? Would you prefer another stern lecture from the vow of reason? I don't us to the Vana'diel. Fine. Could you keep them occupied while we see the landscape? Maybe take them to eat or something? Ah, I know. Take them to Auntie's to sample the tacos. Here, but that first meal of yours we spoiled. Aw. Just so we're clear, we're not expecting you to earn your forgiveness. No amount of good deeds will ever undo our past. But there's always time to build a better future. At least everything we're getting with Baku Jar Jar is like primo shit. At least every time Baku Jar Jar is talking, it is premium Baku Jar Jar content. At least we do get that. When you get there, tell her we sent you. Sorry, when you get there, tell her we sent you. She'll see to it that they're taken care of. Oh, Shaw's on another 11 characters, so people are assuming he's like meant to be play character, which is why his character is so meh and undefined. I mean, his name literally just means adventurer. His name literally just means adventurer. I'm sure I remember me, but she doesn't even seem to know me. God, who am I? Oh, these tacos, eh? Let me guess, they serve tacos. Tacos. Oh, I can hardly wait! I eat tacos all the time back home! I suppose it wouldn't hurt to take a more scenic route. Maybe something along the way will help jog Al Shell's memory. Baku Jar Jar got our tacos back in to make sure to get you some with plenty of ligma. But see if it really sound like anything I've ever seen in Vana'diel. Can't tell what a relief it is that everyone here can get along. Oh, there's 11 full of racism. On the streets of unfamiliar city. Back on another adventure. look, we get this little moment, right? This feels like them giving a bit of a shit about the story. In terms of like, hey, we're with our characters, let's like do something with our characters. I guess that's comparable to certain moments in Evilus. There's certain moments in Evilus where they're just like, what story's happening? Ah, it's references to 12 and Tactics, don't worry about it. But they do dive into like the characters and what they're thinking. And I guess that's also what we're getting here. We may not care that much about like the storyline of like, the storyline is someone's literally just making fake versions of Final Fantasy XI to throw at us. But like, let's at least have fun with the characters. I can take that. I can take that. The 1.0 to 2.0 general populace attitude towards societies is more in that game because there aren't really any allied societies. These creatures remind me of the truck boss of Vana'diel. So adventurers found them indispensable would be no exaggeration. From shore to shore, they were faithful companions. Rest over the roads might lead us. Do have track races as well. Line races versus beastmen. What time is that? Do people actually ride those things? Trigger's the only beast I've ever seen using for riding Vana'diel. If they have any, I'd sure like to see them. I have one, but I can't pull it out in the city. We're not allowed him out in cities yet. Maybe that'll be a Thunderhell thing. Again, I can appreciate, like, this I can appreciate in terms of, like, hey, if we're gonna have characters in our story, and, like, the storyline itself isn't gonna do anything with them because they just start as, oh, I don't remember anything, and then the reality is, oh, they're just, like, simulacrums. Like, we don't even care. Then at least, like, oh, let's hang out with them and have fun with them and, like, explore their characters. At least we get that. We get some, at least, character depth to them. Even if we don't get anything, like, even great story-wise. Because we barely fucking got that with the fucking Mythodrome is so bad. Like, anything bad that I'm saying here, anything bad that I'm saying about this, I can at least say, but fuck, it's nowhere near as bad as Misters of the Realm was. I get, like, again, this is what I mean by it's like, this is B- content. That's like, there's a lot lower than it, but there's a lot above that too. This is like, definitely better story than the, like, they're caring more about the story than the last two Alliance raids, which isn't saying much, but it's at least a little bit more than that. And at least gameplay-wise, I'd say it's equal to Evilus. It's from what I've seen so far. It's at least equal to Evilus. And, you know, the only Alliance raids that beat Evilus in terms of gameplay is the near ones. So, you know. It's not like it's the worst Alliance raid. In fact, for Alliance raids, it's decently high up there. It's just, across the board, Alliance rates are B- or worse content. And for how big of a deal they are, it should be better than that. I come away from most 8-man raids just being like, holy shit, that 8-man raid series was one of my favorite parts of the entire expansion. And I come away from most Alliance raids just being like, damn, that is one of the most forgettable parts of the entire expansion. And that gap is so bizarre to me. I don't get it. Unfortunate setting later reasonably appreciates first reaction of Buckle Jar Jar assuming she needs to fight to avoid ending up in a cookpot. Shadow was second my name on day one, I tell you what. Okay, Shadow Lord good. Don't get me wrong, Shadow Lord good. Shadow Lord good. That was the best fight in there, definitely. Shadow Lord good. Shadow Lord high up there for Alliance raid boss. Don't get me wrong. Like, every mechanic that he did had something interesting going on. I wish eye level scaling meant that we could have seen the harder version that people said that existed of the unique arena. My first run, 1 near white to Peruche, 3 webs to Fatmir, and Arc 5 to Shadow Lord. Oh, eye level scaling. I mean, also just people know the content more, but also, oh, eye level scaling. Can't say why, but I remember something looking at Sand Dunes. There was a man on the docks who claimed he could teach me new battle arts. But he only agreed on the condition that I retrieve for him a Damselfly one. an apron, and a magic skull. I don't suppose you've made on your travels to make such queer requests. My home is surrounded by the ocean too, you know. It has the most beautiful views on a clear day. No, the occasional monster though. So I've been able to walk around like this, your guard up all the time. Again, I think my disappointment of like what this is just hitting me a lot harder. Because it's just been so many alliance raids in a row. Gaslit originally buy some shitty wine once, does that count? I'm just why a few comes in the way of the market. From living in the major cities of Vana'diel as well. Of course, there's no shortage of the unscrupulous souls living in the wilds as well. They'd gather in droves and give chase to adventurers, forcing everyone to retreat back to the safety of their town. So these are markets until you're low. So many sands I wouldn't know where to begin. So that's making my head spin. So I'm very sure to hit the spot right now. I appreciate it, remember, you're about to eat tacos. You can get tacos al pastor. I think they're the ones with pineapple on them. First two archangels, one being because nobody, including me, had interrupts on their bars and we died to meteor. No was interrupted by meteor on day one. I will give the vocal. I will also say that though. I will give the vocal box credit. Those are some of the those are like the best vocal box that we've gotten in an alliance raid outside of Evilis. It's hard to beat Evilis's vocal box for its alliance raids. So like obviously there's that, but like nullifying dropkick to your fat head is pretty fucking good. All of the archangels just talking about like emotions to kill you with is pretty fun. I mean, none of them are misfortune hangs heavy on a head once held high, such as poor cover for when the heavens fall. None of them are that. None of them are that. But you know, pretty good. Nullifying dropkick to your fat head is pretty good. Hell, shout out to Appreciate for having her vocal box actually be the tell for her mechanic. Shout out to Appreciate actually having vocal box be the tell of the mechanic. We're fucking pulling out Kingdom Hearts level shit here of the boss of like, what's the tell for the attack? It's the words the boss says. Kingdom Hearts does that shit all the time, where the main tell for an attack is the boss using a voice line. So shout out to Appreciate actually having her voice lines be the tell of like what you need to do to solve the mechanic. Test of your reflexes, yeah, that's also another one, yeah. That is another every time he says that, you do that. You know what I really wish we had gotten? You know how there's Bosnia duels? The one-on-one duels in Bosnia? Where like they crank up the difficulty to like one-shot kill stuff that I eventually still want to do one day. We really need like a solo ultimate of the Xenos fight. Like don't lock it like normal duels where it's like, oh, it's a 1 hour wait period. Just like have some form of like unique system exclusively for that one fight because fuck it, it's worth it. Give us like a solo ultimate of fighting Xenos at the edge of existence. Crank that difficulty up to as high as fucking possible as you can for a solo fight. And have like the reward be like his glam or some shit if you win. Or his hair. Just fuck it. A way to do solo instances without having a new game plus would also be fun, yes. Every time I see Thunder goes, names abbreviated TG, I just think of Android 16 from DPCA. This off story has at least not offended you. We're B tier from C. What the fuck are we doing there? Give us the fabled Xenos minion. There's the place, right? I can smell the savory meats already. You know what you could do for a Xenos Ultimate? because it's a solo instance, Extreme Plus solos are a long-standing request. They seem disinclined to grant beyond Bosnia duels. I understand why they don't want too many of them in the game. I get because they don't want to like lock off that much content to solo stuff. It's why like the main way that we get it is like Blue Mage stuff. It works in Bosnia because Bosnia is inherently like group content, and so you're competing against other people for the chance for it, which is why it's so prestigious to get the titles for doing all the solos, because it's not just about doing that. But I feel like a one-off because of the Xenos fight is worth it. Doing a one-off because of the Xenos fight, I think is worth it. But you know what they could do for the for a Xenos Ultimate? To like incentivize people getting really fucking good at it? Have a tier list of rewards. Xenos Ultimate starts with the whole player with shooting a transition, each player being put into a separate ring to fight their own Xenos. If anyone dies, it's a wipe. I can easily see that being what they're saving it for. But if you do it as like an actual solo duel, fuck it. Make it like a tier. Based on how fast you do it. Have like Xenos Minion, Xenos Glam, Xenos Hairstyle, and have it so like to get higher rewards of getting all the unique stuff, you have to clear the fight faster. Which means like not only evading mechanics, but better uptime. Even beyond just fight solo instances that do unique stuff like Thancred Stealth Section, yeah. And you must be Art T. Buckle Charger recommended me sample your tacos, so we'll have 3 of your finest, please. Xenos Mount, if you're really good Xenos Mount. Buckle Charger sent you did it. Take a seat on we run over with a tray of our world famous fare. Are we gonna actually get our taco eating cutscene? We ate tacos canonically at the beginning of 7.1, but we didn't get a cutscene for it. We had the tacos and then we skipped it. Until when they were eaten. Tacos at long last. Oh, how I've waited for this moment. This is also my reaction when I see tacos. And also they have soft shell tacos, which are just significantly better. Fuck you, fight me, soft shell tacos beat hard shell tacos every day. I mean, like, I do... Also me when I eat tacos, very valid. I thought nothing can match the rich flavor of our tacos back home, but the spicy thing with this meat is something else. I had to give us 2 rounds of tacos because we're deprived for 4 months. Now, don't get me wrong. There is an element here of, are the Final Fantasy XIV devs aware that there is Mesoamerican food outside of tacos? I feel like they have glazed tacos specifically perhaps a little bit too much, because it kind of does feel like, are you aware there is other Mesoamerican cuisine? But also tacos are so fucking good though. I personally prefer burritos. I personally preferred burritos. But tacos are so fucking good though. I mean, I'm sure, like, Shibruk Bill still has a tortilla with it. Have they shown off a Mesoamerican food that hasn't had a tortilla? I'm trying to think. Oh, there's the there's the Mika Bobs. There's Mika Bobs, like, on the stand. At Shabrotier. They have Mika Bobs there. And corn. And the various amounts of corn. Nachos. Well, nachos have corn chips. So. Shibruk Bill is definitely like. Shibruk Bill is not a taco. It is not a taco. Just because it's like saying that every sandwich is the same sandwich because oh they have buns or they have bread. Shibruk Bill is different to taco. But it is like saying every single American food is just a variation on a burger. I think that's the comparison. It's like there is a difference between, like, you know, an American chicken sandwich and an American beef burger. saying that those two are the same thing is silly. They are different, and there can be a lot of differences even outside of just the chicken and the meat parts in terms of what you put into it. But it would be like having an American, having a, like, United States of America expansion, and literally every single food is just a variation of a burger. So you'd say people who call chicken sandwich burgers, it probably is. I mean, yeah, because I'm Australian. I call a chicken sandwich a burger. Well, the scene at least apparently is because of tacos being a food item from her home in 11. Yeah. The meal's a buck or Jar Jar, so don't hold back. Sometimes our food is hot dogs. We have food that, say, we have burgers, and we have hot dogs, and we also have pizzas. Brashear's taking the lead, but we won't be outdone, surely. Show the Warrior of Light eating a taco. We can't show the Warrior of Light eating a taco. We can only imply that the Warrior of Light is eating a taco. I also have to suspect that part of the focus of tacos is 100% because of big fat tacos. You can't tell me that when they were just like, we're having a South American based expansion and food's gonna be a part of it, that the decision to have tacos be included a number of times, you cannot tell me that part of the influence of that decision was not big fat tacos. Because this dev team references community memes all the time. So big fat tacos absolutely plays a part into why we focus on tacos as much as we do. I couldn't eat another bite. Thanks for treating us. It was almost like a taste of home. Vana'diel. Seeing as how we still have a little extra time to ourselves, did you hear more about Vana'diel? All the notes in the raid were community things. Yeah, exactly, yeah. All of the notes we were reading around were just like things that the community was saying. 20 years ago, the land was gripped by a terrible conflict. The Crystal War, they called it. It wasn't long before my home, Vana'diel, was drawn into the struggle. People in Juno too, like the guy waiting to find a group? Yeah. During their assault on the peninsula, the Beastmen launched a weapon so powerful, it sundered the land connecting us to the mainland. Those who survived fled to Vana'diel and Safehold. It wasn't much, but we were able to piece together a modest living down in those caves. Sorry, I'm spoiling the mood, aren't I? You're an adventurer too, aren't you? Have you any tales of daring you can share with us? Oh, way too many. Oh, way too many people. Way too many places. Way too many minions, mounts, tomestones. Traveling other worlds and saving this one from the very embodiment of despair. What the fuck? Wait, really? You're not just an adventurer, you're a goddamn living legend! A hero and living legend. Sorry for the wait. There was much surprise at Ansgardov, as you well know. The Saruja was behind the stolen relics, and the sightings of good old Jaja was understandably difficult for them to hear. One of the only people have appropriate reaction to the world's stories. Wait, what the fuck you mean you flew to the edge of existence to save the world from the embodiment of despair? What do you mean by that? Don't worry about it. And yet there are others enticed by the rumors of the strange portal in the woods. But some foolhardy treasure seekers have even gone off looking for it. Don't give me a weekly of having to go in there to like run through the entire dungeon to pick up something for no reason just so I can come back and have a bit of dialogue, please. A dangerous thought, so instead of jacket shop anytime with more of those echoes. But as I'm going back to Juno to make sure our people stay out of there. If you're gone, so away. If Pete's sitting around waiting. Again, all of this, since coming back to Tulio LOL, good shit. It's not necessarily story depth, but it's character, like, fun interactions. It's fun character interactions. And that's good. I like that. Again, it's not like, oh, here's like the super deep story that's going on with Juno. Again, it's literally just like, oh, go on all of this, look at all this stuff. But like, we get character cool shit, and that's nice. I'm glad that we get that. Again, it's better than what we got in fucking Myths of the Realm. And significantly better than what we got with, Nier. Again, B-. Again, overall, I think, like, between what we get for the story and the characters and also what we got in the Alliance raid itself, B-. I just wish that B- wasn't a high bar, like a high level for an Alliance raid. Playing through Code Vein 2 gave me a great appreciation for the gap between story writing and character writing. The former in that game is fine, not bad, it's okay. The character writing in that game is amazing. I think it's why some people complain about 14. Because I feel like some people really want more than anything character writing, more over story writing. And there's no issue with that. Like, you can have preferences. Do you want your story to be about themes that are, like, transcribable to a lot of things and seeing a lot of characters working through those themes? Or do you want your work to be a character study of going in-depth on a character and going super deep with that one? There's no right or wrong answer of how to write a story. There's no right or wrong in terms of, like, which one is, like, you prefer or anything like that. There is no right or wrong to, like, which one's overall superior or anything like that. But I do feel like there are some people who, they come away from 14 just being like, I wish the game focused more on the character writing and less on the story. Because 14 is very focused on its story because it's very heavily focused on its themes. 14 will literally turn the characters into what it needs to suit the themes of the story rather than, like, in-depth character studies. Kind of the closest that we get to in-depth character studies is Wooklamart, because she's the because of how heavily they focus on her being a protagonist. But also, Wooklamart's entire character arc in this is thematic, is based on themes, because it's based on the themes of 14 from all the prior expansions, just condensed into one, and Emmett Silk. But I also don't think Emmett Silk's character writing is done as well as what it should be for what it is. So there's also that. Yeah, I think that's one thing that a lot of people have with 14 when, like, people complain about the writing of 14. They're complaining that the game will turn its characters into what it needs it to be for the sake of its themes. Shadowbringers, I think, the hardest the game has ever gone on character writing, not just for Emmett, but for Thancred too. I would agree that Shadowbringers is probably the most focused on character writing. But also, still the character writing of, like, everything in Shadowbringers is still heavily based on on themes. Because, like, nearly every single character in Shadowbringers has a thematic parallel / foil. Which ties into, like, the core themes of Shadowbringers as well. So, I do agree, it's the most that, like, an entire expansion has gone in on character writing. The character writing is still very much based around the core themes of Shadowbringers. So, if you don't vibe with the themes of Shadowbringers, you're probably not going to vibe with the character writing, because the character writing is, like, turned into all the themes, just like what the themes of Shadowbringers as a whole are anyways. Again, I think that's why when some people complain about the writing of 14 and say, actually, Final Fantasy 14 has always had bad writing. I mean, I literally saw that, like, earlier this week. I literally saw someone say, Final Fantasy 14 has always had bad writing, and the reason that Final Fantasy 14 has bad writing is because the story has themes. I literally saw someone say that earlier this week on social media. And they were just like, Final Fantasy 14 has themes, and the game writes its story around those themes, and that is why it is a badly written story. So, there is that element to it. I think some people who complain about the writing of 14 are just like, but I want it to only focus on the characters, and I don't care about the themes beyond that. I don't care about the narrative of the world. I only care about the characters, and I'm just like, different game. That's not what this one is. Themes are the king of everything in 14. It might do it might do character writing, it might do narratives, and everything like that. But all of those are still at the helm of, or behind the helm of the themes, being what define what everything's going to go. It still does that. Feel like part of the reason is that for the characters in Shadowbringers Sounds are what anchored us into the story, and the otherwise completely disconnected from the previous world. It is the first time you get a lot of character writing around the Scions, these characters who are meant to be your best friends since A Realm Reborn, and a lot of them haven't really had arcs that they've really gone through. They've had like maybe one or two moments of, here is a thing for this character that they haven't really finished exploring, and then so in Shadowbringers they actually got to do that for all the characters outside of Alphinaud. There's definitely a school of thought that the characters should guide the story rather than the story guiding the characters. And again, there isn't a right or wrong for that. It's just, if you want the characters to guide the story, 14's not for you. Or at the very least, I think complaining that 14 has the story guide the characters, if that's not what you want from it, is a silly complaint, because that is, like, that's going somewhere that sells strawberry ice cream and saying, can I have a chocolate ice cream? And they say, we only have strawberry ice cream. And then just going like, but I want chocolate. Again, it's fine to have preferences, but maybe we should bring Booklamon, that other friend of yours. What was it? Really sure I've had Tavnazian tacos before. But famous for their hardness and help stay off fatigue. Perfect for those who often found themselves in the defensive. God-sized tacos are bloody brilliant. Nothing better than good food and good company to pass the time. Dangan in particular has an amazing duo arc with Rim and Flea. I don't know what people who say there's no good character writing are smoking. Well, no, again, like, the complaint that I saw earlier this week was that Final Fantasy XIV has themes, and the writing of Final Fantasy XIV is about those themes, which inherently means that it's bad writing. That's what I saw someone say. Like, they're that person who heard one of the writers for, like, Game of Thrones say that themes of the book report, like 8th grade book reports or something, and took that completely to heart. To just be like, if a story has themes, it means it's inherently bad, because a story having themes is inherently a basic, low-level, like, literature concept. Real stories are about people, you know? Not ideas of life or anything like that. What's up, Ghana? Juno! Bungo Jaja has returned to Juno. But we have time to show you more to your love. We can't afford to have anyone wondering about him, Juno. Let us make haste, Yuctel. Again, I'm definitely more positive towards the story side of this. I'm definitely more positive towards the story side of this, here, because of what we got here. We are getting character moments. Again, what we're getting with Bakul Jar Jar is good. Seeing that Bakul Jar Jar is, like, actually following through on, What he resolved in the MSQ to say is nice, even if it's like about a story that's like not really connected to what the rest of the stuff is about. I mean, it makes sense, like, you know, he's still defending his home and stuff like that, and trying to make sure that his home stays that way by like fighting off Surreal and everything like that. Like, that works. It's just, you know, kind of wish it was a bit more connected to him. Bruchet's just fun. Bruchet's just fun, and I like seeing her interact with characters, and that's fun. Oh my god, shiny! Found a shiny one. I'm definitely more positive on it, in terms of, because, like, we really jumped into this with absolutely no, we jumped into it with, like, no fucking setup. We jumped into it, and I was just like, I don't even know, like, what we're doing. It's why I had to clarify if it was a crossover. Because I'm just like, there's a character from that I recognize is from 11 here. What are we doing? Like, the setup was just, like, absolutely nothing. The setup was, go into this thing, here's a bunch of shiny shit, enjoy shiny shit, and then it was go, and I was like, okay. Yeah. It's not winning prizes, but at least it is an incredibly thin plot excuse. Bringing Bako Jar Jar here does at least mean that we get some level of 14 storytelling here. Because, like, think about for the Nia raids, they try to give us some, actually, it still has some 14 storytelling, with the twins of the dwarves, to be like, no, look, it's the dwarves. The dwarves that we've, like, mentioned in the MSQ, because they're the rivals of the other dwarves. Look, it's still totally about Final Fantasy XIV, actually. But it involved, like, a group of the dwarves that we never actually met in the story, and focuses around two dwarves that weren't in the rest of the story, and what their storyline is has nothing to do with what the rest of Shadowbringers is. And in fact, thematically goes against the rest of Shadowbringers. So it's like, it actively spits in the face of Shadowbringers with its story. At least here, we are getting we're still getting some storytelling about parts that are connected to Final Fantasy XIV, and expanding some elements of what we know about Final Fantasy XIV, because Baku Jar Jar is still here. Surreal is somehow the villain of it, so at least we still get some level of 14 storytelling. It's not woven in anywhere near as neatly as Evilis is, because Evilis is just like, this is now, we're making a new Evilis and tying that into the history of the world, and like that does inform other parts of the history of the world. So you at least get that for Evilis. Because Evilis, like, establishes Rabanastre, it establishes Dalmasca. Dalmasca comes up when it comes to Bosnia stuff. Ultima is important when it comes to Pandemonium stuff. The history of the Gallian people and, like, how they ended up in, like, Corvos land is established. Like, there's multiple elements of the Evilis storyline that actually just, like, it does feel like it is part of this world, because it does connect, even in small ways, to other things. Which is, like, you know, what the rest of the world building does. Everything here about the world building of, like, what Vana'diel is has nothing to do with what the rest of the world building of 14 is. But at least we're expanding on Baku Jar Jar. At least we're expanding on, like, Mamuk a little bit. So we get that at least. We get crumbs. We get crumbs. And in Myths of the Realm, I was given an empty plate. And in Nia storyline, I was slapped in the face. So you know what? After those two, I'll take the fucking crumbs. But I'm still gonna be sitting here wishing I actually got a meal at least. I'll take the fucking crumbs, but I would still like more. So we clear this place out, the better. It's hard to blame anyone for wanting to take a peek inside. I know I certainly would. I speak for myself, the idea of running headlong through a mysterious rift to God knows where in search of treasure seems absurd. You are not a main character of a Final Fantasy game then. Pussy. There are no shortage of legends like the City of Gold to inspire would-be treasure seekers. No risk is too great if they believe their dreams can be realized. Efforts better spent on a more honest living, I'd say. Walking the noble path like you, brother. In any case, whoever we find in there, we have to get them out. Quickly. Lower Juno. Excuse me, sir. You seem to be very wayward. We need to get you out of here. It's dangerous, don't you know? Sir, it's very dangerous for people to rock up half-dressed. There are dangerous people here. You need to flee, my man. I think he's listening to me. Here's how rushless it seems, but none of this is real. Marble shop by the name of Surreal Jack created this place. We need to address the elephant in the thong in the room. And we're one of those weird shadow things that's to gobble you up. I'm now realizing what this is. This is Omega again. I'm now realizing what this is. Taking very different tactics and getting them to leave. This is Omega again. This is introducing like the exact criticism that I have of Omega. Of the fights just being, oh, conveniently the bad guy can make a bunch of stuff from other Final Fantasy games. So you get to experience it in this game, but it doesn't have to be canon to this game. It's the same thing as it's just Omega again. It's just Omega again. The further I get away from the Omega questlines, the more that does bother me about Omega. The more it does bother me that Omega questlines are just like, we want to bring this thing from another Final Fantasy game, but we couldn't be bothered to come up with a reason of how it should exist in this world, so, it's fake, here you go. And we're doing that again here. The Omega storyline when it comes to Omega, Alpha, Midgard, Sorma, Nero, Sid, all of that stuff in Omega is great. All of that storytelling is fantastic. But it very much has an element of most of the fights feel like filler because it's just, oh, it's fake shit, here it is. Again, it's one of the biggest strengths of Arcadion. Arcadion may not have as like much story going on in between the fights as what the other raids had. I definitely noticed that. Its cutscenes were definitely shorter. But every single fight in Arcadion feels very important because every character that we fight in Arcadion feels very important because every single one of them is a character in the storyline. The nature of it being a wrestling thing means every character gets to have their personality that they exhibit during their fight. They get to have their own like off-screen presence that you see in different moments. They get to have their like on-screen personas that they get to show off. Like none of the fights feel like filler because all of them feel like very important characters. Whereas in the Omega stuff, it's nearly every single fight feels like filler because what you're fighting has really nothing to do with the actual storyline until you get to the last 3 fights, which is Midgard's recreation of Midgard Sorma, Omega itself, and then Omega themselves. When I jumped through that rift, I was expecting a dungeon. Maybe a labyrinth. Nope, whatever all this is. It's dangerous and I need to leave? Don't make me laugh. Not long ago I had someone crying on the streets about some rare stone they found. Something that could be worth a fortune. I'm not going anywhere, there's riches just lying around for the taking. Please, I swear to God. I don't care how dangerous it is, there could be a good reward at the end. Motherfucking MMO players, I swear to God. See, it's not all what it should be. Alright, we can give her a drink right now. Hehehe. Alright, you're just stealing shit, okay. We don't mean to threaten you, but you need to leave at once. But it's more dangerous than it looks. LFB. We got any other people who are brazen enough to come in here and hang out in the city? Looking the fool. Players being shades, is that like a reference? Mia, 1K, can I have? Alas, my love, so shy. 1 star is recorded Dale. I am Patrol. I feel like the shades specifically are meant to be player characters. Hello, Patrol. Is this a reference to someone like Door Wedge? How you have like Final Fantasy XIV Door Wedge and it's just a person who just sits in front of a door so it doesn't close because they're the Door Wedge. But people just hang out the front and just be like, I'm Patrol. References to players and circumstances. Hey there, Hitsaro. Never seen a city like this in Terral before. Dangerous, you say? Perhaps I should hold off on surveying further. What a shame. I'm on a rather curious stone I have with me. It was stolen by some Tonawata brute. Though knowing the value of that stone, I can't say it's worth giving chase, but he ran off to the south and you mean to go after them. I believe it now if it's truly as dangerous as you say. I'm gonna be leaving soon. Again, like, why couldn't the story, like, why does it have to be a fake? Why does it have to be a fake Juno? Why does it have to be an artificial Juno created where these exist? Why couldn't we just be like, oh, the storyline takes us to, like, the southernmost area of Yoctel, sorry. Why couldn't it just be, oh, at the absolute most southern reaches of Yoctoral, we've not explored much there, but we know of a city there called Juno, and then just incorporate that into, like, the lore of the world. Why can't we do that? Why can't this be done like Evilus? Where we incorporate the idea of the actual place into the lore of the world? Why does it have to be a story of just, oh, it's a fake thing created, don't worry about it? Why couldn't we make parts of 11 have, like, a version of them that is part of just the world naturally of 14? Again, they did that with Evilus, and it worked pretty damn well. Why can't we just do that here? Again, I get why you can't do it for Nier Automata, because it's Nier Automata. It's very different to what 14 is. You know, the difference between 11 and 14 is not so drastic that you can't have one just be, like, existing and the other doing its own thing. Yeah, I'm looking for some fancy trinkets too? Well, feast your eyes on this. I got a cube. You spoke with anyone who would listen, though if you were too stubborn to heed our warnings. A block of raw electrode, but how? I think you're the one who found this. I'm sorry, but we can't let you leave that store. It's too dangerous. You expect me to just hand it over? Bah, this isn't Tulialal. You have no authority here. I found it and I'm keeping it. It's for your own good. Put down the stone and walk away, or else. Careful, brother. Lay a hand on him and the vow was over. Never let us hear the end of it. Worrying at her debt as it is. Fine. Come here to make your fortune, yes? Then let me pay you for it. I will certainly save me the trouble of finding a suitable buyer. But expect me to let it go for cheap. Oh no, we're gonna have bidding wars. Oh no. Oh no. Someone's selling something in the lobby for trade. Someone's gone to the Grand Central Bank and they're offering to trim your armor. No, don't do it. You're just gonna give them your armor and then they're just gonna trim it and then just go to another world and not give it back. No, they're just gonna take your money. Don't listen to them. Oh, Shaman's willing to pay. I assure you I can pay more. Okay, just what we needed. What are you supposed to be doing now? So in the circumstances that I'm in this place would likely take more time than we can afford. Of course. Why not hold an auction for the stone? An auction? I'll certainly simplify matters. No, not the auction house. No. But save you trouble bargaining with all these interested parties separately. Incentivize them to pay you handsomely lest they be outbid. What side are you on? Fine by me. Well, I'm expecting payment in Gil. It's going to be, I'll be taking me overseas so I can finally live the life I've always wanted. Chat, why are we going to the auction house? I told the auction already and get this over with. I'm guessing our show was inspired by the nearby auction house. Still, that was quick thinking. Auction traveling make things easier for Buckle Judger. Should make an Appy's competition, of course. Well, for every last good of my name if I have to, that stone will be mine. I've always been turning a tidy profit these days, so I have coin to spare. Oh no. Oh no. No! Not the auction house! No! You may have your opening bids. No! Damn it. Can you end the meeting? We sell the Wind Waker down. No! Cute minigames in my lines request is more likely than you think. It's just that the auction house is scary. No! It's a good guy to drive with the cost so much. Shout out to Final Fantasy XIV's method of selling stuff to other players that incentivizes people to undercut what they sell so fucking much, rather than how stuff is sold in every other MMO where prices are encouraged to climb as high as possible with an auction house design. Shout out to 14 for deliberately avoiding the auction house. Until now. What do coin you can use? Around 1 million gil save the front works and thanks God. Oh, that'll be enough. I will crash this fucking market before I let you outsell me. Once we turn on Wild and Thief, the auction will begin. You may also first speak to the other respective buyers and receive hints regarding their potential bids. You're 1 million gil? Alright, 1 million gil on the cube. Oh no. Oh no. We've got 1 million gil all top. I'm trusting you won't need to spend all of it. Wish I had money to join in. Seems like fun. God. There's a party that will recover the trope, but wouldn't do show your hand too early. Better be conservative with your bid, staying just ahead of the competition. How much above them do I need to bid before they get like stunned and they go, "Whoa," so they can't bid again? No time to bid for the back of all this bargaining nonsense. All I need is one bid to win that stone. More merchants relieved me of my stock a few moons ago. It's a good thing they did. 1,500,000 gil, and I was forced to spend half of it in preparation for this expedition. You know, 750k. Apparently, FF11 the auction house is their version of market boys. They build that are buying. Don't know what the value that was for the items. Whoever bids at least as much as the price set gets it. Okay. Yeah, RuneScape is double blind. I do remember that. I do remember RuneScape being double blind auctions. Yeah. I do remember that. I do remember that in RuneScape. It's why you'd always have people just like trying to scam new players out of way more like oh, I'm gonna let me sell you this rune axe. I'm giving it to you for a bargain for only 100k, and it's like you can buy it from a shop from another town for like 5. You just got no idea. And that's what I was referencing before with the armor trimming. So you could also just have people where it's like, oh, I'm gonna trim your armor. Just give me your armor and the money, and I'll give it back to you trimmed. Don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. Eve also uses similar system 14 where you buy, you say either a buying at or selling at or buying at order, and all orders are public. Again, I appreciate 14's system because I like crashing markets. So what's your offer? I'll place a bid. More than drilling missing for the auction house letting you buy specific amounts instead of specific stacks. That'll probably lower a lot of prices. Yeah. The auction has begun. Outbid your competitors for the electro while conserving your capital. How much will I start with? Don't make me type in a number. $100,000. Is that all? Then I'll start with 400,000. Who's gonna must be a its inventory system when you could pick up other players on the item's death? 400,000? Doesn't give at least half my savings, but we have to bid more. Yeah, don't go out into the wilderness. People will just steal your shit. 500,000. Bold move, but I'm gonna learn that that's all you have. 560,000, yo. Half my savings gone. Surely they're close to conceding, right? For fucking Jar Jar. $1 million gil. See, the thing is, if I say 700 now, the other guy could turn around and say that would only leave me with 50. Ooh. But if I say 6, he could say 7, and then I say 750, which he'd have to match. $6. We'll keep lowballing it. 600,000? How's anyone going to compete with that? One out of the running, good. Then I'll bid 700,000. Yeah, he immediately jumps to 7. Yeah. I'm gonna actually do auction strategy for request pog. Well, there's no point in saying 8 because if we go up by 10,000, there's no point in saying 8 because if we go up by 10,000s, then we could get like 760. 710,000, yo. Shit. We'll come too far to back down now. 720,000. Reason they bid by such a narrow margin? Someone's reached their limit. 730. Nah, I'm done. Yeah! We may have been able to say 700,000, and if we jumped to 700k, he may have been more apprehensive. But we didn't even have to push it to 750, so we won. Finally, it's over. I'm like for business dealings manifest. Maybe you were a merchant in another life. $730 is best. Oh, so you just lowball the entire time. Perfect. There is no Wind Waker mechanic of bid so high so quickly you stun the opponent. This looks to be all of it. The stone is yours. Ba 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 ba. Also, another good element of this. This is good because this is like the vibe of 14 in here. Like, oh, we don't have an auction house. We don't have auction house system in 14. Oh, so we get a little mini game to see like what the auction house was like in 11. Also good shit. Also good shit. This is good shit in terms of like the 11 aspect of this. I want a tungsten cube. It's more expensive than I would have liked. Oh, that a few hunt bills can't make up for. I hope. Bro, the big weekly one only gives like 5k. What are you talking about? It's gonna take forever if you're only doing hunts. Where was this 2 hours ago? Why did we start with no introduction whatsoever? Why did we start with, oh, here's a portal, jump in it? Why was that the start? As fun as that looked, I'm sure it would have made a mess of things that were me. Tend to get a little carried away under pressure. So he goes to 720, yeah. Yeah, there is no Wind Waker shock the opponent mechanic. Does he get 2 elite bills per week instead of 1? Well, to be fair, I get 3 per week because I go back to Charlian and another reflection for mine. So to be fair, I am getting an advantage over him for that. It's not exactly like he can travel to the Crystarium to pick up on bills from that deranged psychopath Moogle, where I can. Well done, friend. Let's have a look at that electrope. It has many uses, I've heard. Ah, its presence. It feels familiar. You bid all 1 million, they just start crying about having to only eat plain tortillas for a few weeks. The Shadow Lord. Yeah, did the Shadow Lord, like, die when we killed him then? No mistaking that deep and bitter malice. So must have served as the heart of the Shadow Lord's echo. He was a being of pure hatred, responsible for bringing about the Crystal War. I was part of the company that would eventually bring his reign of terror to an end. You helped defeat the Shadow Lord? Meaning Ashar must have been there with her. But I don't remember ever hearing about that. In any case, I'll hold on to the Electrop. We should hurry back and speak with the Lance Guard. Yeah, I'm definitely coming around a lot more to this storyline. After we beat the Alliance raid and we're getting all of this, we're actually getting, you know, moments, you know, sit with the characters, do things with them, get like peeks into like the world of 14, ideas of characters and stuff like, you know. This is way more than we got for Myths of the Realm. We got so fucking little for Myths of the Realm. We got so little in that. It was so upsetting. Excuse me, but were you speaking of the Shadow Lord just now? This is what you wish to know. Perhaps I can be of help. Heard a great many tales of the fiend of the bards who frequent the taverns here in Juneau. Ah, you're the person who's gonna give us yeah. every quest line for like raids has some guy who's like, oh, let me tell you more about it. Waiting over yonder near the fountain of my kindness to arrive, but you're welcome to speak with me until they do. You want some lore? Maybe later. I need to pee badly. Maybe later, because I need to pee. No, lore's just gonna be spoilers when I play 11. Most welcome offer. There's much to be said for a first-hand encounter with the echo in question. Perhaps we're going to revisit these tales another time, after I've gone home and peed. Let's return to Dawntrail and speak the Lance Guard. Manifest. Come and meet us at Bright Bone Post. I did have an entire can of iced tea lemonade. Very quickly. Me, most annoying guy, because his mini quest marker does not disappear from the map. Why? Why has he just constantly got that? Come on. Why? How dare you? Why? It's like all of the repeatable quests that still exist for relics, and just they'll never go away because they're repeatable quests for relics, so you need to always be able to do them. So you'll just go to fucking Mordona, and there's always going to be, no matter what you do, like 5 fucking quests in Mordona that it reminds you of, to be like, oh, I got it. No, never mind. It's just fucking ARR relics. Never mind. So I'm gonna go to Idleshire. Get the quest line for now so you can go piss girl. Yay. Well, after the quest line, you can start telling me about Fanfest shit. We're gonna do that while we're waiting in queue, and then the queue is actually really short. Oh, somebody revealed the Lance Guard would already be here. Let's go all over. PW will train them a lot. There's going to be a match even for our soldiers back home. There'll be 2 triple triad opponents in Juneau, though, after Fanfest. After Fanfest yellings. Because I'm pretty sure people are busting at the nut to tell me about it. I'm busting at the bladder, but it's a different thing. Once again, we're left with nothing but time in our hand until Sir Roger shows himself. I suppose there's no shortage of work to be done if we ask the Lance Guard. I suppose all we can do for Sir Roger is to wait for it. You may be better served exploring the realm, familiarizing yourself with the land. It wouldn't do to find yourself lost when you're needed most. That's the God's adventure! What a great idea! You'll come with me, Ashar. Don't you dare say you're not interested. Any self-respecting adventurer would jump at a chance like this. I'll not deny the suggestion, piques my interest. Alshar just looks up, smirk on his face. That I cannot deny. And Walker starts playing. We warn you now, though. The wilds of Taral are for danger. It is no place for the unprepared. Appreciate fight is iconic, not the hardest or best, but just so fucking funny. And that's the thing, it's the first fight of the Alliance raid, so I don't need it to tear me apart and fuck me up. It's funny enough that the girl just goes, nullifying dropkick to your fat head! And then Aurora uppercut, and then knocks me into spikes and I hit my bum bum. That's enough for a first fight. What's up, Hannibal? I need to pee. You want to do that for me? Hannibal, can you come over and pee for me so I can continue streaming? Thanks. Oh, I welcome the challenge. Thanks. I can hardly count the number of times Vana'diel has been visited by some world-ending calamity. But no matter how dire things may have seemed, we always found a way through. Together. This will be no different, I'm sure of it. There's nothing we can't do so long as we have each other. So when does Monk unlock nullifying dropkick to your fat head in this game? When do we get that? Is that in 8.0? A band of adventurers barely met, united in the fates of grace of great peril. Just like old times. Are adventurers always so sentimental? Is that so terrible a thing? But yes, is the answer. Yeah, yes. Extremely so, yes. That's God. Ah, here he is. The moment we know anything about Sidojar's movements, I've asked him to contact you. Why do I have this funny feeling you're going to learn something about his movements in a couple of seconds? Watch everyone gets spiked or falling off the side because they did not wait for it is amusing. I have to redo the Archangel fight because I want to like the Archangel fight, but it seems a bit odd. Grand Duchy of Juno. I have to redo the Archangel fight because it seemed like it wasn't doing what it was meant to. It's what it felt like. Meanwhile, in the Echo of Tulia, it is a little lame that the villain is like a guy who we thought died, and he's brought back a guy we definitely know did die. It is a little lame that that's like the villains. Once again, Dawntrail not beating the Stormblood 2 allegations by having post-story content being like, what if we brought this character back from the dead? Dawntrail not beating the Stormblood 2 allegations. Soon we will slaughter them all. Is that not so, Sarioja? I don't actually know how the voice of reason sounds for Galul Jaja, so I'm just gonna be like evil, because it's evil Galul Jaja. Soon, my dawn servants, very soon. Then there shall be none to stop you from taking your rightful place on the throne. Oh, you just want to put the shade on the throne? You just want to put the shade on the throne? Because, like, you made him so he'll listen to you on Legs Araja? I'm dead. Ugh. How fortunate for me, he lacks the wisdom of the true Dawn Servant. But if you will be made to fit to rule, must choose from the echoes carefully. Shadow Lord had promised, but Vana'diel is a rich lander of rich history. And instead of for those who are but a blink and an eye in the annals of history, I must not settle for the main villain of the base game. No, I must go into further and further expansions for deadlier and deadlier main antagonists. With the strength of the ancients, I'll bring Toral, nor the whole world, to its knees. I have to go and play the expansions, find more threatening people, pay more of my sub. We did it! I'm gonna go to the bathroom because I've been busting for like the last 20 minutes. I'll be back and then we'll do things. Yay! And we're back. Incredible GIF. Incredible GIF that Deku has shared in the Discord. That I'm going to try and open up. There we go. There we go. Let's just do a bit of this. Incredible. Incredible GIF. I'm sending you to Final Fantasy XI. Ah, no! I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Anyway, yell at me. How do you want to do this? Do you have a... Has anyone made their own keynote? Has anyone made their own keynote? Who wants to tell me about the Thunderhill? Now that you've done this quest, you can find, appreciate, and I'll shall around Toral. Okay, that's adorable. I have a notepad article at least. So is it like, do you want to just like tell me in the chat, or is there like... Okay, I rewatched the keynote. Are we just going to be typing things in chat? Well, let's... The music is... We need to go somewhere. Hey, remember. I gotta... Where's, Oh, Solution 9. Solution 9. We gotta go somewhere where we can watch a TV. We're going to Solution 9 and we're gonna watch the TV. So let's go to was it Neonstein? We can go to the bar and watch the TV. I remember. Oh, I have the coin? Oh, there's the coin! Or Del coin. I also got stuff for scouting. Probably because I need that. Jesus. So is this full on the Archangel gear? It's just full on what the Archangels were wearing. That is edgy as hell. God damn. Cool stuff. I'm sure there'll be people who like it. If all of the stuff from Juno is that, it's not gonna be anything I particularly care about. What's up, Ratio? Did you hear they're playing the latest Fanfest on the TV up there? They're on the TV up there. They're going to be playing all of the newest announcements from the newest Fanfest. And I'll turn down the game sounds a bit so it's not as loud. Every time you run Juno, you can get a bronze coin. You can trade 1 bronze coin for the Quetzali upgrade mats. So the way that I understand it is you need a coin from this one and the second one to upgrade Historia, right? And then when the next one comes out, you get a coin from this one, the second one, and the third one, and that will upgrade Bygone. It's not just, oh, the coin from the second one upgrades the second one. You need all of them, all the previous ones as well, right? I believe that's what it is. From what I've heard, at least. Second drop silver, you need a silver and a bronze. Yeah. Most recent one only gives 1 coin a week. That makes sense. They've always got to like gate it in some capacity to be like X number of weeks to gear up. Same as like I can only get so many like of the on like the highest level tombstone per week. You can only get like certain drops from like the raids per week. Yeah, and you can stockpile old ones. Yeah. Well, that's why I figured that the raid might go quick today, because people might be trying to get coins now because they're gonna release the new coin soon. So on, you know, new patch comes out, they can do that raid immediately and then immediately have the coins from the last ones to turn into the new one. That's why I figured it might pop quickly today, and I was decently right. All right, expansion for Fanfest time. Expansion name, Evercold. Evercold. So it wasn't Blind Frost, because that's the name of a location. But it is Evercold. Okay. Ooh. Well, what could Evercold be? Other than cold. Shut up. Obvious. Ooh, Evercold. Also Evercold. I have 3 immediate assumptions of where it could be. It's an Ilsabad. It's Ilsabad. I've seen people say they want a proper Gallian expansion where the Gallian Empire comes back. I fucking hope it's not that. But I could see, you know, some more areas of Ilsabad. Corvus, like, we've not been there. Like, we've only been to one area. Well, we've been to 2 areas of Ilsabad, Bosnia and Garlemald. So I could see more of that. Again, the Blind Frost in Othard's North. Or a reflection that is attuned to ice. They're like the 3 obvious ones. Those are the 3 obvious things in terms of like if it's cold. Evercold really is really close to Iceborne. We're getting Once Hunter World. Volcana's gonna show up. It's gonna be sick as hell. Volcana's gonna show up and she's gonna attack our base, and then we're gonna put up a 12-foot fence in front of the flying dragon, and the flying dragon's gonna forget that she could fucking fly, and then we're gonna shoot a machine gun her and drive her off. It's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be so good. It's gonna be so good. 6 months earlier than anyone expected to. The name, do you mean? Or... I thought the name was always revealed at the first Fanfest. So, 6 months earlier for what? Oh, release date January? Isn't that what everyone predicted? Didn't everyone predict that the release date was December/January? That's what I always assumed it was. 2.5 years for an expansion, and Walker was end of 2021, December. 2.5 years later is Dawntrail. 2.5 years later is December, January. At the release, I heard people saying late next year. Late next year would be more than a year between patches. No. No. Some people were counting from the delayed Fanfest schedule, which pushed their estimates back. Yeah, but I think when can the team book venues is not necessarily a key indicator of when the video game's gonna come out. Again, 2.5 years for an expansion. Like, 2.5 years after Endwalker was Dawntrail. 2.5 years after Dawntrail is Evercold. At like, the January is 2.5 years after Dawntrail's release. It's like exactly what I was expecting it to be. I'm okay with the logo. Late next year would be over 3 years after Dawntrail. Exactly. There's no way it would be that long. There's no way it would be that long. I am okay with the logo. No key arts, no anything like that. Though, although to be fair, you probably don't even have the key art at this point. key art usually shows several characters. I imagine you wouldn't have the key art yet. But I'm down for a logo. Logos are usually pretty. Logos are only, like... It's funny because, like, the variation of logos, like, Endwalker's logo is such a massive fucking spoiler. If you know it's a spoiler. Endwalker's logo is a huge spoiler if you know it is. Whereas Dawntrail's logo is just Talia, basically. With hints of the City of Gold. Shadowbringers is literally just Dark Knight. Stormblood is literally the last shot before the credits. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, in Stormblood, it's literally the last thing you see before the game ends. Evercold. Ooh. Okay. Okay. That's an Aura. Okay. We have an Aura main here. Interesting. I can't tell. I can't tell if this is a tree that's frosted or whether it's meant to be like a crystal formation. It's either a tree or a crystal formation of some kind. Okay, okay. That's the ultimate weapon from Pokemon XY. I can say that. I can say that. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Oh, the shitpost is so fucking quick. Oh, the shitpost is so fucking fast. Oh, if I pretend something like Bahamut Meteor Crystals an AR and a Christmas tree with snow. Seeing it bigger because of damn it's cold. I'm definitely getting tree vibes. But why is the tree expanding out like that? Adventure. Okay, this is all down. Okay, I thought that was gonna be related to this. I'll finish. I'm gonna finish thinking about this. I'm definitely getting tree vibes. I'm definitely getting tree vibes looking at it closer, because the parts that extend out definitely look like branches. But why is that the shape of the tree? Why is the shape of the tree coming out like a bowl at the ends? That's an interesting shape for it. And also, yeah, the aura that's, like, on the cover of it. Some form of, like prayer offering. Some form of, like, possible, like, maiden offering prayers. Vibes of Aerith praying at the Marco thing at the beginning of FF7. Okay. Adventure activity. Alternative to current gearing system. Lets you log progress, do gearing, excite activities, all in one place, not a battle pass, not microtransactions. Plans to reduce time between patches. I don't know what any of that means. Do you have a picture from a slide? Trying to lean more towards a weekly progress instead of the daily current system to help make stuff... I don't know what this is meaning. I like the idea of shifting from from dailies to weeklies. Because how I play 14 is usually by focusing on weeklies and like knocking out certain ones each day. And usually focusing on daily stuff is what slows me down from doing that. But when you say not battle pass, I then wonder, why do you have to specify it's not like a battle pass? Then my concern just becomes, why does that have to be specified that it's not a battle pass? It looks like a weekly battle pass. I need to edit out the spoiler real quick. Aren't you also happy that you have to put up with my bullshit? Aren't you also happy that you have to put up with my horse shit all the time? Isn't it just so fun? Isn't it just so exciting to put up with me all the time? Sure, you all love it so much. Daily world bonuses and things are dead. You get progress points against a battle pass looking system. Although your IPF's got the 7.5 patch key art on it. Oh. Yeah, I was about to say, it was like, I thought you wouldn't have the key. Oh, 7.5 patch. Oh, yeah. The way they said it, they're setting it up so that whether you spread out your playtime across the week or do it all over the weekend, you won't be punished for skipping days. I mean, like, I'm not super focused on gearing at the moment, but I have noticed getting 450 of the mnemonics a week, I'm basically never hitting that. I have noticed with just the, like, with me playing the way that I do and what I'm focusing on per week, I am basically never hitting 450 mnemonics a week. Part of that is just because when I play, Duty Finder is so fucking slow that I don't do enough roulettes per week to get that done. Because of the time that I play the game, most like roulettes for me take 15 to 30 minutes to pop. So I only get to do 2 or 3 roulettes a day. And depending on what that is, and depending on what other stuff I'm doing, I'm never capping mnemonics weekly. I would need to play, like, I would need to straight up play at different times of the day to get it done. Because the time of day that I play, aka after streaming, like after work, after streaming, queues just don't pop fast enough for me to get shit done. A modernized version of the challenge log. Oh, okay. If you're okay, that makes a bit more sense in my head. They literally said, yes, we completely understand that everyone is tired of the time sign grind. We've been doing it for 13 years and we're tired of it too. Okay. That is not a UI I would expect from 14. What are we doing? What is going on? What? What? What the fuck? What? Excuse me? What? We started playing Destiny 2? What the fuck? Holy shit. Quite the gacha game inspired mock-ups, which made the room feel real sound until they clarified what was happening. This is why I had to specify this is not a battle pass. Use why as an early mock-up, not final, so it may look different from when it launches. Seems like translucent full screen pop-up menu against your current location. I mean, I'll be honest, the idea of like, I really like this. I like this specifically a lot. The idea of when we boot up a menu, our character is in the menu, but in a dynamic pose. I really like that. You can set the they get what people want from their Warrior of Light so much. Because this, like, like, obviously, like, this looks battle passy and everything like that, right? Like, yeah, like, all of this looks battle passy and shit. But this looks like just, like, modern video game UI in terms of, like, boot up the menu. It looks fancy. It shows, like, the character and stuff like that. Another thing in the image, seasons refer to patches. Each pair of patches is one season. 8.0, 8.1 is the one season. At the same how odd and even patches are in terms of gear. Well, that's the same as it is now, right? So basically, a season is just like when new gear comes in. That's no different to how it works now. Just it's a different word for it, right? Because currently the way that it works is every even patch is when new gear comes out. Seasonal patch cycle, so it's even and odd. They just chose a terrible word for it. They showed it translucent will die on the other backdrops later in the presentation. Okay. I mean, this is the Crystarium. I can see this is the Crystarium they're in right now. Instead of guild / XP rewards for doing various things weekly, you get general activity points. Not actually changing how they do it, just putting a name on it. Okay. So the idea, okay. This is a mock-up, so it's hard to say. Functionally, yes, time change over, yeah, E1s. Formalizing something that was only implied before. I am noticing that there's like, there is like Orchestrion, Emo, and Mount rewards here. Whether that actually means anything at this stage. Because there is a gear progress and there is an all. Don't really go over what the rewards end up being beyond some alternate to gearing. Well, so basically, is this basically replacing tome gear? Like, this would be a replacement for tome gear instead? Like, you work on your weekly stats, when you get up enough weekly points, you earn you'll earn stuff towards getting, like, your current tome gear. Yeah. Level 110 is also in that image. And then it has, like, season going from here to here, yeah. Screen after has a mock-up of what the list of activities might look like. Okay, yeah. Tomestones and Challenge Log are rolled into this. Okay, so it's, like, all combined. I mean... Oh, whoa, oh. This is Moogle Tomes. It's Moogle Tomes, but for gearing. That is a really good change. Tomestones, Challenge Log, Moogle Tomes, like all combined together. Battle and Crafter, yeah. Oh yeah, you can like gather and deliver 5 collectibles. Synthesize and deliver 5 collectibles. Frontline is here. Fucking ocean fishing is here. Fates, trial with the highest possible. Main scenario, straight up MSQs on here. Anything you do in the game can help contribute towards your gearing. All the people who wanted Mogtomes to actually give good items. You get points for gates, yellows, and basically anything. Okay, like weekly activity points 3,000 and like MSQ. You can do once, and that'll give you 500. Do a dungeon, you get 300. Well, 300. That says 300 plus. So I guess like for every dungeon you do, or possibly if you do a higher level dungeon, you get more than that. Like for Frontline, it says 300 plus, so maybe like the higher ranking. First time bonus, you get it, yeah? Some would be one time, but some are repeatable. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, there's gonna be a long way out, so who the fuck knows? Like, we can't take these as, like, gospel. If you don't get your full 3,000 for the week, as long as you get your 3,000 for the next week, you can work on leftover for 1 week prior. Wow. Oh, wow. Okay. So you can take a full fucking week off and not worry about it. Just game hard the next week. And honestly, by hard, it doesn't even seem that hard. If this is roughly what they're giving us, it's not that fucking hard. You do your daily frontline each day, and that gets you 2/3 of the way there. You do your daily frontline to work on its own battle pass thing, basically. And that gets you, like, fucking 2/3 of the way there. Did they tell you about free trial? No. I'm assuming they're going in order of the thing, so we haven't gotten to free trial yet. They had an example of a person who works a lot and just spends the weekend working through it, and they'll be fine. Rewards heavily playing one thing or grazing on half a dozen different things the same. I mean, because that's the person that I am. I work on a lot of different things because I'm like, I have long-term achievements in mind that I want to do, but I'm not someone who wants to put like 6 hours straight into the one thing. I'm someone who I want to work a little bit on all the things that I'm working towards each day. So this works great for me. If you're still just going through dailies, you'll basically be unaffected. Nice. Hey, Yunsa! I'm getting my own Fanfest, and it will probably take longer to do than actually watching the keynote presentation. But that keynote presentation will have spoils, and I can't be spoils. So I'm making everyone do a lot of work to show me a bunch of bullshit. This is okay. Keynote was like 3 hours. Jesus. I didn't realize it was that long. So when they say, we've heard what people have said about gearing in this game. Have you watched through the whole thing? I've not watched any of it. I've not watched any of it. I have chat literally sending me screenshots on Discord of like the things that I'm allowed to look at. And everything else I'm not allowed to. Yeah. Yeah. Got a very, very specific list. Because I am an asshole who is just like, the spoilers though. Yeah. Yeah. I'm an asshole and I'm demanding chat do work unpaid labor for me. So I can get to Evercold and be like, ooh! Yeah, to be fair, it's not even just like, oh, what about Evercold spoilers? It's also just like, I'm literally not even caught up on MSQ yet. I definitely will be by the time Evercold comes out. I'm now realizing the lease for where I am ends in January. I can't imagine there being a reason they wouldn't renew it, but they better fucking renew it. I swear to God, if for some reason they decided to not renew it right as the fucking new expansion came out, I'd be mad pissed, but... It's not like a particular worry of the lease running out. It's just like leases go on a year-by-year basis, and just when it goes, they'll renew it or not. Yeah, like my parents have lived where they currently live for 4 years now, and it's just once per year the lease runs out, and then they just renew the lease. So it would only not happen if the owners had a reason to not renew it. Which is always possible, which is what fucking sucks about how renting works in this country and most countries. But, yeah. Hey, you're not caught up on Dawntrail. Again, the thing is, even if I was caught up on Dawntrail, I wouldn't watch the keynote live, because I don't want to know, like, story stuff for the new expansion. Item level sync for multiple jobs, alt jobs, copy highest item level. So need to level them, but don't need to... Whoa, what? Item level sync for multiple jobs, alt jobs, copy highest item level? So there is no gearing multiple jobs, you just gear the character. And then just every job is at that fucking level? Wow! No longer stuck playing Black Mage in a raid tier, when after you've done the first two and then it turns out the third fight is fucking awful for Black Mage. You have to level the jobs individually, still just not the gear. But leveling the jobs is easy. Getting the gear is what fucking sucks. A single set of gear takes like 7 weeks. It takes like 7 weeks of like mnemonics to gear a job. And if you want to go for a different role, it's the same level of number of weeks. And if you want a different job, it's like 1 or 2 weeks for the weapon. So gear has to just function completely fucking differently then, right? Materia is also right at you can't escape building hell. People complain about how long it takes to gear up jobs are finally justified. I mean, if there's one thing, because like one thing I want to do with 8.0 is mental roulette, right? But I want to do the mental roulette job roulette. I want to start that series with 8.0. Of we go into mental roulette and we just do a bunch of mental roulette. But before we go into each one, we do a roulette of what job to also go into mental roulette with. So my thought process of like for 8.0, my main thing for gearing is I need to make sure every single job is geared to the eye level requirements for mental roulette. That's not necessarily hard, but it does mean that before each patch drops, because every patch will increase the eye level requirements for mental roulette because of the new raids, trials, dungeons, etc. that get added to the mental roulette with every single patch, I'll need to make sure every job before each new patch comes out is up there. This could wipe that out, and I don't have to worry about that anymore. Because I have to acquire the eye level ones, which might not be as easy as it is now. We don't know yet. I mean, again, like doing it once, I have no issues with. I have no issues with getting the eye level requirements once. My main thing was just I was worried about getting all of the jobs up high enough so I could just randomly choose whatever job I wanted to. And that's how I play. I have macros for various random job roles. Well, again, it's like if I do when I do mental roulette, that's what I want to do. I want to do random job, go into mental roulette, and just like let it be whatever. It's not a unique concept by any Rowena out on the streets. Wait, so new players aren't gonna understand that one cutscene in Shadowbringers anymore? New players aren't gonna understand that one cutscene in Shadowbringers anymore, where the Warrior of Light looks over at the tombstones and is like, "Oh, got things here." Armory system update. Bam! There we go. Oh yeah, so straight up like, here's my warrior, and boom, it's 790, gets passed on to these. Also, hi Yoshi P. Insane frame for EX/Savage, so you can flex roll so easily. Not often because materia difference, which does make a difference. But also, rip tombstones will be kind of missed, maybe. How the fuck are old relics gonna work? Like, how do you get Mandeville relics now? What currency do you turn in? Yeah, even just old Poetics gear. What currency do you turn in for that shit now? What currency do you turn in for old X-Pack stuff? How long will we get nostalgia posting for Poetics? Well, unfortunately, my Poetics phone case broke, so I can't even be like, oh, but my phone still shows it. Can't imagine they'll drop. Yeah, Poetics will be the one last surviving tombstone. The only tombstone left will be Poetic tombstones. Oh, and I guess Moogle ones. They never explicitly said we're killing tombstone, just they showed this new alternative. Yeah. Yeah, and this shows the white mage at 752 and black mage at 766, and then bam. Interesting. Interesting. It would just be Gil. It would be so much harder for some people to do old like relics with Gil over like tombstones. Presented as another alternative to cap tome/savage rating for eye level increasing. I mean, savage rating, I can see how that gearing would like beat this, but this does feel like it kind of replaces tomes. Like, this feels like this replaces tomes. Like, do you still need the tome system if this exists? This is way more. This is way more of a fucking change than I was expecting. Making them scaling guild would be death for newbies. They legit end up grind gated because they can't afford eye level to move on. Yeah. I imagine people watching this live are kind of losing their shit as well. Yeah, I don't think anyone was expecting, oh, we're just gonna fundamentally rework how shit, like, functions now. Yeah, 8.0 is just like, yeah. We're starting a new era of new shit. The game is updating for the fact that the player base is on average 35 years old. The devs are just like, we're aware that most of you are 35 or older. We'll do this. Worry at first, but I feel like people go on them as they explain stuff. I mean, you show this and I immediately understand why people get worried. Again, like, because there's always, like, when it comes to Battle Pass shit, right? My issue with Battle Pass stuff is not, oh, do stuff and you get, and it ranks up the rewards. My issue with Battle Pass stuff is the FOMO it introduces. My issue with Battle Pass stuff is that it gives the idea of you have to get a certain amount of success within a limited time or you miss out. Which, one, missing out on the rewards is a shitty feeling, but it also means if you're doing something, like, say it's Frontlines, right? Like, say it's this Frontlines one. Yeah, whereas a Frontlines campaign, it says like 300 plus. Say you get more points for getting a higher ranking in Frontlines. If you attach FOMO to it where you can lose out on stuff permanently, then what that means is that, oh, I did worse if my team lost in Frontlines. Fuck, now I need to play even more Frontlines in the very limited time window that I have. So it makes not doing things optimally feel worse, on top of just it feels bad to miss out on stuff permanently. That's the issue with the Battle Pass system. It's why I stopped playing Splatoon 3 after the first season, because it made losing feel awful. It wasn't even just, oh, what if I miss the gear reward? Like, what if I miss the unique gear and I can never get it again? It was also a case of just, every loss wasn't just something I could brush aside and just continue playing. Every loss was a reminder of, fuck, now I need to put in even more work in the limited time that I have left. And that feeling fucking sucks. So if we can avoid that, it's fine. And their PvP Battle Pass now avoids it, because I know if I miss something, I know it will at least come back to be possible to get in the future. So I don't worry about losing a Frontlines match. I don't worry as much about not getting all of my Frontlines done every single day, because one, you don't need to do that many to actually finish a season of Battle Pass for the PvP in this game. But two, if I don't get the rewards for something, I know they eventually will come back. So I'm not like, fuck, I missed on that thing forever. That sucks. That's the issues with Battle Pass stuff, and also the extra money that you pay. But has been out because he's a dad now, and he said the system absolutely is getting him back for weekend 14 streams. Yeah, he can just play week 14 on a weekend for like a stream and just be like, bam, we'll do that, we'll knock this out in like one stream. Bam, let's go. Dead Silence filled the room when that mock-up stream was so heavy. People legit thought they're going free to play, pay for premium model for a minute there. Yeah, the fact that it looks so similar to that stuff is unnerving. But again, but I think they do it to just like get across the concept of what it is. The split bars there, all and gear look exactly like how free premium battle passes are laid out. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they are. They are. I mean, I will say, like, there's a balance here, right? Giving people rewards that, like, because, like, let's be real, there are going to be people who play this game who don't care about gear, right? The brought up season referred to the even odd patch, like I made very sure not to specify they don't mean it like a season pass yet. Like, look at this. Say it's like, oh, this is orchestra roll, this is an emote, this is a mount, right? This is a good incentive to also get people to do this weekly adventure activity stuff, because let's be honest, There's gonna be a lot of people who play the game who don't give a fuck about the gear. As long as they can play the new content when it comes out, and they have like, as long as when the new patch drops, I can play the trial, I can play the raids, I can play the dungeon. I don't give a fuck about gearing beyond that. There's gonna be people where that's the case. So doing all of these activities per week so they can get best in slot and all of these little things, they're not gonna give a flying fuck about that. So the idea of also incentivizing, hey, but if you do all your weekly activities to get your gear, you'll also get the fun stuff that you like playing with. This is also a good incentive. It's just a case of, is this going to be missable? Is this going to be stuff you can miss permanently? And then that's where the worry comes in. This looks like what they already have in PvP. Oh, this 100% feels like it's like... This feels like the PvP battle pass system was put in, and what this feels like, it feels like the PvP the battle pass system, the battle pass-esque system they have for PvP, and also Moogle tomes were the test bed for this. It 100% feels like they let they've experimented with and changed around how things work for the battle pass system for PvP, and how Moogle tomes work with the Mogpendium as a test bed to see how players react to this. And when you have a look at certain types of content and how much more they pick up in terms of how many people play it when Mog tomes drop, people respond to it. It's the way it's specifically joining what were previously a bunch of disconnected content styles together. That's the killer feature. Playing is rewarding without delineation. I mean, because that's like what people have praised Final Fantasy XIV for a long time for that. Nothing is required for you to play. You play just what you want to. And now it's just a reward system that actively incentivizes that even more so. Yeah, this is obviously something where this could come out and it could be fucking garbage and everyone hates it. But there is promise here. There is promise here in terms of this could work really well. The specifics are always going to be what it is. The specifics are always going to be what it comes down to. But this has the promise of this could work really well. Will be the thing of seeing how the final screen is looking in-game unless it makes your UI bigger. UI like this may look too busy compared to the rest of the menu UI. I'm okay with like something like this feeling like more like a modern game rather than an MMO. I'm okay with certain UI aspects feeling like modern video game rather than old MMO. And again, people love their Warrior of Light. Getting to open up a menu that shows your progress of powering up your Warrior of Light, and your Warrior of Light is literally in the middle of that doing a cool ass pose, people will like that. Like this makes your Warrior of Light look cooler than the current menu of you open it up, they're standing there in a neutral standing pose with like the list of gear next to them. It makes your character look cooler, and people are really attached to their Warrior of Light. But I should say that the new lead content designer for 8.0 is the guy who made Crystalline Conflict PvP jobs and the seasonless reward tracks. That tracks. Gather 10 things from your island sanctuary. Well, that's one thing I have to wonder. Because the way that Moogle tomes work, there's 2 different weekly tasks that change every week. So I wonder if they'll apply that to this. Will this list of missions per week change per week to incentivize different types of content each week? Because I could see that happening. Oh, this week ocean fishing's on there. Get in an ocean fishing this week and test out that system. Oh, this week deep dungeon's on there. Deep dungeon queues are now going to pop a little bit more. They did specify they're going for a more character-focused design. So kind of a wild thing to say considering 14 is already very character-focused. So how many more things do you have to tell me? Because I feel like we've spent... I mean, like, obviously this is going to be a huge thing to discuss. This is obviously a huge thing to discuss because, holy shit, this is a big fucking change for the video game. This is huge, don't get me wrong. But, if you've got other things... Oh, these headphones are dying. Even the lights on the box are like not lighting up properly. Oh, my headphones are like on the edge of dying. This is 25 minutes of a 2-hour presentation. This is gonna be a lot of what they spend a lot of time on, just because, yeah. No butt slider, but more customization options, including glams for moving animations, but that's waiting for Berlin. Glams for move animations? Action and animation glam system is coming. Please wait for Berlin. Do we know what those words mean? Because I don't. Customizable combat animations? That sounds so over the top that I don't believe it. So I'm just opening up a bunch of things here. Boom, 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 boom. And then we'll just go through those. Color picker. Like straight up like a fucking hex circle. Not preset colors, just fucking straight up like a hex picker. I mean, that is a pink cat girl. That is a pink cat girl. Wow. Wow. Shrek look. Because the way that it works, Lady Highlander Wooly. Trans rights Vieira. I say trans rights Vieira. Because again, the skin colors that you have at the moment are like what are like quote unquote law compliant skin colors. Like you'll notice the difference in skin tones between like a sea wolf and a Hellsguard Rogadin. There's like law compliance for which one it is. And now I feel like they're at a point where it's just like, fuck it. Fuck it. Do what you want. Do what you fucking want. That Miko looks sunburned. Well, it's like, oh, you're a Seawolf Rogadin, but you have like dark brown skin. Yeah, fuck it, why not? Brookhaven got a new friend. Emo Lala. I've seen this person at concerts I go to. Fully customizable hair, skin, nails, layerable face painting, eyeshadow, lip gloss settings. Can you have your nails permanently be colored? Can you have nails permanently have color instead of like, oh, certain pieces of gear color your nails? Can we just have permanent, like, so every time your character's fingers are exposed, they've always got nail polish on, instead of needing the nail polish item? They should do that. They should do that. They should do that. It's weird that for some reason certain Gleams, Minifist just no longer has her purple nail polish on. It's weird. It's weird. Lemon Lime Rogaden. It improves eye and lip customization, new eyeshadow feature, and face paint layering. Options are for Rothcars. What am I looking at here? There's stars, but like that was a thing before. What am I looking at here? What's the difference? Makeup. Eyeshadow. Chat, the face blind person has shown up. I can't tell the difference outside of this. Migos a star over her face marks where it wouldn't be allowed before. Oh, okay, so that is new. It's something our teacher will be using because she's got the forehead glyph thing and as such can't use makeup. Oh. Oh, okay, I can see that little line there. That's new. So, there are ones like you can do it with currently exclusive with other face paint options. Okay. Oh yeah, so I can see, yeah, her eyeshadow is like a lot darker underneath the eyes there. Okay. Manifest already has eyeshadow, but I feel like Manifest eyeshadow is already as pronounced as what this is. The graphics update for Roganin, like, already made Manifest eyeshadow as standout as what this is. I feel like, so I don't actually know how much that's going to help me, because I feel like on Manifest it already stands out a lot. Toggle on/off select parts of individual gear. Whoa! Hat visor, but for, like, body parts? Wow. Can I get rid of the knife that my monk glam for some reason has? Can I get rid of the knife that my monks for some reason has equipped? Clarify, this is built off the back of changes that were being done all throughout Dawntrail. So this is part of like the graphics update and stuff, yeah. This is a single toggle, not individual parts, all on or all off. I can understand that. I can understand it being a single toggle because you have to be able to load in everyone in Limsa. If everyone in Limsa can have like fucking 40 toggles on their gear, the server will explode. It'll need to be Evercold in the server room for the servers not to explode. So I can understand it being a single option. Oh, the Island Sanctuary shirt! The Island Sanctuary shirt can get rid of its weird backpack. Yo, let's go. Let's go. Oh, so you can just make that a dress without the big fluffy arms and without the giant one there. Even with that limitation, that's still essentially 2 appearances for every gear piece. Absolutely. Again, I can think of a lot of gear pieces that Manifest wears that have like a lot of accessories. And some of them it works really well. But like I said, her monk glam looks fantastic. Her monk glam also have knife. Monk glam don't need knife. Monk glam punch. Monk glam don't need a knife. And I also think the monk glam has like some extra pouches hanging off of it. Strip all of that away. Monk, athletic, move fast, nimble, dynamic. Not things hanging off and banging everywhere. Don't need to get a handpiece that gets rid of the poofy sleeves. Yeah, let's go. You can have this and just have like normal gloves on it. Yeah, and like this gets rid of the big heavy scarf if you don't want it. And this gets rid of the really big bow and the flowers if you want just the jacket. Okay. Oh, crafter gear. Yeah. Right what I was thinking. Crafter gear. You can wear like the Weaver stuff and not have to have like a pair of scissors and a pin cushion on you. And you can just put it on what you want. Let's go. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, there's going to be certain pieces of glam. It's not gonna be like for every bit of glam. I imagine not literally every single piece of gear is going to get it. I don't think every single piece of gear in the game will get this option. Unless they've already confirmed it. Because like not every hat has a visor, right? Not every hat has a visor, so it may not be every single bit of gear gets this. But there's going to be some gear that's going to get an entire new life in the glam world because of this. I'm thinking how there's Adventurous Sweater and Winter Sweater, which is just Adventurous Scarf without Adventurous Sweater without the scarf. Yeah. Another big round of glam refining and coming with 8.0. I mean, the glam, like, once the limits were broken with 7.4 of like, fuck it, it's not even locked to jobs anymore. It really does feel like they just want to go all in on just what the fuck ever you want it to be. Again, people get very attached to their Warriors of Light. More individuality just means that people can do that even more so. I already praised 14 for how much individuality you can have in your Warrior of Light just by the sheer amounts of like looks your character can have, and they're just going even further in that direction. It's amazing. Mainly be Dawntrail, Evercold, level 1 glam stuff, at least starting out adding in patches. I mean, we still don't have double die on everything yet. Not even every bit of gear in the game has double die yet, so we're still waiting on that. I'm still waiting on Crystarium pieces to get double die. Grr. Okay. He's the further hope in one of the other fanfests. I say glam plates are expanded. Give us... I know we went from 16 to 20 last time. They need to give us like 50 glam plates. It needs to go up to like 50. Because even going to 40 is not enough to cover every job, especially if we're getting new jobs in Evercold. If we're getting new jobs in Evercold, then we'll definitely like... 40 doesn't cover what's in the game currently. Let alone we're getting Beastmaster, let alone possibly more with, well, we're getting it. There's no way we're not getting at least one new job in Evercold. There's no way we're not getting at least one. I can't imagine they'd ever release an expansion without a job, just because job is such a big selling point of a new expansion. They went into no deal to this, and they said wait for Berlin. Action claims to meet show Dragon pole dancing, they still do know their audience. I mean, because, like, depending on the animations for this, it's just like, oh, does your character, like... Again, I don't know if this is going to apply to literally every action, because that would be a lot of fucking work. But you could absolutely just be like, oh, my character isn't, like, a super strong person. They're a very technical person, or they're a very, like, flashy person. So change some of the animations that lean more into that, or just like, no, fuck you, my Warrior of Light is a brick fucking wall that'll bash shit down. Stop making them do all of these fancy fancy movements and everything like that, and just have it do it with raw fucking strength more. Absolutely, I can see, like, yeah. They wanted to show some of them off, but couldn't make it in time for NA. Big for Dragoon, because how people don't like the weird blossom effects on a couple of their attacks. You know what I feel like almost guarantee has to happen? Fucking... How will this not give Dark Knight's plunge back? Surely, like, even if it still doesn't do damage, surely Dark Knights are getting plunge back, though. Even if it doesn't actually do damage. An easy layout for this system is using older animations for actions upgraded via leveling. That means we could give the fucking wide volley overriding Shadow Bite on Bard. Machinists that don't backflip, yeah. Make Monk more brawl style and Ninja more roguish, yeah. Yeah, the idea of old animations for level ups, absolutely, I could see that. I could very easily see that being an option instead of just like, oh, you're playing at a certain level, this is what your animation looks like. You just be like, nah, fuck it. Give us the other gender poses too. That would be a big one. That would be a big one. It was around this time that Twitch chat began joking that Berlin was some sort of boss fight preventing Yoshi B from giving us details. We're gonna have to fight Berlin Savage. No, not Berlin Savage. All right, do we have more? I mean, from what I'm seeing so far, the gearing system is what the fuck. I never expected this much of a change. This stuff is just like, it's not as groundbreaking as some of the things we've had before. But every little step that we get towards more customization for your character is more that you can have your Warrior of Light defined as what you want them to be. Berlin Wall Savage. Oh no. Oh no, the Berlin Wall Everywhere system is struck Final Fantasy XIV. That motherfucker really is an everywhere system, huh? New mid-core raid difficulty between normal and savage. Oh! No fucking way. No fucking way. Are they actually doing it? Are we actually... Oh, shit. Actually getting a mid-core raid difficulty between normal and savage? I imagine that won't be backported, but that's fine. I imagine it's not going to get backported to old expansions. because that would be an insane amount of work. Difficulty for me who doesn't do savage raiding. Again, I'm not, like, my thing, the reason that I don't do savage raiding, outside the fact that I'm not current, but, like, when I'm current, I'm not gonna do savage raiding. It's not because of, like, it's too difficult and I'm scared about trying it because it's so difficult. It's about the time investment and the coordination between people. I'm not a person who has the time for savage. I don't have time to meet up with a static 2 to 3 times a week for 2 to 5 hours. I also don't know enough people to organize that. And the idea of trying to find people in-game to do that sounds like a nightmare. But like, the idea of just being like, hey, mid-core raids on stream. Let's see if in this stream we can bang out this raid. So like, oh, this week we're trying this. Let's try this raid for 3 hours, and reasonably within like 3 to 4 hours, we finish a raid on like the medium on the mid-core difficulty. I will do that. I will stream that 100%. I will fucking do that. I already want to do extremes on stream, and that is like already lining up with that of just like the like if you go at it for a day, you'll probably get at least a clear. Same region player matchmaking. Did you find her and play find a matchmaking across the queue times are gonna be fixed finally. Stress test in Japan for 7.5. What the fuck? It's not even an Evercold thing. Should hopefully be coming to EU China before 8.0. So it's not even an Evercold thing. It's just they're doing it as soon as they can. Whoa! Mid-core rating and regional matching is gonna make rating way more accessible. Absolutely. Absolutely. I tried it out at some point of just like, let's hop over to Aether and see what the raiding is like. The amount of shit that's in PF in Aether. Like, you cannot find people trying Savage even on Crystal at this point. And like, we're still in the patch that Savage dropped. But like, holy shit. Japanese players will be exposed to the insanity from international players and other JP data centers. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, I'm thinking about queue times to duty roulettes as well. Because I feel like a lot of people just like, they do their raiding in Aether and then just stay in Aether for their queues. And I'm over in Crystal just being like, okay, I guess I'll just wait 40 minutes for my alliance roulette. Sorry, material. Look. Well, to be fair, you don't need to do it for material. Material only has one wall. Only has like one data center. Maybe Dynamis will have... People can stay in Dynamis and actually play the game, so Dynamis can actually have players in it. People can just choose a world server and just stay there unless they want to like physically hang out with friends, like in the world. Irony is that someone did a survey of Aether PF with Forbidden Technology one time. Most Aether PF were not made or filled by Aether residents. Oh, I 1000% believe that. Because, yeah. Self-fulfilling prophecy engine, absolutely. Yoshi P, what the hell's the material? I thought we were getting rid of material. You don't need it for gearing anymore, because like gearing synchronous everything. What are you talking about? That's a huge... It's a change that like at this point was required. It's one of those things where, like, you can introduce cross-world travel. Oh, look, you can, like, travel between worlds now. Oh, you didn't happen to start the game on, like, the same server as one of your friends, but you live in the same you're in the same region. Now you can visit them. Now you can play together. Yay! This can only be an unmitigated good, right? Playing together. But then you expose that to the player base. The player base does their own things with it. The player base pigeonholes themselves. self-fulfilling prophecy. This is how panic buying works as well. And now everyone travels to Aether, and you can only raid in Aether, and nothing else works on anything else because no one is there, because, well, you have to go to Aether for it. They said at the start Dawntrail would take 3 years to implement, and 3 years later, here it is. And that's one thing, when people talk about, like, oh, they're taking forever to get around to stuff that they promised. Aren't they usually pretty on track? When they turn around and say this stuff will come at this point and this stuff will take this long to do, I feel like they're usually pretty on point with what they actually say. It's just people hear stuff early and just be like, why isn't it there already, ignoring how long they said it would take. I don't think this is in Decker's list. Speaking of hanging out in the world, they mentioned with more days to come in Berlin, though they do have plans to have more things to do in the field so players aren't spending 90% of their time in cities and instances. Okay. I'm curious what that is. Because I see people say this a lot of the time of fields are too boring. Zones don't have enough to do in them. You either go there for your shared fate or world bosses, and even that only lasts for so long, or you go there to gather, or you have no reason to go there. And I see people say all the time, I want more stuff to do in the open, in the zones. And I say, okay, what do you want? And I never get an answer. I ask people, what do you want to do in the zones that isn't just fates, like shared fates and material gathering? And I never get an answer. No one ever says what they actually want from it. So I will hold off to see what their ideas are. Because it's one of those things that I see people complain about all the time. And then when you ask them what they want from it, they never know. They're just like, I don't like how it is now, and I want it to be different, but I don't know what I want from it. And I'm like, okay. And then I just don't hear anything else. It was why I liked the idea of Zodiac books and ARR, just the whole thing about there being way too many of them. I mean, that's the thing with shared fates, right? Is that, like, shared fates is a reason to go out into the world and, like, experience a zone. But it's just do a lot of it once, and there's, like, and then it's done. Well, I guess outside of, like, how many times you want, like, to still grind bicolor gemstones to get your next thing. To get, like, get more, like, to buy more stuff. Because just getting to max shared fate in every zone is not enough, bicolor gems to buy everything in the shops. Not even fucking close, but yeah. Again, it's one of those things that I've not had a massive, like, I've not really considered it an issue, but I know a lot of people have. But when people consider it an issue, they don't really have a response of how would you fix this or what would you prefer it to be like. So I just shrug and go, okay. If they have an idea, I'll go, like, I'm down for it, but no one can present to me, like, why this is a problem, because no one can present, like, what it should be instead. Not in Fanfest slides, but topical. An interview last week told us to expect Dawntrail to be the last time we see relic weapons in their current form. Okay. Interesting. I'd be curious what it is next. There's some games that can do it, but that it, like, designed around it compared to 14 being designed around duties. Yeah. Again, it's why, like, when people say it should be different, I'm just like, how? And they just say, but other games do this, so it should be this. And I'm just like, that's not... that's not enough of an answer to, like, explain anything. Do we have any more? 2 new tank and physical range DPS will be original to 14. Okay. Welcome back, Shadowbringers. Tank and Fizz ranged. Yoshi Pete with was Ridditon. Guess who's back, which could mean anything. More information on Berlin. Can I get a picture of the shirt? Can I get a picture of the shirt? The idea that it's a 14 character on the shirt is interesting. Because, like, Ridditin being on there, is it just, like, I can't imagine, like... It can't be as simple as it's just that, right? It can't be as simple as it's just Ridditin's job, right? Surely. It can't be as simple as just it's Ridditin's shields, right? Some got a double shield tank. I can see a double shield tank. Ridditin person guess his back printed on it. Okay, yeah, it really is no more complicated than that. Gun shield. Is that simple and it's the fist ranged? Can I have a 2000 IQ play? Can I have a 2000 IQ play? When it says guess who's back? Back again. Shady's back. Slim Shady? Shades? Shades? Gun? On an arm? It's Barrett. It's Barrett. Barrett is a tank in FF7 as well. Because he's just built different as a tank. We're getting a gunzerker. We're getting a hand cannon gun. Combined with a berserker. We're getting a gunzerker. I think one of the Borderlands games literally has a role called gunzerker. Dancer, but you throw gun shields instead of chakrams. There is, yeah, I was about to say, I was like, I think gunzerker is actually one of the things in a Borderlands game. Eminem, it's gonna be called Marshall. I can see that. You're like a commander. Like it's like a military commander. Because Marshall Mathers, yeah. I could see that. I think a Barrett inspired job. Because Viper is unique to 14, right? Viper is unique to 14. But it's Zidane, right? We love Yoshi P's shirt riddles. Again, Viper is unique to 14, but it's Zidane. I could see gun arm, it's unique to 14, but it's Barrett. You'll have a second one for us in Berlin after job reel number 1. Well, last Fanfest it was a tease for both jobs, so... The shirt that he wore last time was a tease for both jobs. Because it was the Ninja Turtles. The Ninja Turtles dual wield, and also they're all ninjas, which is a scouting job. That led to Viper. Also, they're all named after artists, which was Pictomancer. Alright, well, just put your arm here on the table and still get you started on the job. He did say it was for both, though? Did they mention for this one what it was, if it was for one or the other? They're green, like Green Mage. D&D one shot, which took a few sessions. Classic. With some friends, I did a Barrett style build. I'm putting my bets down on Barrett style. The thing is that Barrett style gun arm could be fist ranged or tank. They did not specify whatsoever. They just pointed at the shirt and mugged for the camera. The fact that it's just like, here's the tease, and it's literally just a character from the fucking game is kind of funny. Heavy weapons guy tank could be fun. Again, my guess is for Barrett-inspired gun user. I don't know if that would be a tank or a fist ranged, is the thing. I don't know. Would that be tank or fizz ranged? Because it could be either. because Barrett is a tank in FF7. That is his role. He has, like, defensive moves. He has provoke and shit like that. But also, he literally has a gun for an arm. You can shoot at a ranged. Literally part of what his role is to shoot at things that other characters can't reach as well. So Barrett could fill either role. Yoshi and Goji did quite a few jokes/memes during this. Again, I feel like it could be. But I feel like it wouldn't be as simple as it is literally just his gun shields. I could see a dual shielding job as a tank. I could see that happening. But I feel like just the job being just straight up gun shields is too obvious. The funny thing is that because it's like tank and fizz ranged, riot shield and pistol, I could see that. I could see that. I could see the idea that it's like a shield to defend and a gun to shoot. To be interested to see how this presentation's a category for this player's range player base. Another company does reveals like this and all the community eats it up. The thing is, it's just like, if guns are a part of this, the two roles are fizz ranged and tank. They're the only two roles in the game right now that have gun-based jobs. Like, because I want to say, well, you can't just have, like, you can't have a Gunzerker be a tank because you already have Gunbreaker. Oh, but you can't have, like, you can't have, like, Arm Cannoneer for Machina, because his Machinist already on fizz range. Sage is like lasers. Sage is lasers, though. Machinist is bullets, but also, like, the doohickey. And I guess Gunbreaker literally doesn't fire bullets because we're not Garlean Gunbreakers. And it's more so a spell sword, and that explodes. Yeah, it's gonna be Guns Akimbo. We'll have Guns Akimbo. I'm putting my bets down on Barrett, but because it's gonna be a unique thing, I would have no idea the name. And also because of the specific nature of it, I'm not putting bets down on whether it's gonna be the tank or the fizz range. My bet will go as far as Barrett-inspired job. That's as far as I'm willing to bet. My bet is willing to go as far as fizz range gangster. Yeah, my bet goes as far as Barrett-inspired job. The name retired and you have to spell his name right to unlock the job. The Fanfest attendee rewards are FF7 stuff this time. Does Evercold have anything to do with FF7? The latest Gunblade models actually have gun barrels in them, but we still don't have any skills that actually fire bullets out of them. But he shows up wearing the I Love CB t-shirt. Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Okay, I have a 20,000 IQ play. Okay, I'm not gonna read that for a second. I want one more guess at this. I have a 20,000 IQ play. What's like the one thing that not Aishascope, don't be a smartass. What's the one thing that involves Ridderton in ARR? Cape Westwind. It's a job based around a cape. It's a form of magician who has like a magic cape. The Cape Westwind. There, I have two guesses. Cape deflects like Mario. Okay, I have two guesses. My two guesses are tank is Barrett-inspired gun arm. My Fizz ranged guess is some form of magician with a cape that does magic tricks with from behind a cape. The thing is, like, magician, is that that's probably already a job in fucking Final Fantasy. I'm going to Google this. Final Fantasy magician. It's probably already a job. I'm just getting pictures of Vivi. I'm just getting pictures of Vivi. That doesn't really help. If magician is not a... Okay. These are my guesses. These are my guesses. Magician? Magician is not... Magician, there we go. I have two guesses. They are magician and gunzerker. I don't know a better name for gunzerker. Kind of stuck with wizard. Well, no, I mean magician in terms of, like, parlor tricks. Like, I mean, this world literally has magic in it, so that is a little, like, a little different. There is literally magic in this world, so it is a little different, but, yeah. I'm thinking along the lines of, like, parlor trick magician, but actually does magic somehow. Illusionist, yeah. Okay, I'm having two guesses. My two guesses are Barrett-inspired tank job with a gun arm, and my other guess is some form of... Naming a Fizz range for magical profession would be peak trolling, I approve. Magician's aesthetics was overlap with the blue mage in the game. Not if you can do it completely differently. If it's just a giant, if it's like full on like parlor trick magician with the top hat and the stick with the black stick with the white ends, I feel like that can divert. And also we can't judge it based on overlapping with other jobs, because like Viper is like the 10th fucking job in the game that has swords. It's not even the first job that dual wields them. Like, how many other sword jobs are there in 14 already, and yet we got Viper? Picto's very original, don't get me wrong, but like, there's a lot of sword jobs in 14, and we did get Viper. But Viper's like based on like hunting tactics and like changing between dual wielding and like long staffing and stuff like that. So, you know, it still has a unique presence. Again, like, we're looking at a guy where we're assuming some form of gun, and there's already 2 gun jobs in the game. I'm putting these down as my guesses either way. Either way, because it's 4,000 IQ. I think the number actually went lower that time, but don't worry about it. I'm sticking with those for my guesses as of this point. Barrett-inspired gun shooting tank. And some form of magician / illusionist that has a giant cape. Fucking Hesperos-esque shit. It could be like you know, like Hesperos has a cape. Hesperos has a cape. It could be stuff like his. Matador? That is cape inspired. Again, like, I'm thinking Fizz ranged. That's why I think Parlor Trick Magician works. It's why I think a Parlor Trick Magician works for Fizz ranged. Because they're less doing actual magic and more so throwing a bunch of bullshit. They're throwing the fucking juggling shit at you. They're throwing the chainsaws at you. Matador could be a... I don't know how it would work with how 14, like, plays. Vana'diel could be the dodge tank that people keep wanting to talk about. They've got a prop gun. What if it's Vana'diel and that's the dodge tank people have been talking about all this time? You just have the cape and you're taunting them and then you just dodge out of the way. Vana'diel, we're finally getting dodge tank. Let's go. I'm still going with the 2. I'm still going with the 2. I'm still going for Barret, Gunarm, and Illusionist. Just because the Cape Westwind connection is too fucking funny for me to dodge. Ming's just called Olay. I am not basing my predictions on what I think is necessarily going to be accurate or correct. I am the Barret one I think has like legitimate like ideas to it. I think the Barret one legitimately could work. I think the Barret one lines up a lot with like every aspect of the shirt that I'm seeing. But the Cape Westwind connection to being an illusionist is just too funny to me. So I'm going with those 2. If I'm even slightly right on one, I'll consider it a win. But that's what I'm going with. I guess we'll find out in July. Anyway, Deku, do you want to like repost the thing so it's on screen again? I could scroll up and read it, but then it's not on this screen for when I read it. And while you post that, I will grab another drink because I'm talking a lot because we're just rambling. Ow, ow, ow. Ow! See, the word evolved. You can evolve your Beastmasters. Beastmasterings. Oh! Evercold. I'm not thinking about that. I don't know how I connected that. Evercold. What job would I want for Evercold? What job would be like, oh, we're going into frosty climes? What job would I want? Ooh, I gotta think about that. Black Mage only costs ice spells. Canonically, Minor Fist is really bad at Black Mage. Minor Fist struggles to manipulate ambient aether to any meaningful extent. So, any job that like has a high focus on that, she could do it, just not very well. Which is basically White Mage, Black Mage, and Summoner. They're her like worst jobs. Reborn and Evolved combat modes. Reborn mode is the current system. Evolved mode, less buttons, alternative rotations, and redesigned actions to emphasize individuality. Free to toggle outside battle, shares gear and level unlocked when unlocking job. Reborn mode only for existing jobs. New jobs will only have evolved mode. Attempting to be even in combat efficiency. Entire dev stream showing some of the existing jobs in evolved mode. Okay, so the idea of we want to change up some stuff for 8.0. They're really fucking serious about this then, huh? But also don't want to, like, mess with people who want to keep things the way that it is. They showed off more details about this during the very stream we're doing right now, so I haven't seen all the new details myself yet. So if you want to keep the current rotations, if you like what you play right now and you don't want to learn a new thing, you can keep it that way. But if you want to learn stuff that leans more into what the job is about... Ooh. So basically every job... No, not the new ones. So basically every job is now 2 jobs. That's... so much fucking work! Oh man, the balance must be crying tears. This is the best news I've gotten all day. Anything that upsets the balance is something that makes me very happy. PvP inspired low button reworks. I'm not surprised it's PvP inspired. Again, PvP combat with the change that they had to how it works now also felt like a testbed for how they want to do jobs in the future. It also felt like a testbed. There's a lot of stuff since Endwalker, where it's just like we are testing out ideas before we put it into the main game. 100%. They showed White Mage, Dragoon, Paladin, Bard, and another one I've already forgot. Well, it's a huge change I'm seeing on people are generally positive on it. They did, funny thing they did when first explained the Reborn being for the existing jobs, they showed the 21 existing jobs and Blue Mage. Said it was for existing jobs, but not the limited jobs, and basically yeeted Blue Mage out of the image. Aww. They were comparing it to FF6 having both a classic and modern button layout. Okay. New jobs are gonna have evolved rotations only, yeah. Some other scenes like single button combos and buttons that change depending on who you target. Like Paladin's button will be Clemency if you target an ally, and the damage spell if you target an enemy. Okay. They'll have unique moves rotate. Oh! Oh, unique moves as well. So it's not just, oh, it's, okay. So it is two, like every job has two flavors to it. Every job has two flavors. If they have unique moves, then it's just not, it just, okay, that's a lot then. In the same way, I think they're condensing Provoke and Shirk onto a single target-dependent button. Might actually remind people to use Shirk to target their healers for the lols. Because there's no other viable reason to use Shirk. Don't fight me. Or point out how I'm wrong. I am a tank main, so I know what I'm talking about. Why did that open on this way? Over to the side. There we go. There we go. Reborn mode, keeping it familiar. So they are still updating Reborn mode. So Reborn mode is not just, it is what it is now and it's staying like that forever. But it's keeping it generally in line with what it currently is. But it says their update, so they like, it's not just what it is now, it's staying like that forever. They brought up FF6 specifically say this is not classic / simplified control scheme. They effectively two evocations of the job fantasy. Okay. This is a lot. This is a lot. It isn't just easy baby mode or some such. 8.0 is going to be fucking wild. Holy shit. Another thing I saw is that Evolve mode will have a mostly full kit at 50, and past that level will mostly be like potency upgrades. Oh! Oh, that makes me want to nut everywhere. That makes me want to nut everywhere. Can take fucking Evolves mode into MSQ roulette and not have fucking 2 damage buttons on my goddamn anything. Oh, nutting everywhere. Nutting everywhere. Okay, so it's definitely a lot less buttons. It's definitely a lot less buttons. 44 fucking jobs. Prayers for the Savage balance team. I have 4 weeks to observe the player base and do emergency tuning after 8.0. Can Evolved mode Viper get fucking Gnashing Fang back? Can Evolved mode Viper get Gnashing Fang back? I want Gnashing Fang. In general, 16 buttons for Evolved mode. Thing is, Evolved mode's gonna have to be quite a bit. Summoner, yeah, Summoner's the big one. I realize I dislike about the current gain actions as level system. Leveling all jobs and roulettes, I hardly ever use my late level abilities, and often miss that they unlock, especially for traits. 100%, I'm very familiar with that. Like, I will load up into a Dawntrail job with like half of the jobs that I have, and be like, oh yeah, I forgot it got this button. Why does Paladin have continuation? I know this is a mock-up. What? Paladin stole continuation. What the hell? Give it back. Give it back. What the hell? Shield Lob apparently has 3 actions. Close enemy is shield bash. Far from enemy is shield lob. Target ally is party mitt. So I guess that's going to be the big thing with Evolved mode. Is Evolved mode's going to be based a lot around like action, like getting things to the right action. I don't want to play Paladin. Well, actually, if Paladin has continuation, I probably will want to play it. Extra info for special Evolved mode presentation. All raid buffs except Dance Partner and Reworked Bard songs are gone. Raid buffs are gone? OG CD healing is being severely gutted. It needed to be. The fact that you can play a healer and basically like the way that you play healer now is if you have to GCD heal, you've done something wrong or someone on your team has done something wrong is a little silly for healers. It is a little silly that healers should just never GCD heal. Yeah, OGCD healing being gutted is something that like makes sense to like maybe healers should actually be required to heal. 2-minute meta, if raid buffs are gone, the 2-minute meta is fucking dead, buried, gone forever. That is that explicitly for Evolved mode only, or is that gone in Reborn mode as well? Do we mean that the party buffs are gone for Evolved mode, or is it, or like even Reborn mode is getting rid of the raid wide buffs? Evolved Paladin has some extra changes as well. For example, Cover and Intervention are merged, and it plus Sheltron have a timing component so that critical mitigations reward you with special procs. That is a better way of doing, because it has a level of that at the moment of Sheltron gives you, well, once it becomes Holy Sheltron at least. Holy Sheltron has an extra mit for the first 4 seconds, and then because it lasts for 8 seconds, so the first 4 seconds has extra mit, and then like one of the buffs wears off, and then you have like for the last 4 seconds part of it. So yeah, it already has a timing component for extra mitigation, but the idea of just like, that's now more explicitly insane. This is fucking wild. There is so much shit. Defining main and off-tank roles? Oh. Tanks are divided specifically whether they are designed to be a main or an off-tank? What? Huh? Well, Paladin. Oh, I read that one. Defining main and off-tank roles. Main tank. Okay. Okay. Main. Okay. Okay. Barret tank less likely than I think to be a main tank. Barret tank less. Barret gun less likely to be a main tank. Just because that would be weird. This feels more double shieldy, yeah. I look, if Barret inspired Gunzerker is still the fucking, if Barret inspired Gunjob is still part of the Fizz range, I'll still take it as a win. Yeah, so there's a split to tanks as they do with pure and shield ones, yeah. I think the best showing of this was a Dragoon. I've seen so many jumps up 10-bit. I know people got mad because they took away some of the jumps from Dragon, so hey, you get them back now. Where is off-tank Lolamau? Specifically for Evolve mode, Reborn mode, tanks are still able to fill either role. And off-tank skilled at lowering damage taken by allies. Actions to lower enemy damage. So I would assume it's still... I assume it's still balanced around if you're doing a 4-person dungeon. You can still take in an off-tank and it would be fine. Right? I would imagine you're not fucking yourself over by taking an off-tank into a 4-person dungeon. They also clarified this is like the pure slow spit and healers. Not an absolute absence of the abilities from kits, but a bias in how many you have. Yeah. Only relevant in Extreme Plus, yeah. Basically, you'll want to, like how you have now, where your team comp is likely going to be more effective if you have a shield and a pure healer. Your team comp will be likely more effective if you have a main and an off-tank job, yeah. It just will have some mitts and stuff and can handle themselves, yeah. Only really matters for high-end rating when you have to make sure you have one of each healer, yeah. I mean, that's one thing that people say about the tanks now. The tanks feel too similar. Which, like, as a tank main who loves playing tank, I agree. I do agree that all of the tanks, like, basically have, for mitts at least, they basically have the same buttons. There's nuances, and there's a couple of different ones. But in general, the tanks have the same buttons. Like current healers, you can make it work with 2 pure slash you're going uphill, yeah. Well, it's one of those things, like, oh, well, we have 2 off-tanks instead of, like, a main and an off-tank for this raid. But our players are just so much better at the off-tanks that even if one of them switched to a main tank, they'd perform worse. So it's like, yeah. They also put a thing in PF to automatically set it to main tank, off-tank, shield healer, pure healer, 2 melee cast and a fizz range. Oh, they really want to try and incentivize people to actually raid in, raid in PF with, like, optimized, like, parties. Okay. I'm okay with this. I prefer being the main tank to the off-tank. But that's mainly because of the way that tanking currently works. Gunbreaker 1. Gunbreaker makes sense to be an off-tank. Let's be real. Like, Paladin being a main tank, obviously, because it literally has a shield. Dark Knight I could see just because it's so heavily armored. But, like, out of all of the tanks, Gunbreaker is the one that, like, identity-wise makes the most sense to be an off-tank. Because the others have incredible armor, raw adrenaline, or a shield. Gunbreaker has a trench coat. It makes sense that it's a bit more of an off-tanky job. I get that. But also, if playing off-tank Gunbreaker means you do a bit more, like, healer-focused stuff of, like, throwing mitts on people at the right time and everything like that, I'm okay with that. That sounds fun. Dark Knight's a curious one. TPN's the very picture of party support, but it also has some pure tank pedigree in there. I would like to see the possibility of, because it's an off-tank, having a bit more damage focus. Let Dark Knight lean into the original idea of a Dark Knight a little bit more. Of, oh, it's an off-tank. It can sack some of its health to do some more damage because it doesn't need the health as much as what a main tank does. I could see Dark Knight working for that for off-tanking. That's how you play Gunbreaker right now on stream, so this sounds like like carrying Alexander appeals to your gameplay. Well, like, that appeals to me because, like, since I learned healer on stream, since that one stream where I learned healer on stream, I play healer more off stream than I play DPS now. I mainly still play tank off stream, but off stream I'm mainly playing tank, and if I'm not, I'm probably playing healer, and I don't play DPS anywhere near as much as the others now. So, especially now, I'm playing healer a lot more, and I'm enjoying like the throwing things around to my party members to help them in the middle of combat stuff, and I'm not amazing at it. I've still got, because, you know, I've got to get way more experience with it, because I've only been playing healers for, like, you know, a year or so at this point. But I'm having a lot of fucking fun with it, and if Gunbreaker just leans more into that identity, I'm very happy with that. It could be a case of just, oh, I want to main tank as Gunbreaker, though. I'll just go back to Reborn mode. I love current Gunbreaker's rotations. Possibly a little too easy since they changed Bloodfest to fucking overcap your cartridges. It's maybe a little too easy now, but it's still very fun. When doing roulettes, I just decide random 21, decide what to play for each roulette. I played a time of day where if I'm not queuing for like what is currently needed, it will add 30 minutes to my queue time. So I'm pretty much always queuing for role in need. Because I play at a time where the servers are dying, because I play so late. Chad, are we excited for 8.0? Because holy shit. This is so... I can see why we needed to do this. We didn't break down Dawntrail's... We didn't break down Dawntrail's keynote for me. People just said, hey, they announced Pictor. Like, we didn't do this for Dawntrail. I see why this was necessary for this, though, for Evercold. I see why this is necessary. Because this is so fucking much. This is the most ambitious I've seen this game be since I've started playing. In terms of just... We've heard what people say about the game, about it getting a bit too monotonous, but also for people who like it the way that it is, we don't want to change it for that. In terms of like what you do, in terms of your dailies, in terms of your weeklies, in terms of how you play your jobs, they're doing as much as they can to be like, if you want to keep it the same, do it, but if you want a total change up, here you go. And they're somehow giving us both of those flavors at once, and I don't know how the fuck you manage balancing that. Honestly, if they take the idea of just, it's not fully balanced, but fuck it, it's more fun, I'm okay with that. Evolved Dragoon is also interesting. You have right-left positionals as well as rear. Your true north is dispensed 1 GCD at a time by using jump GCDs and condensed combos. That sounds really fun. That sounds really fun. And also the commitment to the idea of like left-right positionals makes it does sound like they don't want to get rid of positionals. The only worry might be if they start weaning off Reborn mode as time goes on. We'll have to wait and see. I could see that eventually happening. I could see a possibility in the future that they get rid of Reborn mode entirely. I could see that. But I think that would have to be... Let's say they're going to try their best to get Reborn evolved even, but it might lean a bit more evolved. That doesn't make sense. That'd be one of those like player stats things. If they get to like the end of 8.0 and like 60% of people still play on Reborn mode, and then it would be a case of maybe we shouldn't get rid of Reborn. But if we get to the end of 8.0 and like 3% of people play Reborn mode, then that's a lot of effort to keep updating that to maintain it as we go on for so little of that. Dragon also gets a super jump where you take, as I said right now, 90% less damage while you're in the air. Oh, hell yeah, we're getting Pokemon moves. Let's fucking go. The idea of Dragoon getting an attack where, like, oh, you can use it to, like, evade a mitt. Like, you can use it to partially mitt and then do an attack. That sounds fun. That's what I want. I want to think about my, like, again, I'm not someone who's, like, I don't desperately need the jobs to feel more different than what they do right now. if you want to master all of the jobs, there is a lot of differences in terms of how you play them, but there is a lot of overlap. I don't think I'm not someone who's like crying out for jobs to be like completely rehauled, but I can see why people might want that. Especially if you're playing one of the jobs that now starts to feel more like the other jobs. Old school turn-based FF Dragoon jump used to work just like that. Oh, okay. Any other major things that people want to tell me about? Any other... I mean, there's already been so fucking much. There's already been so much. There's already been so much. Duty support now allows PSH groups of players instead of just solo. Oh, okay. So if you're going through this as like a couple, you can just play together and then just bring along some people in there. PS4 is still good for now. Okay, so has no new system requirement updates for PS4 straight up can't hold all the data 14 needs. Will be dead with 8.3. Ooh, so that's like late next year. So that's like late next year. It straight up can't hold all the data it needs. That is, yeah. Again, for them to make the changes that people want in terms of like, oh, we want you to like have these glam changes. We want you to like do this so the environment's looking better and everything like that. Yeah. I'm honestly shocked it's that. Dancing Mad Alter. What the fuck? What? Huh? What the? Okay, so the schedule of ultimates, the idea of what the like ultimate should be, is just out the fucking window. The end of support of 14 will be the death of the PS4 as a whole. It'll be the last thing off there probably. Okay, so the idea of ultimates alternate between MSQ raid. We skipped MSQ to do another raid with Futures Rewritten. They expected to be dropping it for 8.0, but Sony engineering helped them manage to squeeze Evercold onto it. Okay. Okay. Giving people a bit more warning to be like, you will need to get a PS5 soon, which, like, it's also like the worst time to be told, hey, you'll need to upgrade your PS5 at a point where they're only going up in price. Does fucking suck. It does suck that it's like, hey, you now need to get a PS5 as they're going up in price, but it was going to happen at some point. It was either going to happen at some point, or the changes that people want to happen for 14 don't happen. I can't get over... I mean, I'm not someone who plays Ultimates. But what the fuck? What the fuck do you mean, a fucking Kefka Ultimate? Sorry, I feel like we've skipped past the idea of a Kefka Ultimate. What the fuck? It's the thing I was saying about fucking Omega Raids earlier today. They just go like, oh, it just exists and because we've like baked it into the game, don't worry about it. I feel like the dev team themselves realized that they wasted that opportunity. You now can't have a storyline that has X-Death at the end of it because you've already used X-Death. You can't have a storyline that ends with Chaos because you've already used him. Suckline. Shit's wild. Kefka Ultimate isn't too far out format-wise since Omega Ultimate was just 011 to 012 versus some original phases. That still... It still means that fucking anything could be an Ultimate, though. It still means that fucking anything could be an Ultimate. The limits are gone. We will get the Xeno-specific Ultimate. That is his fight and Shinryu and the edge of the existence. We might get a Four Lords Ultimate someday. Pepsi Man Ultimate. They showed 08, the 08 as secret phase, but that's just 2 out of the 6 or 7 comprising an Ultimate. I want to break cycles and do new stuff? Fucking go for it. Mandible Ultimate? That I could actually see. Then I get the silence to go to bed after a night of drinking. I'll be honest, a Mandible Ultimate, I actually want that. You can't separate Thank God or you wipe. Oh, I missed a couple of things here. Beastmaster 7.56. Oh, isn't 5.6 like September or something? Okay, so Beastmaster's still a while out. I guess the idea is 5.5 is probably the end of Eureka 2 then. I imagine 5.5 is like the final zone of Eureka 2, 3, whatever. And then 5.6 is Beastmaster. Hi, EP, understandable. Everyone probably EP because staying up for way too much shit. It's why I'm here. Having an energy drink. There's dust on it. Get little bits of dust in my mouth when I'm drinking it, I can tell. Get rid of them. Yeah, it's a big actual guilty Jimbo. FF14 Switch 2 coming August. Holy shit. 1 month free early access stress period. Switch 2 requires its own separate subscription. Does not require NSO. If you have an active sub, you get the Switch 2 sub. Nintendo! Nintendo, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why do you need to be like this? They had to fight with Nintendo to get even that. Nintendo, what the fuck? What fucking bullshit rent-seeking behavior is this? Come on. Jesus Christ. Fucking hell. Switch 2 port is a native one. It's not using Nintendo's shitty attempt at a cloud service like the Cage Collection. That shit would not fly with how fucking 14 plays. Barely flies for fucking hang months. Sorry, correction. It doesn't fly. It's all that Xbox is getting moolah with their 14 coins. Ah, fuck it. Again, it's rent-seeking behavior. Oh, but people are playing a thing on our console? How do we get money from it? Ah, God. I mean, it's cool that it's existing on there, but like, for fucking hell. Nintendo. Ugh. Like, Xbox also double dips with needing Game Pass? Oh my fucking God. How is Sony the reasonable one here? How is Sony the reasonable one here? Jesus Christ. Fucking hell. I mean, it's not like if you're someone who's wanting to play 14 and you only have a Switch 2, then it's like, it's cool. But like, ugh. That could be a thing where like, oh, I could get it on my Switch too, so if I want to play it on there for some reason, like, or like go somewhere, I could like keep it with me, but fuck that. Fuck that. Sony got in early and now probably regrets it. I don't know. I don't know. I imagine there's a decent amount of people who, like, still primarily use a PlayStation because they have 14 on it. And so they're just like, oh, if I'm buying games, I'll just buy it on PlayStation because I'm already, like, using my PlayStation for 14. It is impressive to get 14 running on the Switch 2. Switch 2 is better hardware. It's still impressive to get 14 running on there. But like, goddammit, Nintendo. They brought us a short stage to show that yes, it works. They didn't get a deal for it like Nintendo and Microsoft. Again, I think their deal is that they had access to it for a hell of a lot longer than anyone else. So that just like helps them, like, get the install base going up for it. Switch to a big ass LAN cable. I mean, that's the issue with it, right? Is that, like, you want a good internet connection for 14, which means you'll probably want the Switch 2 not in handheld mode. Very fun when they announced PS4's on launch, but Switch 2 is cool in the same keynote. I still see people act like the Switch 2 is just as powerful as the Switch 1. People see like, oh, this game's announced for Switch 2. Switch 2 better be careful, it's gonna explode because it's only a microwave. And I'm just like, the Switch 2 is significantly more powerful than the Switch 1. Like, people still act like the Switch 2 is only as powerful as the Switch 1, and I don't get it. Like, yeah, it's still not a PS5, but like, it's still a lot more than what the than what the Switch 1 was. Switch 1 takes like a decade old, exactly! Switch 2 came out like fucking 8 years after the Switch 1. Yeah, it's improved quite a lot in terms of the tech. But people still act like, oh, it's just a handheld, so it's gonna like die if it tries to run a video game. Do we have much more? I mean, we've got things to do in game, but like, they're small things. It doesn't really fucking matter. Oh, fuck off. They actually did it? Shadowbringers is actually... I thought they would hold off on that. I really thought they would hold off on that. I kind of figured Shadowbringers is the incentive to buy the game. You get to the end of 4.5 and you're just like, I want to see Shadowbringers now. Now I'll buy it. I mean, if there's one thing that does, it's definitely... I guess the idea is, like... A lot of people know the reputation that Shadowbringers specifically has. Now you get paid... Well, yeah, now if it's like, hey, do you want to see the end of all of the story that you've built up towards? Do you want to see the ending of the story that you've built up towards after all of this time? Now you buy it. God, update the Discord channel. I gotta write fucking 80 on there now. I know someone who was literally at the end of Stormblood on their free trial, and now they can delay buying the game a while longer. Oh, that is gorgeous art. Holy shit. Ooh. Oh. Oh, I'm nutting and coming everywhere. Holy shit. God damn. It's spoiler laden. That's literally Hades. That's literally Hades there. That's like right before the hood flies off. Oh my god, you can't... That's mean! That's mean! This is the shot you use for Oddbert? Come on! You can't be using this shot for Oddbert. Oh, I want a poster of this. I have been considering it. I have a spare wall space there. I have like 2 spare wall spaces. And I kind of want to get like one that's a bunch of posters of all the skills from Disco Elysium. And I kind of want my other space that I have to be posters of all the expansion art. Like the key art for all the expansions. I'd love to have that just like filling a wall there. This one is really good. Yeah, Minfilia and Minfilia together there. Like, it's a lot of shots of like the biggest moments for like all the most of the characters. And also spoiler-laden as hell. Again, there's got to be people, like, there are definitely people who are aware of the reputation of Shadowbringers, right? Like, again, I personally put Endwalker above Shadowbringers. On a personal level, I definitely do that. But Shadowbringers is very much the moment that, like, the potential of how good Final Fantasy XIV can get is really shown. Like, I was in love with 14 before Shadowbringers. I'm definitely not one of those people who says Shadowbringers is when it finally gets good, people. But, like, the level of impact that Shadowbringers has compared to the prior expansions is a lot. It is a lot. So I imagine there might be people who now hear that Shadowbringers is free and just say, fuck it, I'll play 14 so I can get the Shadowbringers. I don't even need to pay for it. At the very least, I think 5.55 isn't quite as brutal of a cliffhanger as 4.55. Well, 5.55 is just like very, very obviously the next chapter is the end of the story that up to this point. But the ending of 4.55 is everything is fucked. And by the way, we need you to save another star, like a reflection of the star and sit. Free trial Shadowbringers means more people for Buzia. That is true. That is true. Assuming free trial players would be willing to do Buzia, which they should be, because Buzia is peak 14 gameplay. They should be willing to do it, because it's peak. Holy shit. Holy shit. That's huge. That's fucking insane. Yeah, it would be free trial endgame. To just, like, do Buzia. More people should play. Again, I still want to... Now that it's, like, confirmed Evercold is next year, I should hopefully have time to do the Buzia duels before it comes out. I would really like to do the Buzia duels before 8.0 comes out. Which, if, like, the last update this game gets is September. Even that's, like, 3 months after the last patch. Yeah, seeing specifically here, April 28th, which is, you know, literally next week. 7.5 is MSQ Part 1, Last Alliance Raid. 7.51 is June 2nd, so not that far away. Ishgard Restoration 2 Part 4. Custom Delivery 2. Only Custom Delivery 2? Huh. Dawntrail is only getting 2 custom deliveries. I guess there's so many in the game already that you don't need, like, you can no matter what, you can still only do 2 per week. There's this, you know, prior expansions had 3, it means 3 storylines for custom deliveries. We only get 2 now, but it's fine. They're usually not the biggest ones. I mean, the one with Margaret is fucking amazing in that, but, like, that feels like an exception, not the rule. Dancing Mad comes out then. You've put the initials DMU for Dancing Mad Ultimate. Can the player base be smart and just subtitle it Mad? Can we just call it Mad? If the Omega Protocol... You mad? If the Omega Protocol can be top, and Futures Rewritten is through, because it's Futures Rewritten Ultimate, surely Dancing Mad can just be Mad. It's too perfect. Just call it Mad. Don't say DMU, say Mad. That's so fun. 7.55, July 28. Hildy, end of Eureka, end of Relic. Yep. So, okay, so July 28th is when we get... Do we think I'll be caught up by July 28th? That's 3 months from now. It obviously doesn't help that, you know, I'm way behind on streams compared to what I was planning on being this weekend. But, 3 months doesn't feel like enough to get caught up, but it could. It could. It'd be very close, I imagine. Because I'm just thinking 3 months, roughly 4 weeks per month. Most patches, in terms of like the full patch, is going to be 3 streams. 1 for MSQ, 1 for raid plus 0.1, 1 for 0.5. Possibly 2 for 0.5 depending on the patch, though. And then 7.56, September 8th, is the end of MSQ and Beastmaster, yeah. Lead designer to Marky's 14 resume. Past work. Or at least that which I can remember. I'm gonna have to use it. Die! I see MathBot. I see MathBot. I see MathBot. Who's the guy who's in charge of leading the charge on Evolve jobs? Okay. Job design, ninja, machinist, astrologian, samurai, dancer, reaper, picto. This, ooh, like learning Mr. Prime on stream because of Contract 7 now instead of like Nostalma. Picto is like the job that people were really excited for in Dawntrail just because of how different Picto is to everything else before it. And it's like the good era of samurai. But just, and by that I just mean probably when I had Kaiten. Hawkman are hard. That is one of the few dungeons that can still fuck you up now because of the way it works. Som Al, new ARF or old ARF? Specifically 3.0 Machinist and Asher, which I think people remember fondly. Is this new ARF or old ARF? Because if it's new ARF, aka the Sprout Killer, we're gonna run a lighthouse, specifically Contract 7. Oh, the Shiva fight! That's still one of the hardest 8-man normals in the game. Shiva is still one of the hardest 8-man normals in the entire game at this point, so there is that. And also Chaos. I do quite like the Chaos fight for a Stormblood raid. Oh, yeah, all of the PvP shit, yeah. Okay, so they're in charge of, like, all PvP. Okay. They've brought on the PvP designer onto a lot of shit. Okay. Job HUD, action implementation, portrait, and adventurer plate systems. This makes sense with, like, the more focus on individuality that we're doing as well. You're the ones behind Light Rampart! Oh no, the person who designed Light Rampart is now in charge of all of the design of all the combat. Oh no. It's how I know that it's like, how bad is Light Rampart? Oh, I know the name of the mechanic. I know the name of that. I know the name of Panther Crater. I know the name of Reforged Reflection. I know the name Hello World. Like, I know those names. If I know the name of a Savage or an Ultimate mechanic, that says how fucked it is. Also doing direction level design for the fights. He's basically producing the game's PvE content. God damn. God damn. So basically no one was ready for this, right? He said he frequently plays League and would often challenge other 14 devs in fighting games and has a 90% win ratio with Yoshi P. The League influence I can see in terms of the PvP stuff. I can feel that influence. League has like 4 buttons you press. But it's about how you press the 4 buttons. It's about how you press the 4 buttons. So there's part of the, like, there's part of the issue of just, like, trying to think of, like, how to say it. Of just, like, what do I need to be told so I don't get spoiled on it? It's why I need to be told about jobs, because there's no way I can wait until the expansion to see what the job is, because there's no way I'm not going to hear about it. People shut up a little bit more when it comes to like direct story stuff, but although from what I've heard, there's not like a ton of like story stuff at the moment anyways. Been named PV Prime because he did PvP Prime and he fucking delivers. I mean, did he design Triumph? Did he make Triumph? Or did he just do... Or is it just the actions? Because I'm not seeing map design. I'm just seeing I'm seeing development and supervision for Frontline. He didn't make Triumph, did he? Because like the PvP reworks in terms of like how you play the jobs, I've seen near universal like appreciation of that, just being like, oh, PvP jobs are so much more fun to play now. Frontlines, as I mentioned, it was jobs and CC maps. CC maps I also see near universal praise for. I don't see a lot of people praising because I don't see many people play CC. But the people who I know who play CC are just like always consistently like, yep, good map, good map, good map, good map. As long as he didn't make Triumph, because Triumph still fucking sucks. Triumph is so bad. It's so bad. It's so bad. And it's so bad for like 2 things would fix it. Make it smaller, make it have a specific central capture node, rather than 3 slightly skewed central nodes. Give it a central node in the middle of those and make it a bit smaller. And you would fix Triumph. Do it. Rival Wings is also basically dead, so I don't know what dev work he could have done. I mean, I think like if you want to play Rival Wings, literally right now is the time to play Rival Wings. One of the servers, I think it might be Primal, though that shouldn't matter soon. I think it's Primal, where it's like they specifically have like people grouping up to queue for Rival Wings for Mogtomes, because it is actually in the Mogtome stuff. So you get Mogtome rewards for doing Rival Wings. And it's like the one time you can actually get people to queue enough for it. Put Rival Wings into daily roulette to get extra XP rewards, so people play it. Yeah, Primal's the PvP server, yeah. Is that everything? It's a lot. It's a lot. Also, it has been nearly 3 hours. I do think it is possible this has been longer than the actual keynote presentation itself, because we've been yapping about every single part of it. Because that's just how it is. I hope you're all excited for when I'm incredibly correct and the Barrett job gets introduced, and I'm gonna be really obnoxious about it being accurate. I'm going to be so fucking annoying when we get to Berlin and the Barrett job is there and I'm right because Slim Shady anywhere shades. So Berlin, we have another 2-hour keynote ready for more stuff. Dear God. Probably if Discord change its name to Revival Wings during the mod times. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. So that's the keynote. I've not seen anything like this since I've started playing 14. This has got to be someone for the most... Like, there's always the possibility of things, like, not working out, and, like, the ideas that they have just, like, not working. I only know that it's called Evercold, and I've seen the logo for it. I know nothing else. I can think of 3 things that are called in the game that we haven't been to, and that's Maw of Ilsabard, Blind Frost in Othard's North, and Shard with, like, Ice Calamity being prepared. Yoshi said last week, don't call it another 2.0, but you'll see the resemblance. Not the cheese! Hi. Your top looks awesome. What is, I don't even recognize what top that is. What top is this? I don't even recognize it. Oh, it's a fucking crafting one. Hiking, it's Leatherworker. I've not seen this. One of those things that works better because you have a more slender frame. Dawn in the new Alliance raid. I imagine that would be a story spoiler. I imagine to learn about the Alliance raid would to be learn about the new expansion, so probably not. It's not, but okay. I guess to be fair, Myths of the Realm doesn't spoil that Endwalker, like, goes to the edge of existence. I guess that's fair. What's up? Is that another crafter top? Is that another crafter top? It is! It's a Hammer King top. It's a Hammer King top. We're gonna be able to get rid of all of the extra bullshits on the crafting gear. I just need the glam plates. Showing off all the glams. You can look at the glams. Ooh! What gloves are these? Sharp fingers? Oh, it's job gear. Oh, the sleeve's part of it. I don't think I recognize this. It says Caller, so I assume it's Summoner. Pardon me. So I assume it's Summoner, but I don't recognize that. What was I thinking? I was gonna say something and I completely forgot what it was. Oh! Glam plates! If all of your jobs just sync to your highest level of your gear, I don't know, is the body piece a thing? No, that's the Legends. Oh, is this a samurai top? Or a samurai, thing. We can now do this because of the whole like, breaking. Oh, Oracle. Okay, Oracle is also... Wait, no, Oracle, that's Minfilia / Ring. It's one of those two. I forgot what I was gonna say again. Oh yeah, if all of your jobs just like sync up to your highest eye level, is there any reason that you couldn't just like chuck crappy clothes onto a job to just have a glam on there and then voila, it just gets synced up anyways with its gear? Basically what I'm saying is, if we don't get more glam plates, assuming that gear syncing system also works for crafters and gatherers, which I feel like crafters and gatherers will have to change how they work, with that system even existing. If all of your crafters just like link up to what the highest one is, could you just have like, okay, here's my crafter that has the actual good gear. Let me just chuck some bullshit gear on all of the other crafters, but they have their own unique glams on there. Bam, it syncs up to the highest thing. Bam. Get around the idea of needing more glam plates. Because that's what I do for my other glams that I have here. Like all my glams that I have in my glamour section here, that's what these are. All of these glams that I have here that I just have access to at any time, so I can have all different glams just whenever I want. That's how I have these. All of these is just like lower level gear pieces. That's what all of this is for me. It's just lower level gear pieces. It has that on there. Permanently, it's not a glam plate, and no other gear uses this, so no other glam plate overwrites it. That's what I do for all the other glams as is anyways. So like, could I just do that for crafters so I can actually have unique glams for the crafters if we don't get more glam plates? Because that'd be nice. That'd be fun. I can appreciate that. Anyway, should we play video game? What are we doing? We're unlocking a society quest. Oh, we're doing role quests for we're doing both role quest finales today. Oh, that's gonna take longer than I thought. Oh, today's absolutely gonna be a 12-hour stream. Fuck me. I completely forgot that both the role quest finales were happening today. This is gonna be a very long stream. Hi, at least I'm going to bed. Understandable. Good night, that show. Yeah, we need to shove our asses into gear. We've already been gone for 6 hours, and we have a society quest, role quest finale for both Craft the Gatherer and combat, and then also Hildebrand and custom delivery. We have a lot to do. No, not my pizza! Not my pizza! With the pepperoni on it and everything? No. Tatilia lol. An intrepid new enterprise. Good night. First one's usually combat, right? So I should be able to see it. An intrepid new enterprise. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 da. We'll get to you soon, Nashu. Blue Gob's Pelu. I wonder who the first society might be. Blue for a good reason? I wonder who the first society might be in this. I have a wonder. We get an emote for this? That's Hanu. Ahoikali. Yeah! Yo. The Blue Gob Pelu appears to be lost in thought. Maybe meeting with her won't be so easy after all. Marblu said she'd be around here somewhere, though. God, why are you Cyan? She is Cyan for an amazing reason. Whoa! Vana'diel the Adventurer! The mighty warrior who traveled the length and breadth of Tyrell, taking in its myriad sights, sounds, and smells, even those within the otherworldly dome? The savvy haggle who helped the Third Promise acquire a saddle worth 10 pel in the Thousands Golem despite starting with a mere 100. You know, I also flew to the edge of existence to save the entire star from the embodiment of despair. I also did that. Do you want to brag about that as well? No? Okay. My inner abacus is clacking away. You're the missing piece I've been looking for. The missing piece of my brand new enterprise, that is. No, we already have the Ragnarok. We don't need another spaceship. We don't need an Enterprise. It's okay. Sorry about that. Got a little carried away. I'm so happy to finally meet you. I'm Liplu, a merchant. So recently my business was bedclothes, all woven from the finest alpaca wool. My dear friend Marblu told me all about you. I hear you gave her the nudge to embark upon a journey as a peddler. I cannot begin to thank you enough. So I just had to stand here and look puzzled, and you'd show up. You'd do the Kiryu sub-story walk past me and I'd be able to yell at you. Neck crack? No? Okay. But I get straight to the point. I have a proposal for you, Manifest. How would you like to become a special advisor for a trailblazing tourism venture? I call it the Tarali Travel Agency. Okay, or travel agency. Not where I saw this going. Of course, you'd be compensated for your time. You'll also be the first in line for all kinds of treats and trinkets, not to mention a wealth of exciting experiences. You don't have to answer right away, but if any of this has roused your interest, please come and visit me in Akane. We can go over the fine details there. I'll be waiting for you, along with the rest of my associates. Distinctly noticing that we're not going to Okropacha for this. Very much noticing we are not going to Okropacha for this, where the, you know, Pelu actually are. I wonder if that's because there'll be a later group of society that will instead be in Okropacha. I wonder. I'm having a stroking of my thin chin thoughtfully moment. My brain is buzzing about new expansion stuff now. I'm just like... Playing the game feels weird now because my brain is just thinking about, oh, but what about in several months though? Oh, but what about in several months though? Realize I'm gonna have my microphone closer to me all day. Oopsies. Oh, big stretch. Ah, there you are. Thank you for coming. Joint society quest, we're basically on both together. Right, here goes. Yeah! Ahoy, Kali! Welcome to Kazuma Uka! Yay! Ahoy, Kali! Yeah! Yeah! You've mastered the Hana greeting! One who's with anything less from someone so well-traveled. Let me introduce myself again. I'm Luplu, the founder of the Torali Travel Agency. With me and my brother Yubli, and my Hanahano associates, we'll be happy to explain the ins and outs of our budding enterprise. Pardon me. You were there for the Ascension ceremony, weren't you? We once again do flashbacks instead of just being like, oh yeah, we were. Okay, I thought we'd cover like specific dialogue that was important to it. No, it was literally just, yes, we did. We were indeed there. I guess the idea is like, you've gone through the entirety of Dawntrail 2 at this point. You may have forgotten that the storyline didn't start with Wickel Martin Judge. You may have forgotten about her having to like, actually get up to that point because everything with Alexandria may have overridden your mind. Dawn 7 Wickel Martin spoke of her growing her, to her, love her people, all the more she got to know them better. Of how she wanted us to live with joy in our hearts and smile in our faces. Well, those words certainly left their mark. Capital's residents are eager to learn about their fellow Torali, who in turn yearn for the minds to foster understanding. The minds of understanding. You see it too, don't you? An unmistakable business opportunity. Well, that's precisely where Torali Travel Agency comes in. We'll answer that burgeoning demand. Our goal is to help revitalize this community as attempts to rebuild after the Great Storm. Promoting Kazuma Uka as a tourist destination will provide a much-needed source of income for the region, and with it, all the benefits that follow. Of course, we wouldn't be having this conversation had we not consulted with the hunter beforehand. After much discussion, they kindly agreed to set aside a tract of land by the Dock Poga for development. What? That Aether right in the middle of nowhere? Would you believe it? The villagers are flocking to join our staff. Local shoppers yearn for the gift shops. As Leapy said, the people are eager to learn about their fellow Torali. We Hanu are eager to share our culture with them as well. What is when you helped us revive Ihihana? We hope to welcome many outsiders into our home, that we may know one another better and enjoy each other's company. What better way to do that than to support this tourism initiative? I have to assume this tourism initiative of like teaching people to like our culture and like partake in trinkets that are like connected important to it. It's all like, oh, we're gonna get all those Eorzean tourists from across the salt to spend their money on this, and not like, oh, we're gonna bring the Yokoi to have a look at our little thing here. Of course, tourism industry new to Toral. It's unfamiliar territory in many respects. People understandably have their concerns. Doc Pogo didn't have a Aether. They literally added that for the society quest. Yeah, but it was here now or earlier, so yeah, I got it. Well, it's 14, not like Yakuza. But who better to assuage those concerns than someone who's roamed far and wide and met with countless rally from all over the continent? Gana Hanu, Zeli Halu, and Xena Hanu. Indeed. I handle the managerial side of the enterprise. If I join us, I'll be counting on your instincts to help me solve little problems on it and counter along the way. I'm the person you talk to for dailies. Will society quest stay daily? Ooh, questions. Will society quest stay daily? Well, I've introduced Lipu to Elder Zanahali. She often visit our village, peddle her wares, so it was because of her we saw fit to consider the proposal. When we first gathered to discuss the issue, Lipu painted a vivid picture of the impacts the venture would have on the region, financial and otherwise. Occasionally I'd find a player who hadn't tuned to the Aetherite. Oh no. Belly strive to spread happiness through trade. So no wonder they find warm welcome whenever they go. Their guiding principle has earned them a great deal of trust over the years. Oh my god. Stop yawning. You're right, the Cosmic Orca was ravaged by a mighty storm, yes? Welcoming more travelers to our land, we stand to gain many new customers. An eventual opportunity to work for the travel agency in itself. So I hope we raise the funds we need to rebuild and recover. Also be an excellent chance for the rest of Toral to get to know us. No matter how you look at it, we force on cooperate with Lipu and her brother. Core of our business is providing accommodations and guided ship tours for the local area. As we speak, Okavu is putting his shipwright sails to the head. Is putting his shipwright skills to use, heading up construction for our base of operations in Dokboga. From sourcing foodstuffs, souvenirs, and everything in between, we're working hand in glove with the good people of Arcana to make sure this venture benefits everyone involved. Sorry, painful. It's like, feels twisted. It's like, ow. Ah, there we go. It cracked, we're good. Still, there are a few things I'm worried about. The guided tours, for example. But it's all journey here after making a reservation out of us until you're lull. We'll have to guarantee their safety every step of the way. No, but we can't expect our customers to handle themselves like you can. That leads us neatly back to my proposition. How about it? Can we guarantee any help as a special advisor while the travel agency find its fate to do a bunch of murders? Consider yourselves advised, specially. Can we have the nails consistently have coloring compared to the old thing? Like, I see Manifest do this, and like her fingernails aren't painted. I'm like, she needs them painted though. Can we have the toggle nail polish on off on like all things that like show the fingers? Aha! I knew we couldn't count on you. Wonderful. Although I'm with you to work straight away, I would seek your assistance. We guides have each devised a plan for our respective tours, based on knowledge of our homeland, but benefit greatly from the important world travel you yourself. Honest opinions only. Blue, perhaps you could come in and manifest and apprise the tours as well? Also trying to converse over here with Wakabu. A fine idea. Guides, please wait in your respective locations. I'll take manifest to each of you in turn. When you're ready to say the word, Miss Kane is a Hana to hear your thoughts. Yeah, I'll get comfy now. You're so tiny. All set? Now then, our three guys have planned 3 unique tours. We'll speak with them one at a time before proceeding with the next. So we're visiting again a hunt on the fields of gold. I'm wishing to showcase local industry with us. Focus on the village and reed fields. Let's go! There we go. Wait, where am I? There we go. Wah. Wah, wah, wah. Wah. Some enchantment outside of all these reeds swaying in the wind. Especially now we can see the fireflies dancing among them. Glad you're here. I was good and bear the weight. Right. Let me explain my concept for the tour. First and foremost, I see this as a chance for our customers to understand Wihanu. And we're better to learn than right here among our reed fields. After all, the reeds are the very heart of our culture. As you get your gaze across those lush fields, you get a sense of what's behind us. That's enough about my thoughts. What do you think? I should like to believe this place can. Oh, those are the Hanu can appreciate, but also. Perhaps read shouldn't be the sole functions. So should absolutely involve the reads, but as Manifest suggests, I think visitors will want to learn about other aspects of Hana culture too. Perhaps giving them a tour of local settlements will serve as worthy introduction to your traditions? Yes, I think the plan is coming along nicely. To summarize, we've been my guiding guests around the village. We'll see how our reads are so tightly interwoven with Hana culture. That way, they'll appreciate the precious resource growing in your paddies all the more. Also, remember giving you a tour when it's not common fucking buckets. So excited about showing visitors our sands. And said that we might like to learn from about normal everyday lives that we Hanu too. I appreciate the suggestion. Consider also having a range of handicrafts on offer that visit my person if so inclined. Perhaps mixed practical household items and more esoteric trinkets, charms and the like. Alright, let's head to the breath between next. Zelihalia has proposed a walking tour of the river and will be waiting for us there. Trying to take some villages and the fields. Map, there it is. Oh, I'm literally like not even far away from it. It's gonna be in a different map. Alright, let's go. Getting tired again. I'll need to stand up and move once this quest is through. The waters here are dazzlingly clear, don't you think? And filled with a bounty of fish besides. Of course, the current is awfully strong as well. As I gather no guests fall in, lest they be swept away in an instant. Once again, an actual reason to come to this place. Haven't had any of those yet. But it's a cute little place. Aha! Give it a little shock of time. My turn was swayed by some endless waters of Kushage. You don't already know. Kushage means big tongue in our language. If you're on years, one might find yourself slipped up and taken off by the current. You know, I bet insights into language like that would prove a bit more helpful. Glad you think so. I'm still unsure of my plan. The idea is to guide guests on the river, explain language and local history as I go, but is that really enough entertainment? Yeah. A leisurely educational stroll sounds delightful. Hearing that for someone who's so well traveled is a relief. Appreciate your advice. Whatever your form tour takes, I want to make sure our guests are completely satisfied. I'm sure to cover good affair with Lena for a hammer of discounts. Here's how we visit Zenahanu. It provides a magical spelunking in which visitors can marvel at the natural beauty of the world beneath our feet. It's a cave Kikitara! So exciting thing of ways to entertain our future visitors. Wah. Tiredness. Oh, headaches back. And tiredness. Oh, kicking me in the dick again. Whee! Headache. I'm gonna stretch and try to get some water and recover from the headache. When I come back, I'll talk to the people. Oh, Jesus. Getting bad. I'm back. And we are back. I'm still tired. I'm still in pain. But, you know, we're gonna try our best. We're gonna try our best. The soft green light reflecting off the rocks. The cool, crisp air. The tinkling of the rain on the river. Feels like I'm in the presence of the divine. There you are. I was starting to feel lonesome waiting for you to arrive. I had a head thing, and I was tired. Give me a break. Let's get straight to it, shall we? Cave Kiki told us also many minerals and medicinal ingredients. For generations, it's been held as a sacred healing site. Travelers will be enamored with the cave's natural beauty, but the route here from the village is long and arduous, and the interior is rather dark. Here might not be suitable reward for the challenge of simply getting there. Visitors could try their hand at collecting medicines and minerals. An excellent suggestion. Of course, with any such plans, respect for the cave and the significance of the Hanu would be paramount. I'm now realizing the goal of what we're doing here is like what they did in Cosmo Canyon. Let's just go through and like advertise our culture to all the white people visiting from Eosia to make money off them from tourism. Souvenirs we acquire in our journeys can be quite near and dear to us. I think visitors will love to take pieces of their trip back home. Villagers can make use of any surplus materials as well. Vana'diel said they gave us somewhat remote. And discount possibility of tour groups running a power fiends on the way here. I'd be better off reserving this course for more seasoned travelers. I say you two are full of fine ideas. It's time to get excited. Just give me a little longer and I'll have my plan ready. No, with that, we've heard all three proposals from our guides. Sure you're tired of all that traipsing around. Let's get back to Arcana, shall we? Special tour for seasoned travelers. Trash is saying in the Discord, Trash is banned in this room. Prominent ice theme promises major systems overhaul throughout the game. Follows on from Aurora Reborn. Welcome back, Heavenswood. Shit, that one person who was saying it was sexist that they didn't include a sale in the 7.5 patch artwork because the next expansion is Heavenswood Send Up. They were right! Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I did see someone say that. Someone said that it's sexist that a sale specifically wasn't on the 7.5 artwork. I don't even know what 7.5 is about, but they were just like, it's obviously like a reference to Heavenswood. Because Alphinaud and Estinian are there. So the fact that they didn't include the woman means that it's sexist. And I'm just like, there are things you can say about 14 where it's just like, yeah, there's some sexism like underlying here. I don't think maybe a couple. I don't think too many decisions have been like actively full-throated knowingly sexist. I think like there's more decisions that are like underlying, not questioning your biases and creating something that affirms to biases you don't even realize you have sexism going on. But like maybe point out the ones that actually exist, not this patch artwork like 5 expansions later doesn't feature this character who died before because the other 2 characters that she was around were on there. I don't think that one's valid. Sorry for taking up so much of your time, but you helped address the guild's worries and brought some excellent suggestions to the table. While we're out there, I have a question I've been pondering in mind. What exactly is that we're selling with the Terali travel agency? It's not as simple as peddling produce or providing a service. If we're unsure, we'll have a hard time enticing customers. For the longest time, I couldn't pinpoint the answer. But hearing those proposals made it crystal clear. We're in the business of ephemeral experiences. It's our responsibility to curate every moment of visitor's stay and ensure they leave with wonderful memories that last a lifetime. That way our customers will be sure to fall in love with Cosmo Orca and its people. I can practically hear my inner abacus clacking away. Provided we hold fast to our principles, and remember that we're here to serve our customers above all else, I'm confident they'll have no qualms about parting with their hard-earned pell. Dawntrail Travel Agency will be synonymous with experiences, both exceptional and unforgettable. I'll drive that message home when I promote our enterprise to the capital. There's that matter of making sure the benefits outweigh the burdens to the Hanu. There's so much to do. I'll put back in my headphones. But before all that, how about we take a look at how soon-to-be built base of Operation Needle Poker? Knowing my brother and what gave you, they say they've made remarkable progress already. Oh look, I can teleport to this one. Because I already have it. I can see the postcards already. Yo, elephant. Yo, Kafkiwa. There you are. Apparently, they're restart construction. Blueprints have been finalized and all materials are on hand. Once the work is finished, then the countdown really begins. He's hoping for satisfied customers. More importantly, happiness for all involved, be they Hanu, Pelu, or adventurer extraordinaire. So wonderful to have you on board. Let's work together to make this a stunning success. Yay! Oh, Hokali! I'm honestly shocked we get the emote, like, for unlocking the society. We get the emote for unlocking the society. We don't even need to do anything in there. Hey, look, the rain stopped. I love this aspect of societies. Again, it's something that's hard to do for MMOs, which is why it's so fucking insane that living memory is the way that it is. But, you know, like, again, it's not even like, oh, since Heavensward. No, they fucking did it with the Sizzle Golok in fucking A Realm Reborn of, like, it's a much smaller version, obviously, but the idea of just, like, as you help the societies, you can see them physically grow. I love that element so much. What do you say we get this thing built? It's so cool. It's so cool. I mean, the best version of it by far, but it's fucking cheating, obviously. This is good. This is a lot more than I was expecting for the start of this. Obviously, the best example is Ultima Thule, but Elysion is fucking cheating, so, you know, it's not a fair comparison. This is a lot more than I expected for step 1. Holy shit. Wow. What's left to build? Oh, the main buildings around the center. the buildings around the Aetherite. Yeah, it's those ones. With construction work on the Dawntrail Travel Agency complete, Libu and Associates have their eyes set on establishing Gossamer Orca as a top tourist destination. Those challenges remain before their goal can be realized. A special advisor is your duty to offer support and guidance as they embark on this exciting new enterprise. Yay! We can't do anything today because we can't do enough quests. It's not like that's military stuff. But I do get a Hoikali! Dawntrail Travel Agency! Yay! You're able to level up more now! It's based on Rin's Travel Agency from FFX because the Pella originated from that game. Oh, so it's also a reference to another game. Oh, well, there you go. Pelu Proponent. Yay! And back to the rain. And back to the rain. I can't believe the rainforest keeps fucking raining. This is some bullshit. Yeah, so there's Ubly with all of our ones there. I assume, yeah. Just material for the time being, because of course. And we'll also repair items and everything else. Ah, Lupu's hanging outside. No, look at it. Oikali! This music's from inside. I gotta put it in the headphones because this is gonna be unique music now. I took out the headphones after they died because I'm just like, oh, we're just like looking at slides and learning about how fucking cracked 8.0 is gonna. I can't get over how. I don't think anyone can. But that's good. Again, I imagine in general the community is, what the fuck did we just witness? I imagine in general, the 14 community, like, I know there's a lot of cynical people in the community, don't get me wrong, and I'm sure there's some of it, but I have to imagine, even some of the leaning towards the more cynical side of things are like parts of the community. Like, I'm obviously very positive. Like, I have things that, like, I don't think the game is perfect, but there's a lot of elements of this game that I'm just like, I really enjoy that I know other people aren't as big on. I'm obviously a very positive person towards this game. I'm toxic positivity or whatever. But I imagine even like the people who trend a bit more, like cynically and negatively towards the game have to look at what was announced today and just be like, fuck, they're going for it. They're fucking trying. Hello, Special Advisor. What can I do for you? And then Leaf Blue's here. We've always got to have, like, our main person who, like, we advance the quest with. They've always got to be colored blue, don't they? I feel like a lot of the time, they get colored blue. Not always, but quite a lot, I think. This music feels Animal Crossing as fuck. I quite like it. I am absolutely getting a certain level of Animal Crossing vibes from the music. Yo, alpacas. A brush a day keeps the veterinarian away. That's what it is, matter. Doom posting around, but a higher chunk of people being positive and saying, like, this might make me come back. I mean, like, if it's the type of thing where it's like, you don't have to worry about logging in every day to do your dailies. If you want to, like, gear up, then you just gotta, like, worry about doing, like, your, you know, whatever you want and just, like, go for a big gaming sesh. How you can even catch up in previous weeks. I imagine Pewdies are gonna be here and it's gonna be, like, part of their trouble. And there's the game there for it as well. This place is adorable. I love this little place. Again, they added a lot for, like, the first step. And I think there's only 2 people saying that they should kill off books, so that's a plus. I keep seeing people talk about how we need to bring back character deaths and more people need to die and everything like that. I'm just like, I feel like we're past that era for 14. Like, all of the points that can be made with, like, characters dying is stuff that, like, was, like, Heavensward, Stormblood, Shadowbringers era. And also, it's not like characters don't die. Quite a few people die in Dawntrail. It's just, it's none of, like, the absolute main primary principal cast. But still, like, major characters, like Zaralshar and Gul Jar Jar and Saint. And, like, Carl's parents, and Ron's mom, and Gafgiwa. Like, there's still plenty of, like, big important characters that die. It's just, it's not the literal principal cast. Like, so anyone who says, like, oh, they need to kill a Scion at this point is just, like, killing off any Scion at this point is pointless after Endwalker. I'm sorry, but after Endwalker, like, nothing can be gained from killing a Scion. You go through all of that just to kill them off? No. Like, I know part of Endwalker's point is that eventually everything dies and everything comes to an end. But, like, the end being that fucking soon after Endwalker? No. What is this? Okay, what's the deal with the Yan? This is the thing I'm the most curious. Hi, so I'm looking at your Yan. This is the thing I am most curious to learn about going through Dawntrail. What the fuck is up with the Yan? Look, here's one spoiler that I cannot fucking avoid about Dawntrail. The Yan, and it exists. And it is everywhere. It is everywhere, and I love the look of it, but I don't know what its deal with is. I've only seen it in terms of like social media posts and like mounts and minions. What the fuck is up with the Yan? I know about the Yan. So what else have we got? Crafter Gatherer finishing, Hildy custom delivery, role quest finishing. Let's do custom delivery first. Just because it's quick. How do I unlock custom delivery number 1? And also, I'm remembering a thing I have to do with custom deliveries, and I want to do it while I remember. Laying new tracks until you allow. There's a thing I have to do with custom deliveries, and I want to do it while, I remember. I remember now, so let's do it now. All right, laying new tracks on the Sarah, the White Wanderer, how the West was sung. Laying new track, custom deliveries, of course. I have to start getting used to doing custom deliveries as a gatherer, so I can get my things, so I can get my Ronic mount. Railroad employee. Laying new tracks. This railroad employee is coming to Tulia Lol in search of you. There you are. So glad I found you. I work over at Truck Rail Railing. Shenzo asked me to send you his way of having to see you. Not alarm you, but there's trouble at the company again. It'd mean the world if you could stop by and speak with him. He said he'd be waiting for you at Shaloni Station. How many times do we have to help out people up there? Weren't we, like, just there in the MSQ helping them not murder Onyx? So maybe we were just there for that. I was like, literally the last episode. Oh, how far to the southeast? Too far for me to bother. I'll worry about trying to get the things at one point. I want my Ronic mount, but I'll worry about it at some point. Yeah, current level custom delivery stuff. It's gonna be a fucking trip. So I'll do it with Gatherer, so I don't have to worry about like having to actually learn how to do craft. Sweet baby Sunbeard, it's Manifest. What a relief to see you. First, I want to say how much we all appreciate you and the Dawn servants to find a solution to our noise problem. Without a new and improved train ready to roll, Shock to Rail Railing is back in business. But for some reason, things are growing tense between Nita Wickway and the Chief. When we ask about it, they insist that nothing's wrong. That's why we need you, Manifest. After all you've done for us, they'd be fools not to trust you. So what do you say? We help us figure out what's got them so hot under the collar. They're at the office now over in Shishin at Wasey Springs. Go on ahead, I'll be right behind you. And it's like at this point, I don't specifically need, like crafting script for anything. Like there's stuff I could do. I like how I just always go around and I just see the crafting scripted, just hanging out in different spots. Can I say something about your Australian cowboy accent? It's trying to be American. I don't know how else to do an American accent other than trying to be cowboy. Yeehaw. That was you, Manifest. Sorry, but as you can see, I got my hands full at the moment. I'm just really bad doing an American accent. So I just emphasize the drawl. Shanza, Zapia, you do it and ask her here, did you? See what I mean? Whole damn company can tell something's off, Nitawickway. We need to come to an arrangement on this. Well, nothing you say is gonna change my mind, so I guess you start listening to reason. Reason? Give me one good reason that we ought to take you out of the driver's seat. Oh, don't be so dramatic. Look at you all, shaking like Ronic caves. Why are the three of you even here? We heard shit was bullshit. The boys got some word that they came crying to you. Oh, well, I'm sorry they dragged you into this. Now that you're here, though, I reckon we could use the unbiased perspective. Fine. You want the full story? As you all know, Balcona and Manifest went to great lengths to help us construct a much quieter locomotive. We've resumed northbound services just outside of Vanguard, where the tracks end, but our work is far from over. As it stands, our company is faced with two large-scale projects. The first is to keep business daily operations running smoothly in order to bring in revenue. Business as usual, in other words. The second, however, is a new challenge. Reconnecting the tracks through Vanguard to Yasalana Station. We're willing to perform the repairs ourselves, of course, but the land now falls under Alexandria's dome, beyond our jurisdiction. We can't just leave the tracks as they are, so I've been negotiating with the Wing of Reflection behind the scenes to make the necessary arrangements. On top of all his other duties, of which there are far too many, the new train is in many ways still a prototype, and we have a supply shortage. That's why I offered to step down from driving around the station, but this soul won't even consider it. He'd rather work himself into an early grave, I suppose. He's so happy at the throttle, is all. It's good you're both worried sick about each other, so why not? Point is, I wouldn't need to give up driving. We can just convince a competent artisan to keep us stocked. An artisan, you say? You need to because doing some kind of accent, but I can't figure out what. Don't worry, neither do I. I don't know why though. I ain't good at this shit. I just need to keep up with it because I gotta do Ace Attorney where I go full pelt with it. You take commissions, Manifest? Well, now that changes things. You can make us 6 whole things a week? That's enough for our entire business. Well, now that changes things. With fewer duties on the administrative side, she can manage both well enough. Can I count on you to assist me to work with our daily operations, then? Yeehaw! Thank you, Manifest. You'll be an asset to the railing. Funny sex joke. Trying to think of one, but can't. Stola and Manifest both using strap on someone. You're an assistant in the railing. Ah, oh, can't. No. Well, then we have much to discuss. Will you step outside with me for a moment? Right, now the Manifest is Manifest in hand. 2 of us had better get back to work. Thanks again. I never claim to be good at any voices, including my own. But the stream is more interesting if I try. Can't think of enough for often to help. But I don't need to take commissions. That's long ago. I used to like never try to do any type of voice for anything. So I'm just like, I'm bad at it, so I won't do it. I'll try to like act it instead of just like reading it normally. I will try to act it and like be in character, but I won't do a voice for it. But Final Fantasy XIV, with the amount of characters it has, the amount of voices they have, just started making me naturally do it. And I think overall, even if I'm not good at it, it probably makes the streams more interesting to watch. Instead of it just being me with the exact same voice acting everything the exact same way. Well, this is changes now. Being run by a line mummy or something along that line. Don't worry, Manifest. You assist me with my railing, and I'll assist you with your railing. Words can scarcely express how relieved I am to have you help in this, Manifest. I'll get straight to the point. You ever try keeping a locomotive quiet? It'll take plenty of polish and plenty more maintenance, keeping everything in pristine condition. To ensure the work flows smoothly, allow me to introduce you to our local vendors. If you require any materials, there's a good chance pay your while he sells them. As for Kanoa, she'll take your scripts in exchange for a variety of quality goods. Anyway, I'll leave you to get started. Whenever you have something to deliver, come and speak with me. my god. No line of dialogue about how, oh, don't worry, I signed a deal with that Rowena of the House of Splendors back in your little Eorzea. I struck a deal with her so I could use scripts to pay you. They finally got rid of that line. Thanks for coming, Manifest. I mean, I haven't done that until you helped me with my railing, but we need all help we can get to keep our new training room whisper quiet. Yes. So do I help with some rail grindstone, or do I go to mine some locomotive lubricant or some oily rope fish? Let's go get some locomotive lubricant. And Ukapacha, Chavameki. Oh, lovely, flying really far away. Why can't I teleport? Oh, because I'm in dialogue. Fair. Watching pillow. Then I get from this good new girl Rodina in Solution 9. Like getting from this girl Rodina over in Solution 9. See, here's the thing when it comes to the voice acting. And this is why the accent for Nidowiqui doesn't make any fucking sense. I don't voice train. So I'm not good at making my voice sound femme in the first place. So then the idea of, oh, do a femme voice and also give it an accent, it's gonna fall apart very rapidly. Gonna fall apart very fucking quickly. Like, I'm pretty sold on the concept. If I ever do, like, VTubing as a side thing for streaming, if I ever get around to doing that, I'm 100% just using a voice changer. I'm 100% just using a voice changer. Not an AI LLM voice changer, somewhere they're very present these days. But an honest to God's real one. Wiped at 0.2% rage. That makes you rage. But a bit more than 99.8% rage for it. The gathering has not changed at all, has it? Oh, I have a wise. I got a Eureka moment. So custom delivery collectibles are still literally nothing. They are still the easiest thing in the fucking world to do. Okay. There is still absolutely no challenge to this. Again, when we're getting the good shit where you want to max it out, you know, there's still like you gotta try a little bit. But for these ones, yeah, it's still actually just literally nothing, huh? Shit, Noisy. No. I don't remember what logo. I'm just like, where's the quest? We did the quest for doing the turn-ins. Now realizing I got 6 of them. You only need 3 for the first level. The rest are literally useless. Thanks, come Manifest. I hope we can get to keep our new train run whisper quiet. I'm aware! Great wheels get the grease around here. It's essential to minimize noise. Ah, Fist, you really outdone yourself. I can scour Springs now and find something half as good as this. I'm aware. Doing your anything you're telling me. I know our engineers will be pleased as punch about this delivery. Wait here while I get it all squared away for him, would you? Making Walika's wife happy with extra lubricant. Sorry, it took a while. As I was shelving the supplies, well, Lika got curious to your handiwork. It's fair to say you've exceeded his expectations, too. Really owe you, Manifest. With that train running so quietly, the Ronic are able to back to grazing undisturbed. Now locals have you to thank for that. The passengers like it too, and we're happy, the railing's happy. Watching these dumb folk cry tears of joy after being kept from Shalom for so long. Couldn't be prouder of our work. Only getting rid of all that towards Excellent 7.5. Thank fucking God. Speaking of which, there was another project I'd like to help you with. Give me some time to iron out the particulars, and I'll be in touch, alright? What did she consider us? I missed that, actually. Ow. Headphone, what are you doing? So what'd you call us? A marriage mediator. Okay, well even the game is just like the marriage is the main thing you're working on. Now then, I'll speak with you about the next project I have in mind. Something I think our past doesn't need. For the Dome Dwellers, some 30 years have passed, yeah? That explains why so many of our southbound riders are middle-aged and older. You see, everyone knows dampening efforts, train has largely remained the same, particularly the interior. Poor lighting and dismal qualities, and hard wooden seats. I doubt our older passengers will find it tolerable as before. So this time we made some improvements. Going forward, we're looking to supply some materials to brighten up our sci-fi characters. Hope we can count on you. Yeehaw! So what am I gathering for her to do this? I'm just gathering furnishing supplies. That's all she's done. Yeah, so if I do another 3, it should be fine. I'm trying to remember because like they always give you 3 and then 6 and 6 and 6 and then it like throws off the achievements and it gets a bit weird. And it gets a bit weird. And I gotta like rememberize my brain on how to do it properly. But also, speaking of achievements though. Speaking of achievements though. Speaking of achievements, though, let's head to the Levelera Estate. And check in with everyone's favorite scantily dressed mother. Hey, Emeliance! How you going today? How you going, Emeliance? Welcome, welcome! I was just thinking of you. You will stop by when time permits, yes? I'm quite accustomed to your visitations. It was my heart at ease to know you all well. Insert sex. Not... Oh, I gotta be a fisher. I have to be a fisher because it's a fishing that I got. Fish at the bonus. Fortuna is absolutely fuming. Oh no, I made his wife hot. Oh no. Cooks of deliveries. The Star Shop of Brunson has graciously offered his full consent for natural resources from our God there to be distributed around the world in use and creation of educational materials. Or to provide aid to other calamity-struck nations. Coal of superior quality is then to produce a vibrant colored chalk to brighten any child's day. There we go. We're just using all of this for chalk. Fine. Fine's disconnecting and reconnecting. Fine, stop. Fine, stop. Grumbles. There we go. Almost there. Oh, no one else is. Stop fucking our mom. No. Have you considered that she's hot? Boom! Customer's always right. A million Slavila 6. Ugh. Thank you, Manifest. Nothing for King Supplies, but for believing in my vision. After everything I have heard of your grand adventures with Alpha and Alice, never my wildest dreams that I believe we might find ourselves working together. But I could not have asked for a better partner. No. Aw. And with that, customer is always right. Emiliant 6. That's all of the Emiliant's ones. That's our final collectible for Emiliant's for the achievements. We get Academic Advocate, a title I'm probably going to put on Scholar. I will probably put that on Scholar. Hell yeah, let's go. Yay, we got that one. And now we just gotta wait for the ones for Andon and Margaret. So we can get the Resourceful and the Manmaker. Anyways, that was just a long achievement that was a long time coming that I had to show off to make sure I got on stream. Okay, question. We're gonna end with the Combat Roll Quest finale just because it was technically the last thing for patches. Do we want to do Hildebrands and then both Roll Quest finales? Or do we want to do Craft to Gatherer finale, then Hildebrands, and then Combat finale? They're the last 3 things to do for today. Oh, actually, there is one other thing I can also do. And that's go to Mordona. While someone decides which one to do, I can also go to Mordona, because I do have another thing to show off. If I remember where to go correctly in Mordona. If I remember the right spot to do it in Mordona. Hildebrand real short, so we can do that. Oh yeah, the first ones usually are. They're usually shorter. There it is. There it is. There it is. Look at this! A G Warrior Triple Triad card. You get this. This is the only, I believe, the only card in the game that actively requires extremes. Doing trials, you can get card drops from trials from normals and extremes. The G Warrior card, I believe, is the only card that explicitly requires extremes. Because you need totems, only one, from Ruby's, Emerald, and Diamond Weapon. And I have those, because I've not done any of these synced, obviously, but I've joined farm parties to get the cards from all of these, but also the mounts. But I can turn these in for a G Warrior card now. Bam! And I can get myself a G Warrior Triple Triad card. G Warrior card's been added to the list. And what does that change? Why is that so important? That's a unique thing. Oh yeah, Thordawn's only from the extreme. Yeah, there is also that, yeah. Now, why did I show that off? Why was that so important? Other than, like, you know, the neat detail of, hey, here's, like, a card that you get from, like, it's a unique method of getting a card. No other card, like, requires, like, totems from 3 different extremes to hand in. Other than it being a unique card, why did I do that? I'm on last 5. What am I doing? Well, that's because that card, if we go down to here, collect all Triple Triad cards numbered 1 to 312, aka every card from A Realm Reborn to the end of Shadowbringers. Like, literally, card 312 is Diablo Armament, the end of Zadnor. That is because that G Warrior card that I just got, my second last card that I need to get this. I only need 1 more card to get a card in hand, which does give us the Jack of all cards title, but also is how we unlock the triple triad card mount itself. So what's the one that I have left? I think it's in this list now. What's the one triple triad card that I have left between 1 and 312? Rank first in one open tournament for the Phoenix card. This is the very last card that I need to get the triple triad card mount. Outside of the fact that open tournaments can have potential spoilers because they can use any triple triad card, so without being caught up, I could be spoiled on cards. Outside of that fact, I've been very explicitly saving this for last because I figure it's appropriate to get the final card that I need for the triple triad card mount to be actually from playing triple triad. So I don't know when we're gonna start doing that, but at some point on stream, we will have to start focusing on doing open tournaments. They're available every 2 hours. They're available every 2 hours. So we gotta focus on that to try and win an open tournament. We only need to win one open tournament. It can even be against entirely NPCs. But we only need to win one. Will the gold saucer say when the next one is? No, it just has the tournament for the weekly one. Let me actually go to gold saucer and double check the time. 30 minutes. Okay, so it's on. Okay, it's just because daylight savings switches over. I can never remember. Is it on odd hours or is it on even hours? But it's on even hours. It's still got 2 minutes left right now. It's on odd hours, I guess. Open tournament. Go! Same 3 open. It's on odd hours. It's open for, so every odd hour. Every odd hour it opens and it's up for 30 minutes. If I join with 2 minutes left, maybe I'll join a party of only NPCs. Again, daylight savings like switched over like beginning of this month, so I was just like, I've lost track of which one it is. I forget, I guess confusing between this Ocean Fishing and Fates. I think that's the idea. I think this is specifically off from Ocean Fishing. I think they specifically make it sure, because Ocean Fishing is also every 2 hours. I think it's explicitly so this alternates. Yeah. Because again, we've got the weekly tournament, which is the stuff I wasn't showing off the weekly tournament and doing it. But I was showing off like the cards that I got from the weekly tournament last week. And by last week, I mean like 2 weeks ago. And then there's this guy. Chat, I need you to tell me if there's any spoilers on screen. Same 3 open. Chat, is there spoilers on screen? Chat, is any of the spoilers? Time remaining 1:48. We're now in Dawntrail, so the chances of spoilers are going to be a hell of a lot less. I don't think any of this is spoilers. Sick. Oh, well, I see Vanar. I have to take Vanar. I see Vanar. I have to take Vanar. I'll take the 3 8s, and then out of these... Oh, that 876 is really good. Alright. Hey, look, it's me. I'm going against Rotweeder of the 3 hearts. So all, like, this is all NPCs. I mean, it's tough with TT cards because of their FUT posters. Yeah, that is true. That is true. Bah. Ooh, okay. The only way I can capture that is to do this. But it's going to be captured by Thordon. Or you're just not going to do that, I guess? Or you're just not gonna bother, I guess? Trinity of Out I can recapture down the bottom. Wait. Okay. Okay. Well, fuck you. Fuck you, the 7 and the 1. I hate same! I hate same! I hate same so fucking much! I hate same so fucking much! Are you fucking kidding me? What the fuck? How did that happen to, like, how did, like, coincidentally that occur? God damn it. Well, I'm probably not gonna win this one. I'm probably not gonna win this one. Motherfucker! And this is why this will be a triple triad card that takes me forever to fucking win. Because this shit is bullshit. Because this shit is bullshit. Oh, Hydaelyn versus Vana'diel, let's go. I don't want to go first. Going first is just like always a disadvantage. Fuck you. I actually can't capture that. That's really annoying. But I can do this. Hydaelyn, please. Hydaelyn, please. I hate this game! I hate triple triad! It's bullshit and I hate it and it fucking sucks! Going first is just unfair. Going first is like just such a disadvantage. It's so fucking annoying. It's so fucking frustrating going first. I fucking hate it. Every open tourney is plain draft only. So I just got the bad one. I just got the bad one with the bullshit. I mean, to be fair, I lost. I didn't even lose that one because of the same. Stop making me go first! You fucking bastard! I hate it. I hate it. I hate it so much. I hate it so much. I hate going first. It's such bullshit. Fuck off. Because there's just no way to avoid. You have to throw down a sacrificial lamb. It's like going first, especially in like the rule set that we have here. It's a sacrificial lamb and it's unavoidable. And so there's the rest of the fucking game is just trying to play fucking catch up and nothing else. It's so fucking annoying. It's so fucking frustrating. I fucking hate triple triads so much. I love collecting the cards. The actual game, it's just, again, it's why like I got pissed off playing fucking Joustus and King of Cards and Shovel Knight. It's the same fucking thing. I just hate this type of game. I don't know how the fuck you're meant to play it. I don't get how you're meant to play this. I don't understand. It doesn't make sense to me. I don't get how you're meant to see the patterns. I fucking hate it. Winning at the same time relies on like randomly getting dealt a selection of cards you can use to set up a combo. I will never in my life set up a combo. You are overestimating by such a significant margin my level of intellect and ability to, like, understand what's happening, to think I will ever deliberately set up a combo to try and actively use Sane. You're insane for thinking that. How would I ever do that? That shit is impossible. Anyway, welcome Nashu. The case of the displaced inspector. It's a very different outfit. Looking rather lost herself, Nashu Makaraka has come west in search of the missing inspector. Nashu and a stalker. Can we get rid of the stalker character? Like, seriously? Well, hello there, Minnie. Cool, how serendipitous that we should cross paths in this far-flung nation. Have you come all this way to lend me a hand? Because let me tell you, I could use the help. You see, I've been doing my absolute darndest to track down the inspectors ever since Mr. Poo-Poo's starship whisked him off the god only knows where. My best turned out to be the Vana'diel truth. No, the guy's a crank. We know. Eyewitness accounts in the latest issue describe a shiny craft headed west across the ocean. So I backed a few things and headed as far west as I was able. This is where I ended up. I made a few inquiries since my arrival, but I've mostly been acclimatizing myself to the native cuisine. Very important step, that. Anyway, seeing as fate has sent you to assist me, I suppose it's time I continued questioning the locals on the matter of the unidentified flying gentleman. Here, this should help aid in our investigations. It's an illustration of the starship, clipped from Dorian's publication. Having this on hand should make it much easier to explain what we're looking for. I'll just run the markets hereabouts. As for you, well, I've yet to venture beyond the food stall, so practically anywhere else but here. If you learn anything useful information, come and find me around this spot. I'll be stuffing my, ears with delicious, intelligence. Zelengar's duty to remain vigilant and for threats and unusual developments to make warrant an investigation. Maybe prudent visit bribing place and question the soldiers. Should I make sure the city guards us to decide anything similar? I'll concentrate my efforts on storekeepers and their delicious offerings of information. Now realizing, before we get, I had this issue back in Endwalker, oh my fucking god, my gear is like so under-leveled before we get to the, there might be a trial for the very final Hildebrand, like the last, 2 times. Yeah, 2 times. Gotta make sure I, actually upgrade my gear before then. Even though hopefully, apparently in Evercold, that won't even be an issue because eye level will just sync to all gear. A thing that sounds very good and powerful. Yes, yeah, something I can help you with. Here's a starship. Have you seen one of these things? I'm aware I sound ridiculous. Actually, I have seen a vessel like that. It was sometime before Zaralsha's flying ships appeared. I watched it limp northwards through the skies about Tulialo, wobbling about like it might crash into the ground at any moment. Show the photo in your inventory too. An illustration of a starship, clipped from the Vana'diel Truth. The addition of a magnified inset in this hand-drawn picture hints at the illustrator's level of fixation upon the subject matter. It's the only thing in frame, but I must show you it even closer. Why did they turn Hildebrand quests into yellows? Hildebrand quests should stay blues, to let people know they're important. Why did they turn Hildebrand quests yellow? Well, that being said, Tataru's quests in fucking Endwalker were yellows for some reason. Searching for a strange ship, you say? Yes, I saw a flying disc just like that during patrol in Shaloni. Slowly drifting towards the ground, seemed to come down somewhere near Solani. You're determined to find it, that's what you should try next. What would they call that place that's covered by the dome now? Heritage found? No more relic, no more blue, I guess. Gas? I guess? I gotta practice for being a VTuber. Whenever you hear music that you're grooving to, I can't just like do what I would normally do. I gotta like do the full dance, like you gotta do the full head sway thing. That's the big, that's the, maybe they add an ending troll like Endwalker. True. True. I was thinking with VTubing, you gotta like exaggerate your movements a lot. So if you're like dancing to a thing, you can't just do that. You gotta go like. And when you're talking, if you want to do facial animations, you gotta be like, kind of stuff. Or just rig your VTuber model to deliberately exaggerate everything an absurd amount. Don't know how well that would work. Go away! My fur is into the soulspawn, no fruit at all. And star-shaped, anyway. How's your harvest? There's some solid leads. I suspect many. So by the sounds of things, the ship was malfunctioning and eventually came down somewhere to the north of here. With any luck, this hostage bounty mention will be the place we find the inspector. Longest fucking response. I doubt it'll be so simple, and certainly not with that incident, knowing how many matters involving the inspector. Nintendo Go. Longest fucking response the Warrior of Light has ever gotten. Well, with you as my escort, I'm sure we'll arrive at the right spot eventually. And none the worse for wear. Shall we head off? Why? Just get rid of him. We don't. We evolved past the need for him. Like, I'm sure he's around somewhere there. I do not care. By the way, welcome Heritage Found. This is some of the least lightning this has been for a while. But saying by that I mean I can't actively hear it. Never mind. It's all crackly and zappy. The starship suddenly came down. So let's start our search for the inspector. State investigative procedure dictates that we question the residents for possible gentleman sightings. Off we go. Are we gonna run into a Hildebrand that's 30 years older? Are we gonna have Hildebrand be affected by the time jump? Are we gonna have Hildebrand but 30 years older? Oh god. Oh goodness. Well, he deserves it at least. He's being a... You know, if we kill him, then I'm okay with that, actually. It's a small settlement and its inhabitants are unknown to me. If a man has such a distinct appearance and demeanor were among us, I'm sure I'd noticed. Perhaps he's wandering around somewhere in Sushinat. They have so many more people, you could easily go unnoticed in the crowds. You were here as Queen Svensk, as I recall. If you're commanding wish to enter the city as well, then I suggest you make arrangements with the sentry at the tower entrance. Oh, Solution 9! That sounds promising. Thank you for the tip. Afraid your friend won't be entering Solution 9 unless you can convince the sentry to let her in. Whee! Fuck. Door stuck. Please, I beg of you. Oh, if wild mobs try to attack me during this, I am fucked with the capital. Fuck. Again, I'm in like Shadowbringer's gear on this show, on this glam. Visitor detected. Verifying access rights. Unlimited Everkeep access confirmed. Scanning unregistered visitor. Warning, warning, explosive device detected, entry denied. Oh, of course. Of course. I'm not carrying explosives. This is medicine for treating Inspector Hildebrand's condition. explosive medicinal compounds. Error does not compute. It's really quite simple. Inspector Hildebrand was sucked up by Mr. Pooper's malfunctioning starship, after which I proceeded to drag him thousands of miles away and deposit him here. Ergo, you need to let me pass so I can blow away his brain cobwebs. The error, logic circuits overloading, emergency shutdown initiated. It's fucking Lister explaining how the like the episode with time travel and blowing up the star bug worked out to the camera, and the camera just fucking explodes. Huh, must be nap time. I guess we can just go in. Can we stop, like, having him be a focus of cutscenes, please, for the love of God? Just get rid of him. Why is he still here? Why are we still making this part of the story? Oh, that's a good-sized city. I still think it's too big for what it is. It doesn't really make sense that it's this big when you see Evercold from the outside. It's still one of the things that kind of breaks the, like, sense of scale of the video game. Well, there's one sure way of locating an inspector in a place like this. If there's an ongoing case, then that's where he'll be. It's a lovely part of town looking for any nefarious incidents. Shall we? You know, just the lively part. The one part that has any fucking life in it, the colored part. True view. That's an Eastern sector, you say. Right then, let's get to it. Where's the most likely place for crimes? So you're asking me where the poverty is? Well, it's not at the shopping center. And it's not at the houses. Again, it's the one part of the city that has any fucking life to it, because it's the only part of the city that has color that isn't purple. The only crimes there are ones of passion. Hello there, forthright hewn. What, like a crime? Now you mentioned, I did hear about a theft recently. The city's peaceful by and large, but anyway, we have a lot of people. Incidents like this are bound to occur. There's like literally multiple alleyways here where Batman watches his parents get shot. What the fuck are you talking about? There's no crime here. Oh, you don't say. And then what happened? Put them on. The only crime I have is these energy drinks that I gave you. Okay, son. I've heard talk of an odd squealing creature of some sort, but I don't know if that's the kind of thing you're looking for. You're talking about the beavers. Because damn. What's up? See, people aren't as like upset anymore because Arcadion's back. And also everyone thinks Spain is alive again. Recent troubles. Sorry, pair soldiers mobilized not moments earlier. Responding to a disturbance, it seems. Nothing was far from here, but maybe hazy on the details. Beavers around Solution 9. The beavers are everywhere. They're going to be the final boss of the final expansion. Oh, I was heard about that theft. Something was stolen from a nearby tavern, apparently. I'll go directions to the scene of the crime, so let's head over there. Can you believe it? Someone stole my idea of a good combination of a hairstyle and a mustache. Now look at what I decided it will look like. The thief absconded with an aged bottle of spirits. The most expensive one in my establishment. I demand you find this criminal at once. They need to get all hot and bothered. The culprit is right under your nose. Gravelly. How gravelly? Oh my god, he's full on noir detective! Oh my god, he's gone full on noir detective! Admit it, punk. You pinched the hooch. Me? Well, why would you think? With a supply of souls cut off, folks of the habit have turned to black market rackets. And luxury goods of dubious provenance is one way of paying the asking price. Top shelf bottle of juice and make for a fine trade, I'd say. By the by, you know there's a method for identifying contraband souls. Your regulator logs would tell the tale. Don't want to let us check them? Be my guest. It's like a gander at the cabinet where the bottle was stored. And the lock showed obvious signs of tampering. Electro picking tools are awful hard to handle, aren't they? Most amateurs get singed, but you got scorch marks all over your mitts. Give it up, kid. I got you dead to rights. Oh no, my rights! I was suspended soul provisions. I'm so worrying about the future. It was a moment of weakness. Save it for the authorities. Take him away, boys. That was with the Hildebrand, wasn't it? He didn't look or sound very gentlemanly. Oh no, my rights! I just got those rights. He didn't sound very gentlemanly. He was huff and dance the entire time. He must still be in shock after Starship's crash landing. Healthy dose of Nash's lights will put him to rights. Maybe not in such a populated area. I suppose that would be a responsible course of action. Come on, we should hurry on before we decide this ungentlemanly Hildebrand. 30 years have been rough on everyone, including Hildebrand. Including the gentlemanly gentleman himself. I'm in solution 9, so I just naturally thought I could get out of mount. Nah, not allowed that shit. You want that away? Or is it more of a mercy? We found him! We followed the trail of cigarette smoke. Oh shit! My man is grizzled! Egg. He looks like the inspector. He's a touch old. Murphy. "30 years passed inside the dome? The Inspector Hildebrand was here when it happened. That put him in his 50s. He must have been living here for so long that he's forgotten everything about his previous life. Luckily, I have just the thing to jog his memory." Oh no. Oh no! Think I wouldn't notice such an obvious tale? I don't know what your game is, but bombs ain't toys. Best put them away before you hurt someone. Or yourself. Caught on the bombs. She's the guy's hotel is pretty obvious, yeah. Let me, I've seen neither of you as sport and regulators. So I suggest you be more careful with the only lives you've got. So don't you remember us? You're Hildebrand, Agent of Inquiry, Gentleman Inspector Extraordinaire! I've been called a lot of things, but nothing so insulting as a gentleman. I'm a withered old fool with too many debts and regrets. Let's go! Detective Honey Boiled! That might be the best joke in the game. So yeah. The hardy boiled detective. So fucking good. Also, the noir remix of the fucking Agent of Inquiry music. Oh my god. Very impressive. But even with that name and those odd clothes, you might as well be Inspector's older, more wrinkled twin. I hate to break it to you, but you're barking on the wrong tree. So, coincidence or shot? No. Are you back to the egg? The alchemy main's at it. The alchemy main's at it again. Oh no. You seem awfully fond of those hard-boiled eggs. Here, this one's on me. Oh no. Thanks, Dollface. You're a peach. Hardy boiled, no, don't trust it! Hardy boiled, no! Not the giant over-the-top smile, but the brief little smirk. Yeah, let's go! Let's go! Oh, there's the blowing smoke shot. There's the shot of blowing smoke. Yep, disheveled clothes. Not quite the way that Hildebrand gets them disheveled, but still disheveled. That's one way to cure a hangover. You got me good. Maybe we really do have the wrong person. That indestructibility is awfully Vana'diel-like, though. I've seen a few cases of this twin-person phenomenon in the dome. I'm not sure what's going on here, but I can see you know who I thought you were. Now we need to keep searching. A missing person, is it? That's the rub. You can leave the sleuthing to me. Oh, we could really use your help. By the sounds of things, this fellow looks a lot like me. What'd you say his name was? Hildebrand. I'll find him, don't you worry. I can feel a hunch. It's coming on already. There's always the question of where did they take Hildebrand from here? Where did they take Hildebrand from here? And the answer of noir detective, fucking brilliant. You sure that isn't the inspector? The noir commentary over. All the Hildebrands in the world, she had to walk into mine. I have to rush off and do some investigative work on my own. The city still has my head spinning. I think I'll wait and see if this Detective Hardy-Boiled is as good as he seems. Meanwhile, you should get back to whatever it is that famous adventurers do when they're not embroiled in one of our fantastical cases. Just the one today. Yeah, I believe that's how Heavenswood was. I think Heavenswood was also just the one to introduce it. But, I mean, the introduction here being Hardy-Boiled is very fucking strong. The introduction of Hardy-Boiled immediately is, oh, I think Hildebrand's gonna be peak again. Damn, I've been looking for a needle in a neon-lit haystack. A city with an allergy to sleep. A twin of mine well and truly lost himself. Trail was colder than the ice at the bottom of my glass. Hey! But I can smell it in the air. The cloying stench, cheap perfume. Conspiracy. Stay tuned for further episodes of Detective Hardy-Boiled. Come on! You're not allowed to make Nashu sexy! You can't make Nashu that sexy! What the fuck was that? Holy shit! When do we get that emote? Holy shit! The inspector has finally set foot upon the Dawntrail. Get ready for inconceivably further Hildebrand adventures. Yeah, the fucking like we had Brandy Hills, we had like the like with the light soul sucked out of him in Shadowbringers. I love a woman who can smile. God, but who knows what his case will be this time? Fucking wear the hat. When it happens, whatever happens, you'll be there on the scene. The goblin got the hat. I'm glad that they're not out of ideas for Hildebrand. I'm very happy that they are not out of ideas and they still know how to like be like, you know what? Let's do something we've never done before and fucking bring it. That makes me very happy. That makes me very happy to see that. Oh, I love Hildebrand so much. It's gonna take a lot to top Endwalker's Hildebrand, just because Endwalker Hildebrand was so fucking meta in so many amazing ways. It's gonna take a lot to top Endwalker Hildebrand, but noir detective story could definitely do it. Alrighty, last two things for today: craft a role quest finale with our craft encrypted over here, and combat role finale. So let's head back to Tulia Lol, as I assume both of them will be here. I assume both of them would be back here. Appreciated value, I assume. Ripley! Crafters! Fuck it, culinarian. Because cooking up all the juice was fun. Appreciated value. Ripley is gladdened by your presence. What should make you? Well, if it is a manifest, come to sample the fruits of your labor. The shops are gone from failing to flourishing. Hair is blowing in my face. I'm in business, booming, and I've got ideas been simmering in the back of my mind. A plan I'd always hoped to put into motion. Now I believe I can. Now that I think on it, your help would go a long way to ensuring its success. Might you be willing to hear the particulars? I'm in the middle of a clamorous market as such place for such conversation. Would you aim me at the Gorna Truck Gleam Sands? I need to take the headphones out. Not like permanently, just like I've adjusted them so many times that they're so tight in my ear that it's hurting. Just need to like take them out so I can put them in again so they're just resting in my ears and not like shoved deep into the recesses of my ears. I almost fear how short today's stream would have been if we weren't catching up on like all of the fucking Fanfest stuff. I feel like even with all the stuff we're doing today, it would have been like a 5-hour episode. Baseline baby? Oh no, Fort Caverns. Oh yeah, we're gonna unlock stuff. Right. Gotta do that at some point. Densitation! I'm just grooving. Oh, nice. My apologies for the wait. Time is spell, as they say. Lots of wasted moment. As you know, our country has endured much in recent times. The right of succession has scarcely concluded when that dome appeared in Yassilani. Then came the invasion, and the fall of Dawntrail was slain. Even so, I cannot help but feel this strife has only strengthened the bonds between the peoples of Torel. Why, even the Okoye have seen fit to come down from the mountains to visit. More heartening still, the Tuliol and citizens previously thought lost to the dome have been returning home in greater and greater numbers. I can only assume we owe it to the government's efforts to repair the railroad. All that being said, I think what we need now is a good sail, don't you? Yes, a sail of prodigious proportions to celebrate our nation's melting pot of myriad cultures. After all, what is Tuliol if not a house of countless beads itself? We'll go at the Machi Appreciation Sale and invite vendors from across the continent to take part. Doesn't that sound splendid? As it happens, much by the name of Marble has been traveling around Torel on my behalf, speaking to anyone and everyone who might be interested. Everyone's safe, those still living in the dome, but I feel it would be remiss of me to not extend them an invitation. Our relationship with them is a complicated one, to be sure, but Torel is no less their home than ours. Their presence here would afford us all a chance to extend their hand in friendship. Yet I am woefully uneducated about their culture, and truthfully making arrangements for this event has demanded the sole focus of my attention. It was why I'd like to enlist the aid of someone intimately familiar with their present circumstances. Someone like you, provided it's not too much trouble, of course. None shall go unappreciated on my watch, said threateningly. Thank you, Manifest. You might be the most dependable artisan I've ever had the pleasure of knowing. Yo! What you make is as sure as you can, it's vying for that title. There's literally everyone. Well, not literally all of them. It's one per quest line, but still. In fact, these fine folks followed a needle assist for facets of the event's preparation. Robbie's enlisted your help as well, has he? And we're a veritable army's worth of support behind us. Robbie assigned me to the Yassilani expedition. Glad to be traveling with you, friend. And me! Got my shock Torel permits and I'm raring to go! While you're there off handling that, rest of us put together some eye-catching advertisements for the big event. With quantity and quality in equal measure, of course. I'm going to say that Zemawani has also volunteered to assist in the preparations. Though I suspect his motivations lie in the prospect of hearing tales from the dead. In any case, I pray for a sizable sign out. Well, the expedition team, your destination is a settlement found on the outskirts within the note. Manifest, can I count on you to lead the way? Wonderful. Travel safely and report back once they've settled in. As for the rest of us, let's get to work. Remember, no one is to overexert themselves, so we need as many hands as we can to help customers once the sale's underway. Oh, now it's very different music too. Bang my head too. Scots, here we come! When I set up my embark on a journey, I must confess, it's not what I had in mind. Nonetheless, I'm ready when you are, Manifest. With the train running again, I doubt it will be especially eventful. But Uvla insisted on tagging along as a bodyguard. Look, God, it's really becoming a merry band, it seems. And the more the merrier! Seeing as passionate in town for a visit, I invited him along too. No one said we mercy on out. There's just everyone from the Gatherer quest is now here. There's everyone from the Gatherer quest is here now. I knew Lasani had changed, but this is... How does she manage to survive out here all this time? I'm on first and foremost, which isn't to say I don't have experience as a god. Still, I was relieved to have you with us. I admit, it's nerve-wracking to be so far from home. But it was proven reliable in combat. As I have my magics, of course. Fish mage. Fish mage. Doesn't have my feathers fluffing up something fierce. Now this lightning's got on my wings all tingly. The sooner we finish our work here, the better. Now, how do you reckon we go about asking these folks to join our event? Saying that different life here must be. I worry we might not see eye to eye. Same as ask any good neighbor. Fucking come over or I'll tell the police on the weed that you hide. Nothing else for it, eh? Let's put up and start inquiring. But it's not we count on you to fish us out of trouble if it comes. There you are. Person's walking on the walls. I wonder if this thing on this year talks like on as well as we hoped. You want me to go where? Perfect time, Manifest. This is fun like give you like to come see till you're lull, but sorry, I'm not sure I want to travel outside the barrier. Granted, I was born and raised in Yasselani, but I was a child then. That's because I remember it. As far as I'm concerned, this is my home now. Wait a minute. Are you the visitor who was asked something about Fish Natives Heritage Found? What was that about, if I may? Hey, from the Fish Quests. This formidable fishwoman gave me my request and go to Fulman Sturgeon, that I might master my tribe's magical arts. And she managed to hook one? So merciful fate. No, I managed to hook two. I can't despair. A fellow aficionado, are we? Tell you what. Measure up till you're lull, and you're going to browse my collection of fresh, fantastic specimens at Fish Fancy's Done, aren't it? That's an offer I'd be hard pressed to refuse. Oh, why not? Perhaps I'll invite my family along too. Thank you. But before I let you go, I'll be more about the local swimmers. So they've become fish friends, haven't they? Suppose I should have expected to find fish enthusiasts in every far-flung corner of the realm. Fish means it everywhere. You can never escape. Nothing else, everything else seems to be going quite smoothly now. If it's awesome, we'll say that he and his family make it safely to Tiliola. See, it's not just about catching them. My friend next to me became a fish mage. What? I dare imagine you and that former surgeon could have led to such a riveting conversation. But worry not, I just don't believe we can take it from here. I think I'm curious about all lives beyond the barrier. What's in mine tonight? All of it, fish included. Got a certain knife of fish. No, I remember what I'm doing. Hyper focus on fish. Do nothing else. Pretty sure that's what I was told to do. Nope. I try looking at the map to be like, okay, where do I have to go? Is I go up these stairs, or I go up these stairs? I go up these stairs. So many times the answer is nope. Alright, you have my attention. For a blessed manage to find someone willing to hear us out. It remains uncertain whether Master Shunye's efforts will elicit a favorable response. No, nothing yours again! Slide! Stop it! Stop being tired. Oh my god. Have you considered not? And since its appreciation itself for all peoples of Taral, namely descendants of Alexandria, would be most welcome to take part. Taral's not part of Alexandria. Yeah, you might have thought it was colonism the other way, but it's actually colonism the other way. The difference is that we top house with a sword, not like an anchorhead. That sounds like a marvelous idea. So I'm a traveling merchant myself, you know. From local farm produce to electric ore, and the distribution of all manner of supplies. Perhaps someone on my network contacts could help me put together a storefront for your rent. So there's a taken way of life within the dome. It's no different than without. Sent on the blessings of the land. Blessings of the land? You sound like my mother! Perhaps our way of living is the same, or perhaps not. I've never anyone seen the old Yasalani, so it's hard to know for sure. Say, before we were ourselves with this appreciation, sir, why don't you two of us get properly acquainted? Sure, there's much you can teach me. You misunderstand. I'm no expert on the Shidona. I'm merely a visiting Viera from Uthid. What's that have to do with anything? So, I suppose it doesn't. Well, if it was under another great fun and tea, so most likely you profess no further. You know that able hands we can get prepared for the sale. I'm not leaving without him. Fine. In lieu of an apology, I'll be sure to go with all relevant parties. I will meet again at the sale. Oh no. Oh no. Try it again. Tiredness is hitting again. Give me a sec. Oh. Tiredness hits, and then when the tiredness hits, it hurts the head, which makes the tiredness worse, and then it's just like... head hurt. Ooh. So there was a part of me that was thinking, oh yeah, I can do like, I've got 3 days off, I'll do multiple 14 streams across that, and then I remembered, oh right. My head hurts still? Jesus Christ. Ooh. Oh, that's real bad. Oh, jeez. Exhibition names appears to have matters well in hand. There'll be an opportunity time to return to your line and inform properly of the success. Fucking Christ. Parent education after a smooth start. We're sure we'll work together to see this through to the end. Much of them are identical, my people, and yet there's a few similarities. Am I merely fumbling for excuses? Ow. 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 Brain explosion. Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Oh my god, it's just... every time I think it's gone away, it just comes back. And I'm back! The next day. I don't know how I'm gonna cut it, because I obviously didn't plan for a cut. When we teleported back to Tulialal, and we teleported over to Wachimeki, I started dying. Like, you're probably noticing that, you know, I was getting a little tired, but I was also having a bad headache. Towards the end of yesterday's stream. Like, I need to join this FC that's here, because they're headache-free. That'd be really nice, it'd fix a lot of my problems. But, no, like, I missed, like, over a week of streams because of, like, really bad headaches. I'm clearly not entirely past that. So yeah, had a really bad headache. I was down for, like, fucking, watching the video back, it was, like, 8 minutes. I was fucking out for. Like, I was just, like, face down, just, like, ow, in pain. People in chat started to get worried, which is fair enough. So, we didn't finish this, but we're here the next day. And we're just gonna finish off this. When we last left off, we were speaking to Ropley about making a sale, an appreciation sale, to celebrate basically, hey, we saved all the stores and also we saved Tulialal from being nuked by giant, like, cyberpunk airships. So, now we have to speak to Ropley about that. I assume, because we went to Heritage Founds with the gatherers, like the gatherers that were here, but they're not here right now because they're still in Heritage Founds, to, like, bring people back to Tulialal if they want to partake in it. So I assume we're going to talk to the crafters now about, like, getting stuff ready for it. I would assume that's where we're going now. I see you've returned from the dome. Expedition team is finding success, I hope? Ish! People weren't super down for it because they were just like, I've lived here for 30 years, but, you know, a couple people. A couple of people seem to be like, yeah, you know what? If there's a sale on, I'll go and check it out and see whether I want to upend my life and now live here. Excellent. You have my thanks for overseeing their efforts. While you're at it, would you do me a favor and check on the rest of our dear shopkeepers? In particular, I'd like to know how Pameka and Zemawena are faring. And I think they'd be heartened to see you. You'll find them processing entrance at the Arch of the Dawn. Okay, so Juice Maker's like not even here. How about Pahoni and Roll? Shops goes well putting together decorations for the big event. If you're looking for Maker, should be in the paperwork. Real shot is off spreading the word. Vana'diel, or if you're speaking with Dennis into the dome, are you? I should have known it wouldn't take you long. So are they over... Oh, they're way over there, okay. Towards the alpacas. Is that direction? I'm just like, I don't actually know where that is. I keep fucking forgetting that the teleport for Wachimeki is over that way. I guess we're hoofing it. Or at least we're hoofing it to Bayside Bevy. I'll teleport from there. How many months have I been in Tulialal now? Coming up to 4. Still don't remember where everything is. So where the... I remember the layout of the city. This is definitely the city that I can remember where stuff is the most. Port cabins, I guess, is probably going to be the closest. I don't even know if this is that much closer because I got the stairs now. It's definitely the city where I remember where most things are in like a general layout sense. It helps that it's like basically one big main street and then everything deviates off that or goes into the upper layer. It's not like fucking Uldar or Ishgard where I will never remember where shit even is in a general sense. But I'll never remember where the Aetherites are here. I constantly forget where the Aetherites themselves are. Yo, we've got the Yokois here. I hope Omega would be taking part in the sales. What about Vana'diel? We wouldn't want her hand falling off from all that riding now, would we? Fortunately, Brookhaven was quite willing to give me the off time. Hey. Omega. I'll be here to see a 14 stream forwards by a technicality. We're inviting people from across the realm to take part in a sale. To reserve a stall for the event, you must first submit the proper paperwork. But if you like, I can help you fill it out. You don't need to tell me what's right. By all means, spare me the hassle. But first, are alpacas allowed in the market? Peddlers like myself wouldn't have any business at all, were it not for our fuzzy, four-legged friends. I see. Let's write in a request under special accommodations then. As long as you get the stall clean, I don't foresee any issues. As long as the alpacas don't spit on people, it's fine. Thank you kindly. She's very well behaved, I assure you. By the way, what's this I hear about an establishment serving juice blends? Most days I get buy on mate, but I'd love to stop by and have a cup if I have the time. We've got like special Pelu Pelu drinks that are like designed for... I can't remember what the Pelu Pelu drinks that we had were, actually. There was a particular blend that was for the Pelu Pelu. I can't remember if it was a different alcohol because they always drink mezcal and mate. Or if it was like something else. Anti-hangover, that's what it was. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah. That's right, yeah. Because, yeah, I was about to, like, was it something to help them, like, filled with that? Or was it to, like, I was like, oh, right, it was for, right, it was for the next day. It was for the next day. Right, I forgot, yes, of course. We're currently compiling a catalogue of all the storefronts that are open for business during the sale. I'm sure you'll find plenty that suits your fancy. I deal primarily on stone sculptures, as well as the tools traditionally used to carve them. All created in miniature, of course, to fit Turiolan hands. Wonderful. Everything seems to be in order. I might fill out a vendor application on your behalf. If you should have further need my pen to prepare signboards or price tags, I'd be happy to assist you. That would be most helpful. The scripts used here to hold some meaning to a Yokoi like myself. Sailor shaping up to be a most wondrous event, would you not agree? A beautiful tapestry of different cultures threaded together by the spoken word. Which reminds me, love to hear more about your culture. Surely you have a little time between tasks. And that's what Zimmoweni. Zimmoweni, you scoundrel! Is this why you volunteered to help? Yes, 100%. He just wants more bar stories. Sup? Hey, I'm here. You didn't worry about us, Manifest. We're tasked with welcoming all the visiting merchants, and it's been a steady stream thus far. Really, if anyone's struggling at the moment, I fear it might be Zerosha. She already agreed to handle the event promotion, so we can focus on assisting visitors. You should be able to find her at Bright Bloom Post. It's cool that we like helped everyone. Like the whole quest line of like all of them was helping them out with like with their problems, and now we're doing the quest line that combines everyone, and it's just like we're going around to them, and they're just like, no, you helped us, and we've learned a lot from that, and we're actually all good now. It's fine. Having worked at Chevalier of Thier, I'm confident in my ability to make customers from all corners of Terral feel at home. Key is find common understanding, be it through careful explanation or apt comparison. We're working hard to ensure the merchants who participate have to do as little paperwork as possible. After all, we want them to enjoy the event too. Insert your favorite anime convention that makes people like fill out reams and reams and reams of shit so they can actually open up a stall there. It's kind of fitting to have this thing of just like, let's bring all these people together and have like a big convention and everything like that, like right, like literally as Fanfest is happening. But Fanfest is going to be wrapping up like very soon because it's the next day. Like this is the second day of Fanfest. I don't know. I still haven't heard super specifics or anything like that, but I have heard I have heard that people's response to the job stuff, because they had like a showing of that, like it was while I was streaming. They had a showing of just like the whole evolved system they were going to do for jobs, of like, hey, we're going to make some jobs like have less buttons, have more interesting buttons, 2-minute meta is super fucking dead, all that shit. I did hear that they showed that off like more specifically at a panel later, and I've heard very positive things. I don't know specifics, probably not even spoilers, so I probably could learn specifics if I wanted to, but I'm not really at the time either, because I can't be dying. But I've heard very positive things so far. I've heard very positive things. There's very much an air of, this is the most excited that the player base of 14 has been in years. There's very much an air in the air. That was terrible. Can you believe I speak for like most of my life? That like most of the things I do in my life involve talking. There's an energy in the air of it's all there's a little tentativeness to it in terms of just what if it's shit. I mean, that's why Reborn mode is still there at least, so there is that. But there's an energy in the air of just like everyone's just like, shit, 8.0 may really be like a massive turnaround for 14 to like really revitalize itself and become something even better than what it is. Again, I've not been the person like I'm the person where it's like I'm not bored of like what the current weekly daily process is. I'm not someone who's bored by what like the current job design is and everything like that. I still enjoy all of those things, but I can see why people who've been playing the game for a lot longer than I have would start to develop issues with those. And it's funny because it's just like they want to like part of like the whole change to like the weekly thing as opposed to a bunch of dailies is to accommodate for people who can't play the game as much. And it's just like 14 was already known as the MMO that you didn't need to play as obsessively as other MMOs to keep up. It was already known as that, and yet it's still too much. Like, it's one of those things, and the word evolved like really is appropriate. It's one of those things where it's just like the game, like a lot of the changes seem to be built around like, you know, evolving for the changes in gaming in general and the player base in general. The player base of 14 now are like, if I had to guess the median age of a 14 player, it's probably my age, aka 30s. Like, if I had to guess, the median age is absolutely in the 30s. Like, I might be below it, honestly, because I'm 30-something. Like, I'm early 30s. 32. So the idea of just, like, you don't need as many buttons, you don't need to go as rapidly with your hands on that. Like, if you're in your 40s, oh, hell, if you're in your 30s, but just depending on how your hands are, I can imagine, like, I'm okay to, like, flipping my fingers around doing all of this, but, like, I'm frequently doing this, like, to hold the controller, like, with buttons everywhere, all over the place to play the game. And it's just, like, depending on how your hands are, you get to your 30s or 40s, you want to try, like, playing the game for a couple of hours, your hands will fucking fall apart by the end of it. So it's like, yeah, make it so you don't need to, like, have anywhere near as many buttons, but also make those buttons more interesting to accommodate for a more modern playstyle where it's just like it feels less constrained by like traditional tab targeting and gameplay. It's one thing that, like, I haven't seen people say it, but like if people are just like less buttons means less fun because you're pressing less stuff. If each of those buttons that you're pressing does more distinct, unique things, then yes, it can be a lot more fun. And we already know that works, because that's what PvP is. Like, in most normal combat, most of your buttons are press it and it will do damage, and it's not much beyond that other than maybe it will increase damage of something else. So it becomes about, like, learning the rotation. Whereas you go over to PvP, and it's just like, oh, every button has, like, a distinct, unique situation that you want to use it for, and a distinct, unique like, feel to it when you press it, and it's awesome as hell. And yeah, bring that over to... And again, like, the fact that it's literally the PvP designer who's now overtaking that. I did hear, in 2022, and actually did a poll, 38.2% were 20 to 29, 39.7 were 30 to 39. I mean, that's pretty even. That is pretty even. That is pretty even of like 40% in 20s, 40% in 30s. But also, that was 4 years ago. So how many of those people in the 20 to 29 bracket are now in the 30 to 39 bracket? And how many people from the 30 to 39 bracket are now in the higher one? I mean, the game's always attracting new players, but you know. Like, this game attracted me as a new player when I was 28. So there's also that. One thing I did hear about the job design, the guy who designed like the PvP rework and did all the other stuff, he's taken over the job design. Apparently, he made all of the evolved jobs, from what I heard. Apparently, he's the one who designed every single one of them. Which, like, that really gets across the idea of, oh, so that guy has, like, a really strong vision for what it should be. If he's taking that up and the other people trust him to be like, you do literally all of the evolved jobs, that's gotta be a strong vision, then, of, like, how to do them all and how they'll work together. Or, like, how they'll, like, be different to each other and, like, how to use them, like, in like, team comps. Which, I mean, team comps are gonna matter a lot less now because, like, raid buffs are gone. But, like, goddamn. It also means that you won't have jobs designed by different people who have, like, different philosophies, and then it's like, oh, this job is missing out on this thing that this other job has because it was made by someone who didn't consider that an accommodation. So hopefully it should also mean that, like, again, assuming the guy does a very good job, which people are pretty happy with the PvP design, it should mean that, like, no job feels left behind because one guy's doing it all, and if it was falling behind, he should be noticing it rather than someone's making something, someone's making another job, and then one of them happens to fall behind because they don't realize how far ahead the other one got. Big heart thanks for the sweat work of the lands cards. Rook's back. I know how hard you folks work every day to keep Tiliolal safe, but I've just the thing to do to spring back in your step. This event is about giving hard thanks for sweat work of the whole community, and that includes land guarding. Tell all your fighty friends to come and try Juicy Mix at What You Make Your Appreciation Sale. Yeah! Try Buno Soda. Look at the textures. Sorry, Fanfest, didn't mean to ignore you. I couldn't risk losing my momentum. Writing up free samples you see to help promote the sale. Hanok's been a great help thus far. Almost no grumbling if you can believe it. A little nervous about Alexandrian guests to sample our wares, though. What if they hate all our drinks? You've spent time inside the dome, haven't you, Manifest? What can you tell me about the Alexandrian palate? They, like, bite into, like, processed cubes are great. They have, like, fucking MREs as, like, one of their staples. I think you could give them just fresh, clean water and they'd be, like, amazed. Electric's so spicy. I guess, yeah, they do love their energy drinks. They have energizing drinks in vibrant colors. I guess that's their thing. They're addicted to energy drinks. So something to help wean them off the caffeine so their hearts don't explode. It's alright, I finished a can of orange soda, not energy drink soda before the stream. Do not point out that I am streaming that I'm going on to Ace Attorney once I finish this little bit and I have a Red Bull for that. The gorgeous gay straight man here. Yo, the Grungler's here, let's go! You know, that sounds like a lot like Bruno with soda. Maybe they will like my drinks after all. Again, you give them sparkling water and they'll be like the amazing mouthfeel of the energy drinks and not the heart exploding. Oh my god. Puffcott. Zero Jar will never be a Master Juice Kit without spouting the doubt feels of an amateur. But your pardon. I was merely trying to be considerate of our customers' preferences. Mind if his ear catching these adult flaps? If it wasn't for professional stuff seeker Halnor, Zerosha would give herself belly pains from so much overthink. Well, some things may not change as much. Ugh, ignore our scrubbling manifest. You give me the confidence I need to offer my refreshments to everyone who visits what you make, no matter where they come from. What if the day is adult flaps? The way that goblins talk. Or at least technically moblins. I think this is technically moblins. The way moblins talk is awesome. More importantly, I do believe Royal Surge and her assistant are building us some rather unique decorations at her workshop. You should go and see for yourself if you haven't already. But goblins, not quite. Not quite. These ones aren't like made out of the malice of a dead king. You think the rest of the expedition team will stay for a meal while they're in the dome? Love to get some inspiration for a new juice blend. Oh, what's up, Artesia? Hard Rock is easy for Domelands to try Bunawa soda. The fizzy pops alone are worth a taste sip. You wanna know something I found funny? What's up? What's up? What's up, Artesia? Why didn't I do a speech bubble for you though? Yo, someone's ready for Evercold! Oh, the music in Tuliolal is fucking amazing. I'll turn that shit up for you. Tuliolal music is fucking amazing. You get big band jazz during the day, and at night you get, I forgot, what was the genre of the night music? I made this white mage lamp for DT even though it does not fit to roll, but hey, it works for Evercold, so you decide, I guess. This is Darba, right? Fucking jazz so hard. What was the... There was a specific type of jazz that people said the night theme was. Because this is big band. I can recognize it. I can recognize this is big band. I don't think it was bebop. Bossa Nova, yeah, Bossa Nova. That's the one, yeah. But yeah, the day theme is big band and the night theme is Bossa Nova. It's oh, it's so good. Oh, it's so fucking good. And it's like, it's super thematic because like the idea of Tuliolal as a city. The idea of Tuliolal as a city is that it's a city that's like built on diversity. It's basically like, it's set in the middle of like all of the cultures that surround it. So basically Tuliolal is the meeting ground of all of these different cultures and peoples who live in all these different areas, and Tuliolal is the meeting place of all of those. So it's a city where the inherent concept of the city is the brightness and the diversity of all the different people coming together, and that's what makes the city so great. And jazz music, both just historically of what jazz, the history of jazz music is, but also just the sound of jazz music and how it's like musically done, suits that concept so fucking well. Ooh. Dawntrail's music is so fucking good. Go-to dance is fucking Gojek Panic Dance? Hell yeah. This is Dubba, right? I believe this is Dubba. Dubba! It is Dubba. Well, actually, if beginning I can do this, so I don't have to wait. Theophany, Theophany. Oh, the white mage ones, yeah. And white mage boots. Dubba coat. This coat is really good. I was considering this for my white mage. It's a bit too wintry in general for Manifest, for like general white mage claim. But the Dubba stuff, in general, the Dubba stuff is really good. In general, the Dubba glands are really good. I've been thinking about now I'm gonna do crafting and gathering. I'll get back at the stores. I know I saw them there, but they may have left. They do. I have been thinking about Evercold just in terms of the concept of like, what job should I have for it? Because it's just like, it's got to be a job that's ready for the cold, right? I've been thinking about that. I'm either thinking red mage to use magic to like blast through the cold. There is no fire stuff in red mage, but you know, all of the other stuff can like blast through the colds. Or I've been thinking maybe monk to like break through ice. I was also thinking, well, if Manifest is a pirate, a cold pirate is a Viking. But then I've already done warrior for like an expansion and a half, and that's too much to do again. If we got a hammer job, the fire no longer fire. Oh right, it does give a fire, doesn't it? Yeah. I keep forgetting about fire. I keep forgetting that it has fire and stone because they're based on procs. I keep forgetting about that. Yeah, it does have fire on it. Yeah. Oh, it also has the flare and the holy. Yeah, it does too. Yeah, it does also have that. Ooh. If there was a hammer job, if we get like a hammer tank, we're gonna steal Nero's hammer and one of Ridditon's shields, and that's gonna be the tank. If we got a hammer tank, that would work really well. Yeah. Manifest! Already finished speaking with Denison tonight, are you? I should have known one time. You didn't even change that. Or but use the 3 hammer glams. That is also tempting. Manifest, welcome back. I take it things are going well in the dome. Glad to hear it. Since you've been gone, me and Paponi have been rigging up these big old decorations for the appreciation sale. Big balloon. I designed the room with the rituals, like the station and landing to the west. To me, they are similar to Legal Law, connecting all our disparate communities in a fashion not unlike the chain of a necklace. Progress has been steady too, owing to the maker's generous provisions of cloth and paper. Now it's left to decorate what you're making with our finished pieces. But, well, now that you're here, might you be willing to place them for us? I'll use time we have left to keep building if that's alright. I think a few more would really set the mood. We really want this to be a sex manifest. Once you finish, let roughly know I'm nearly done here, yeah? Ben, normally pick one of the 2 new jobs. I will, if I can have a reason of, like, this job is for confronting the cold. I feel like because it's cold, I can't just go with any of my normal glams. Like even for Heavenswood. Heavenswood is built around the cold. I made my warrior glam match Heavenswood by being in the cold, and I've just stuck with that permanently as my warrior glam because it's so good. But I made my warrior glam to make sure it suited being in the cold. Not many of my other glams suit being in the cold, so I feel like regardless of what I do, regardless of what job, I would need to decide on a cold glam for it. So it could also be a case of, oh, maybe I'll make it now that gear is completely job unlocked. I could be like, oh, let me make a glam that suits the colds, and then just like choose whatever job suits the glam the most. Because, like, I have Red Mage, but my current Red Mage glam, like, it's got a nice coat to it, but this doesn't really feel, like, suitable for the cold, right? I mean, like, you could wear this in a cold place and it would work, but if we're talking Evercold, if the name is Evercold, I'm not assuming it's going to be a little chilly. I'm assuming it's going to be frozen over. And this is not quite that. This doesn't really suit that. Reveals too much neck and the closet is not thick enough. Yeah, I'm thinking Arctic if it's called Evercold. I'm assuming colder than Ishgard. So yeah, I have to like, I might be like, let me make a specific cold as fuck glam that's suited for the colds, and then choose a job based on whatever suits that. And if any of the new jobs do that, could do that. My favorite game OST is Sonic Unleashed. Every place you go to is based on different real world cultures. I have heard that about Unleashed. That Unleashed like takes a lot of inspiration from real world cultures music and then blends that into like Sonic style music, and it's really good. Yeah, it reflects both day and night themes. They have a special version of the stage complete music that makes fun of you by playing the song badly. No, I'd get that every time. All that time getting the perfect Red Mage glam and then throwing it away. I mean, only for Evercold. Only for Evercold. What if we go to Evercold and only like 2 of the zones are cold? I don't think we'd get 6 zones of ice, right? I don't think we'll get 6 zones of ice. So, you know, when it's not cold, we can switch to another one. Sonic Unleashed also uses bossa nova and jazz for its night music. Hell yeah. Anyway, balloon time. Bones. Big bones. Now realizing we get a reward for this quest and it said it was an unknown reward. I'm half expecting the reward to be these balloons as a furniture decoration. Balloons tower defense. Hopefully no one will come along and try to shoot all of these with a bunch of pins and tacks. That'd be very mean. I hope no one tries to do that. I'm now realizing something. In terms of like a cold glam. So Arkveld's trials in this game, right? Does that give you Arkveld armor? Do you get Arkveld's armor from the Arkveld trial? Because the Arkveld body piece would be fucking perfect for like a Viking inspired cold expansion glam. Oh, just the weapons and hope armor. Oh, not Arkveld armor. Ah, damn it. Sup, Scribbles. No Arkveld. Oh, man. I'm gonna like, oh, because it would be so perfect. Oh, it'd be so good though. Oh man. Expansion ruins. Expansion ruins. Show me a big picture. FFXIV, why are your pictures so tiny? Why are your pictures so fucking tiny? FFXIV, your website, no. Why are they so small? Okay, there's a big picture at least. Like, it is the full armor set, not just the body. But like, the 14 series cancelled. Look how perfect this would be. Like, come on. Like the body piece of like the, you know, strong armor and the giant fuzzy coat. I mean, like Arkveld's armor is even very obviously like Viking inspired because of the horns, because Arkveld also has the horns. It's also equal dragon weapon inspired, but you know that's a separate thing. It was funny because like both his armor has inspirations for that, and also Xerxia. There might be a connection there, but that's a different series. Damn, just the weapons. Just the weapons. Do you get a hammer for warrior? Because there's an Arkveld hammer in Monster Hunter. Because the Arkveld hammer is really fucking good. The Arkveld hammer is also really fucking good. It looks badass as hell. I'm doing that as well. We're never gonna get to any other games today, I'm sorry. But the Arkveld hammer is also like, I would be willing to go warrior again if we get this. Hammer goes to Black Mage! But I want to bonk people with this. Look at it. Look at it. I want to bonk people. Oh, it's such a good fucking hammer. I can't imagine running around holding this and then casting flare. I don't want to run around with this and cast flare. That's silly. That's silly. Wait, do you use the FF1 which has white mages equip hammers? There's no hammer job in 14. So hammers just get randomly divided up between a bunch of different jobs. I think most jobs in this game actually have at least one hammer glam because of Gaia. Gaia's weapon is a hammer, but they have a Gaia glam for a weapon glam for several different jobs. Tell me, Manifest, how's everyone doing? Get out of here. Dying cockroach. Seems they're as passionate about the sales as I am. I appreciate you checking in on them. I get it, because appreciation, so. Likewise, my preparations are proceeding apace. All that remains now is to ensure that this is a permitted entry into Tulia law. Speaking of which, I received word from Shunya that he and the others will be here soon, coming by all those who wish to peddle their wares in the sale. Well, I can see the balloons from here. Nothing like adding a touch of flair to a busy market, don't you think? If everything keeps schedule, won't be long before the Watch You Make appreciation sales ready to begin. Say and watch a while, won't you? Let's watch it. Yay. My mage hammer is like an old school D&D cleric inspired. Again, my thing for Evercold is like if I'm using a hammer for Evercold, the idea is like using the hammer to like break down the ice and smash through it. I need an icebreaker job. For sure there's also like an icebreaker title in this. Yo! Give the kids the energy drinks, let's go! Look at how many NPCs there are on screen. We've got Alexandrians here. Dorali's here. Buddha soda! Herbs and spices will perk you right up. Look at the textures again. Look at the textures again. First timers can taste sip the crisp cold fizzy pops free of charge. Look at the textures. We put so much effort into fizzy soda textures. Look at them again. Yo, that person is basically just wearing Manifest post and Walker Glam. What the hell? Although there's a relative here in town, certainly. And you're in luck. We're offering a special discount today. While we're at it, we should tell them of your new home. Any recent developments to share? '14 has a very similar thing to Yakuza, where a lot of the game is very... Oh, how about a sturdy set of metal tools? We'll have them ready before you leave. The game's built on a lot of like canned animations. And we'll grab them for your hands, of course. Quality guaranteed. So they reuse a lot of stuff, but every now and then they've got the budget to say, fuck it, this one particular animation goes hard as hell. It's very similar to Yakuza in that regard. Where you'll be looking at like 90%, like 99% reused animations. And then all of a sudden, there's a really good blanket like animation. Tell me, ladies, which of these fancy catches do you fancy the most? If you're interested, I can teach you how to cook them. Yay! It's mercantile as if there's no capital invested. Rest assured, I have no intention of closing shop either way. Especially now that I have a reliable supplier. And they're dating. And they're dating their co-workers. The bunnies are gay. Everyone assumes the bunnies are gay because they're gay. Did I not hear I'm here and invite you to browse her wares? Have you no interest? Of course I do. She's brought a variety of traditional Alexandrian handicrafts and other national exports. But I'm on duty at the moment. I don't want to go check out what that woman has to offer me because I need to be around you. Everyone wants to fuck the blue bunny though. They're allowed to go. Oh, we can't go down here. And then they've got Alexandrian shops down there. Normally there's a barrier there and we can't walk down this far. So they open it up to put Alexandrian shops there. On Manifest, the Watch You Make appreciation sales a tremendous success. Warms my heart to see so many happy faces. And on both sides of the bartering table. Commerce is a delicate balance between supply and demand. Between customers who labor for coin to spend, be it Pell or Gil, and merchants who labor to receive it, only to spend it elsewhere in turn. And that way, we are What You Make. All of us beads on the chain of commerce. Yeah, the idea behind all of these stalls and the entire like philosophy of the Pello in general is, what if like market and trade were used to uplift society? Now what are you waiting for? There's a golden sales opportunity. Get in there and browse to your heart's content. What a foreign concept. But part of, like, Pelu Pelu culture is quite literally, they love commerce and they love doing deals. They will actively refuse to make deals if it fucks over the other person, though, because they're just like, what's the point? If the other person's not happy with it, then why would I do it? You're dating must be so weird when someone's parent looks exactly the same age as them. Truly, it is a joy to know that so many have enjoyed the sale. And to think, were it not for the support of a skilled artisan like yourself, our fair shops might still be struggling to this day. And I dare say this event is a gesture of appreciation for you as well, Manifest. Hope we can always count on your patronage here and watch you make you. Yay! It's the balloon! Yay! We get the balloon. Yay! Trade and true. Trade and true. Do we get a title for it? Beater of bonds. Hell yeah. Fucking, there we go. Yeah, they opened up this little part for like that cutscene. They opened up this barrier and they actually like put shops up there. It's neat. I beat her bonds, if you know what I mean. No, I don't. Oh, everyone's here. When I received on Hunter's letter about appreciation sale, my friends encouraged me to spend more time in Tuliela than I broadened my horizons. The proud's full-fledged Wallachie. So there's much to learn before I return home. Fancy seeing you here, Manifest. We got some phenomenal catches in stock today. Since Passion and stick around for a while, I actually managed to sell them. I gotta talk to the cave bunnies. Welcome, Manifest. Did you enjoy the appreciation sale while it lasted? Personally, I enjoyed traveling to the outskirts to spread the word. Though I could scarcely believe it to be called a proper journey. Still great fun. I look forward to my next opportunity. But first, perhaps I ought to raise Zubla's wages. Like you, he's a worker of tireless dedication, so I dare say he's earned it. Or are you just saying that because he can't save money for shit? Did you get a chance to meet the previous gatherer who worked for the FFXIV? So during the appreciation sale, and I was asked to look after Shunya. Oh, that's who that was. Was it a positive change for an employer to be placed in the care of his subordinate? Then again, given Shunya's sluggish disposition, I could see why. Perhaps if you're not the only culture that views neighbors as family. Wonder how highly I happen to rank in that case. Gay, 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 gay. Hello there, Manifest. Have you happened across any impeccably crafted metalworks lately? As myself, I bought a Yokoi stone sculpture during the event. You know what they say, to create art, an artisan must live and breathe art. Might be affected the appreciation sale, but we've been getting a lot more orders of late, and more sword folk. Yo. We're making up, Zemoini's gone back. Ever since we had our appreciation sale, I've received an influx of requests to write and send letters outside Tuliela. For me, it's an important reminder that our country is more connected, to realize. Well, speaking of the sale, find the most wondrous ointment for my wrists. I only apply a small amount, the pain of writing all but melts away. Good to see you, Manifest. My reporter, Alexandria neighbors have enjoyed my juice blends, praising their light sweetness. Perhaps they ain't worried about competing with energy drinks after all. Why, there may even be a viable market for my products over there. Something in that isn't filled with caffeine may do them some good. Put the soda on the counter so we can appreciate its extras all the time. Juicecraft profits are swift soaring, so how no good better start stuff seeking for more tasty fresh. We did it! Yeah. Another busy day in here and watch you make you, but we're all thankful for your custom. Be they neighbors or tourists, people of all cultures are brought together for commerce. You too are a precious bead in our necklace, Manifest. Never forget that. Alrighty, and now for the other quest, which might even be longer. And also, we did half of that quest yesterday. Oh dear God, everything in this game always takes longer than I expect. Probably because I start ranting about jazz music and Sonic games in the middle of it, but don't worry about it. Low sugar, low calorie, organic, diet juice cleanse. Zemoini! Can't imagine it'll take long for the news or appreciation sale to spread all across the realm. It'll be a tale for the ages, and we'll all be characters within it. Ah, how I look forward to the day it reaches my ears once more. Whee! Ramajan, I need a drink. I ran out of that drink. I need a drink. And all this talking is making my throaty go owie owies. All the tongue flaps make the throat hurty ouches, or whatever I'm going to say. Let's go for the other half of the bottle of water I was drinking last night when I was dying. Let's continue polishing off that bottle. Not bothered to pour it into one of my actual thermos containers. It won't last long enough to go warm in this. Ah, refreshments. Picking up the torch. Ramajan has new tidings about an old adversary. Yeah, we never actually dealt with the bunny girl. We never dealt with the bunny girl. Fanfest, good to see you. I was hoping you'd pay us a visit. What's up? Welcome back, yo doggies. The Lands Guard received word from various nations you visited in your search for treasures and requested that we inform you of the latest tidings. They also send their earnest gratitude for your efforts. Seems each of the 5 criminals have been brought into custody, although some of them had to be tracked down after you trounced them. Right, some of them I just beat the shit out of and then left, yeah. They now await the judgment of the governments they wronged. So some of them are definitely dead considering where they were. I thought all was well, so I've heard some customers saying that the passage to the Unbound has new leaders! Oh, for fuck's sakes. Sure was so busy I couldn't find a chance to speak with them before they left, but if I compelled to report what I heard to the Lands Guard. It was a sobering reminder that, as long as their leader, Apyahi, is free, she can rebuild and scheme again. You must learn about the organization's workings during your search. Do you remember anything that might help us find out what she's up to? There was letters from different regions. Findings were coming from Virazan. Apyahi orchestrated everything for some greater purpose. Honestly, it was all a haze. Apyahi orchestrated everything for some greater purpose. See, Apyahi didn't care if her leaders could keep secrets. Considering what we know of her, I doubt she was a good judge of character in that respect. But even a fool can do harm with enough coin. Best not to underestimate her. Lands Guard also managed to dig up information. One of those apprehended said the passage to the Unbound received their funds from a shady mercantile outfit located in Althar. I have an idea. If Yabi really is recruiting new members, we could feign interest in her cause to get close to her. You might be onto something. We even know a woman she's never had the pleasure of meeting. Fanfest. Surely enough word has spread about me that I'd be recognized. I know I'm asking a lot from you, but any information you extract from Apyahi and any cohorts can prevent further incidents. What do you say? Desperate times, I suppose. She's gonna reckon. Sure. Again, surely at this point there's enough word about me. I'm very grateful. A small warning, however. We know 5 treasures were sold, but there could be more. Whatever you do, don't treat Apyahi lightly. Just finding out what power she has at her disposal and what goals are before making your move. Which reminds me. Those you are most eager to see Apyahi apprehended. We'll tell them you're hot on her tail. For now, why don't you have to Uldar and ask around? Perhaps our quarry's already tried to recruit the disillusioned into her ranks. Well, it is Uldar. There would be quite a lot of them there. There'd be quite a few of the disillusioned there, so makes sense. Shady merchants in my Uldar. I know you may have reservations about a plan to infiltrate the passage of the Unbound, but I promise you your actions can save countless lives. But will it work though? But will it work though? This is the real question. Where am I asking? Matt. Oh, the bazaar, of course. The bazaar. Sorry, the exchange. The bazaar's Ishgard. Svold! Villains who wish to topple the nations of the world. Afraid I haven't heard of such a group, but there's no shortage of complaints about this alternate. Most common and grabs about market fees. Here the market, merchant sell, every single one of them's a single bad bargain away from an empty coin purse. Can't say that it goes so far as treason though. Well, ever since they learned what happened to Teleji and Adeleji, they probably wouldn't want to try. I could understand that at least. I don't know anything about Pyahi, but I do know of a strange man. He stands aloof, staring at passersby with his dead eyes. Last saw him, he was near the market board. Almost my stomach churned just to imagine he might still be there. If you're on Spider-Man, I can't tell you who you are. It's a very serious medical condition. No one will be able to recognize who I am, it's fine. I'm not the savior of the star several times over, it's fine. Shifty eye blokes. More shifty than usual, you mean? What just so happens, a strange man tried to strike conversation with me not too long ago. Said he liked how eagerly I gave those bastards in the brass plates space in my mind. He invited me to a gathering of people who sought true freedom, and as he put it, I like the smell of it, and you find me here. Such men have been recruiting people. Perhaps you can get attention by showing how angry you are near the market boards. Start yelling about taxes and how there's slavery near the markets. Be like, oh, I'm so, oh, look at how angry I am. All of these prices going up, all because our leaders want to go to wars with nations. Arr, arr, arr. We're just standing on the corner of the street. Not a big fan of the government. Not a big fan of the government. You there? Mind letting me bend your ear? Since you're a kindred spirit, one is tired of being trampled on by the high and mighty, I think there's a place for you in our organization. Passage to the Unbound. Might I tell them mysterious artifacts been used to incite unrest across the world? How's they doing? The oppressed finally striking back at the oppressors to win back the freedom they took from us. Cameras didn't clip through the floor as a Lalafell. But we mean aim even higher. For that we need more good men and women to lead us. Women like you. Down with the oppressors! I like your gusto. Maybe you have what it takes. Maybe you don't. Either way, you'll have to pass the audition first. I'm gonna say it will prove you're worth our while. Not a big fan of the government. One of our own is standing by the gold court. Show him this handbill and he'll lead you where you need to go. Mind if this be a bad enough dude? You totally look like someone that has saved the world several times. Oh, you're that person who helped liberate those other nations. I see you are someone who fights for the liberation of the oppressed. Clearly you want to help us. A bunch of sunny rich kids who think oppression is they have to pay taxes. What do you want? A handbill written in with a simple font which reads, are you frustrated with your lot in life? Tired of feeling the boot ever on your neck? Then join us and win back your freedom. We invite both seasoned villains and fledgling reprobates to attend our audition. So you wish to lead others upon the passage, eh? Welcome to try. Fair warning, this may be the hardest trial you've ever had to endure. Are your loins properly girded? That enthusiasm link you far. Now then, follow me. Last time you were in the news, you've been chased by guards and blowing stuff up. He stopped reading the news after that. Yeah, he heard specifically that you fought a bunch of cops to escape Uldar after you murdered the Sultan, the Sultan. He didn't hear about how that got resolved. Dude, this shouldn't be held in this room, even though those are the blackest hearts have bought to what we put our potential leaders through. So I'll be listening to your progress with great interest. We need you to punch this puppy. Oh, shit. Enter. There's a statue. Well, this is awkward. One of us has to change our hat. Can you hear it? The cry of a child too young to know fear. Can you see it? A blackbird in flight, its wings staining the azure skies. Why are you dressed like what I was wearing before I got access to the Viper coat? But, like, different colored. Female rugged and just stunning at evil. Can you feel it? The shape of the world as it should be, molded by hands free of fetters. The passage to a new moral lies before you. The passage of the unbound! Oh my god, the FBI fucking picture. With that, let us begin the audition for our new round of leaders. May the selection committee please take their seats. The election committee is just you! What do you mean take their seats? It's just you! You must shoot a puppy while laughing maniacally. Do it and join us in fighting our enemies. You look disappointed somehow. Interior design by my retainers brought me this. I understand. You expect to meet our founder. My apologies, but you need to prove yourself useful and you're granted such an audience. Tell us your name. This feels like such a parody. This feels like such a parody, especially given Minifest's history with her name. People are going to have heard the name Minifest. I'm too edgy to have a name. Well done. The passage Youngbound works in the shadows and our true names must remain hidden until their revelation can have the most dramatic impact. On to the next question. Why do you wish to join us? My friend joined us, so I thought, why not? I was impressed by your previous leaders. I want to change the world. Yeah! 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 The drama! If you truly desired that, you would have done something noteworthy by now. We would be ill-advised to recommend a novice for a position of leadership. Enough about your ambitions. What can you do? I'm a devil at Doom and Mahjong. I can take on anyone or anything in a fight. Mahjong! Anyone can fight. You do know we're trying to topple nations here, don't you? We don't need someone with muscles. We need someone who can grasp the reins of leadership and lead us to victory. So enough questions for now, methinks. Let's see if this one has the guts to stand against an entire nation. I'm good at Mahjong, biggest lie ever. This traitorous curse sold us out to our enemies. Chop off his head for us, will you? Oh shit. Oh, what's wrong? Having second thoughts? I'll take the weapon. I'm not cutting off the head. Disarm the foe before we start. Oh. Oh my, look at those eyes. A killer's eyes. Well, I'm convinced. You can put that down now. This is all but a ruse, you see. You played the trainer most convincingly, my boy. And now you may leave. Okay, don't actually kill him. Please don't actually kill him. Let's see. Oh yes, your final task. Strike a pose that captures your essence. Go. Capture your beauty, capture your strength, do a little dance. Capture my beauty. Yeah! Yeah! Flick him and give him the eye. Oh my, such confidence, such grace. They quite literally emanate from you. Oh, the smirk, hell yeah. I'm so evil. I believe we're ready to make our decision. You truly are singing among our applicants. We can confidently say you've passed the first audition. Even hard-boiled, shelter fight nearly cracked under the pressure of our inquiries, but you remain composed throughout. Congratulations on your impressive feat. It's like so simple. That was it. All right, sure. All right, Jenna waits you to guide you to the next step. Ooh. Oh, what are we gonna do now? Quite such candidates this time, eh? They're singular among our applicants. You're also the only one, but if you feel you pulled the wool over our eyes, good. That just shows your capacity for villainy. Be proud of it. I've seen your eyes you've been through more than I can imagine. Hold on to your anger. Use it to bring the tyrannical rulers down to earth. Oh my god. No, I can't come back. No. Thought would welcome you to our pod after a single audition. I'll have you know our standards are higher than that. Well, if you had failed about that, I'd be guiding you to combat training right now. Don't have too much fodder for the cause after all. Not many have been where you're going. But don't celebrate just yet. The hardest part's still to come. Imposing views. The unbound agent is ready to show you our next destination. You must endure one final test. Seeing as how important it is, our founder will be conducting it herself. She was here a moment ago, but somehow compelled her to leave for the Sagoli Desert. Something, mother. Always urged she followed the slightest whim. Show some initiative, minor among the massive dunes. Don't be intimidated. If you're truly meant to lead us, fate arranged this meeting long ago. Alright, to the Sagoli Desert. I will find her in the Sagoli Desert by opening up my map and going to the exact marked location. Get ready for officer training. Once you pass the combat trials, you get to sit on your ass and order everyone around. Alright, I'm gonna look around the entire desert, and by that I mean barely outside of town. Oh, there she is. With a mushroom. She also has a minion. What's the little Fongua doing with her? This is an artifact that's not even carved. Stop. You can summon a sandworm? Shake. Spin! Yeah! I'm spinning! Now come. Good sandworm. Good boy, good boy. Mushroom is happy. It worked as well as I remembered. The base is too great for the artifact's influence. What are you doing here? Do you fancy strolls among nondescript sand dunes? Or is this not a chance encounter? Is that so? My underlings see potential in you. Ah. Looking me up and down. Well then, let us proceed straight to our introductions. Remember my name! The architect of the passage, Yahi! Yeah, full on JoJo posing, let's go! Yeah! Hell yeah! If you wish to be one of my chosen leaders, there is but one requirement. Boundless charisma. Extraordinary strength and unparalleled intellect mean nothing if you lack charm. No one will follow a bore. You haven't spoken with the right tenor. Even wicked words can resonate with small folk and rouse them to action. They'll gladly throw themselves into the thick of battle for a cause they believe in. Our cause. I did well in forming my first cadre of leaders. Absolute devotion to indulge in their own desires moved even me to tears. For all their faults, I still wholeheartedly believe they were worthy of wielding the artifacts. Make me believe the same about you, and I shall gladly take you under my wing. Do a JoJo pose. Do a JoJo pose, do it. Impress her with the JoJo pose. Well, now's your chance to impress me. Tell me, what do you wish to gain by overthrowing the nations of the world? Power, fame, wealth, or... Fame. It's the same as glory, right? Aha, I knew it. I'm gonna lay eyes upon you. You have the look of one whose soul is fed by the adoration of others. Such an appetite is required for any who would embrace villainy. As for me, I only want one thing. Freedom. My village prospered amid a nature unrestrained, while those in it were bound by the rules of society. Our roles were determined at birth. Some would hunt, some would weave, but none were allowed to follow their hearts. Obedience meant a life without hardship, yes, but I couldn't suffer the tasks I was burdened with. So in defiance of those stifling customs, I went into the forest to hunt, and returned to my village with a prey mightier than any that had been caught before. For this, I was rewarded with exile. Yeah, my banishment was a blessing in disguise. From me realized I could survive, I could thrive, unbound by rules. I also understood that many like-minded souls yet suffered under subjugation of state. I resolved to become an example they could follow, to build the passage that would guide them to freedom. But enough about myself. There's something I wish to see. Follow me, but be wary of the beasts that infest these sands. Oh shit, it's the beast of the sands. Beasts abound in these parts. I could kill them myself, but this presents an opportunity. Be wary, they're level 32. Let us commence the practical exam. Feed the Scrooge by whatever means are at your disposal. Okay. Is that impressive enough? Is that impressive enough? That's a fine show of strength. Fine enough to impress the meek into following you, I dare say. Very good. Now follow me. We're not far now. What about my transforming bike? Would people see this and think I'm so cool that they'd want to follow me as well? Here we are. Further, the stars are breathtaking from this vantage. In old Dar, they would charge you to view the sky from a place like this, as if there weren't enough hands grasping at our coin purses. Let us wait a while and see if the stories are true. This is part of the test. Indeed, it is every bit as beautiful as they say. It's a worthwhile trick, wouldn't you agree? The light from those stars travels all the way from the edge of the firmament, obstructed by nothing on its journey. Free. I believe people have the same capacity. Each of us a star unto ourselves, the lights of our lives illuminating the farthest reaches of the heavens. Ah, yes. You've passed, by the way. I knew I wanted you with me soon after our first meeting. Friends and allies gravitate towards you, don't they? I can tell. And so to honor your introduction to my inner circle, I shall award you with an artifact of power unequaled. Is what I'd like to say. Unfortunately, my circle of magical objects has been much depleted as of late. Oh. You're truly so crestfallen. Suppose I cannot fault you for saying true to your ambitions. The artifacts wielded by the previous Gadra are purloined from across the continent Toral, where they were enshrined as objects of great power. Alas, we have greater need of them. Mine, however, came into my possession long before that. After I was exiled, I traveled the world to seek a place that was truly free. Disillusioned by every nation I set foot in, I eventually crossed the ocean to Toral. In the remote outskirts of Shaktaral, came across an ancient and forgotten ruins. And within, I encountered the spirits of Yokhoi, who called himself the Wise One. I asked the Wise One where I might find freedom, and he told me this story. When I yet lived... Sorry, dramatically wise voice. When I yet lived, my people ventured into Shaktaral. But before we could settle here, a terrible sickness struck. And one by one, many lost their lives. I sought a way to conquer this affliction, crafting an instrument that could harness the power of mighty beasts. Thus was the first treasure created. Alas, I was too late to save my brethren. Yet I knew I could save others from our fate, and so I traveled across the land, bestowing the treasures upon struggling tribes. Impishedly heroic voice. I wish to create a place where people bereft of a home can live as they wish. Such a treasure can help me realize this dream. Your conviction is plain to see that is true. 5 treasures have I bequeathed, but there is one which remains sealed away. Its power is far too dangerous. My conviction means I can wield it responsibly. I beg you, bestow the treasure upon me. My words must dissuade him. The spirit's final act was to honor me with the relic before disappearing. I will use the power entrusted to me to shatter the rules that stifle us. That is why I created the Passage of the Unbound. And now you're one of its leaders. Stand by my side and together we shall release the people of the world from their chains! Yeah! Yeah! Pose! Yo, Moonsick and Walker reference. Dead time! I literally intend to spend so much time in these waters. Do want to show your master that pose I showed you. Although I've only recently invented it, I expect every member of the cable is striking at a moment's notice. With that, I cordially welcome you to the Passage of the Unbound. Yeah! Pose of the Unbound, let's go! Let's go! Where are we? Where are we? Actually, let's play one of these ones. I am now Jojo! Yeah! Let's go! Let's go on the favorites. Yeah! Hell yeah! Enforcing freedom. You can sense a plot forming behind Abdahi's mischievous eyes. Now that night sky is energized, it's also time to take action. The goal is no less to see every nation of the world crumble. Now we must start somewhere. I was struck by how much had changed in my recent visit to Dawntrail when I was gathered by the first group of my chosen leaders. As I encountered the wise one, the ruler had united the continent under one banner. What certainly was in the air, but also was the center of freedom. Never seen a place quite like it. So much did it intrigue me, in fact, that I adopted a Shatona name for myself. Yet now that same freedom I found so appealing is bound by the restrictions of state, and each year passes, those binds grow tighter. That is why our first course of action should be to return to Tural to what it was, to liberate it from the tyranny of Tulialal! My previous leaders who advertised self-indulgence, they never quite grasped the concept of overthrowing the nation. Force us set a precedent for future leaders to follow. Go to Tural and get the lay of the land. Venture to Hasatawi and Shaloni, and rendezvous with main force at the local tavern. You may await further orders there. Abyaya's scheme has been laid bare. You should bring this information to Ramajan until you're lull. So what seems to be the information? Yeah, it seems like Abyahi wants to create a world of soldiers, I think it is. She wants to abolish the concept of the state and turn the world into a world of soldiers. Pretty sure that's what she's talking about. Definitely feels like it. I'm concerned how early it is in the day and how tired I already am. This is a worry. I'm falling apart here. I'm falling apart over here. Manifest, you have returned. We have a track down at Abyahi. I see. Her methods testing the mettle of her would-be leaders are as unique as the candidates themselves. You're learning that the next target still your only makes the sinking feeling in my stomach worse. This revelation doesn't come as a complete surprise. We've heard whispers of a plot against the city and have been aiding the Landsguard with investigating leads. While you're abroad, civilian may shut up until lend a hand. Oh, speaking of the video. Look, it's the squad! Yo! Let's go! Everyone is here! Yeah, the glasses! Yo! When Brookhaven sent you word the Yahi, we were eager to join the hunt. He advised as we were raining the ships across the ocean. We spied a suspicious group disembarking at port, so we might better aid you by tracking their movements. They claim to be looking for work and obtain permission to travel to Shaloni. Yet upon arriving, they work to work a different sort, asking anyone they could find about Tilly Alarm the inner workings of its governments and defenses. I mean, how's up, Spark? I'm struggling to be here. We're not bothering people at Shaloni, they live about in Hasatawi. Master haven't there sometimes as the group spends long hours talking to other patrons, rarely ordering a thing, and then going on about some plan. We had a sale. We went on a date with the evil bunny girl. And now we're planning to murder that evil bunny girl, along with anyone she's working with. Clearly, they're enforcers that Yahi mentioned. We need to find out what they're planning and how Yahi's treasures fits into the picture. Then we can figure out how to stop them. Let's split up. These enforcers are as talkative as they seem. I'm sure it won't be hard to eavesdrop. Let me up too. I have an idea that can help make things easier. It requires Manifest to aid us. I hope you can oblige. Oh my god. Then it's settled. Leshkana, Topeke, and I will work under the cover, Dawn cover, IPR his treasure. This link motion make it easy to communicate. I brought them from a foreign sailor. Need to come in handy sooner or later. I don't feel as tired as I do. It's so annoying. Ah! Alright, once we discovered something, we'll meet you at the Aetherite place in Hasatawi. I want to crack open and drink until I started Ace Attorney, and now I'm just like, oh. Now then, follow me and I'll tell you about this idea of mine. Any details of oh, you get it. Yeah. Confirm details if you want. Music. What kind of plan does she have in store? I something that'll make our job a lot easier. The Dreamwave Cocoon. The village elder understood how much it means to bring the unbound to justice for their crimes, and trusted me to do so once and for all. You meant this up in the flesh, yes? It means you can use the cocoon to imitate her! They can do that! Well, I was ready to use stealth and deception. This would be making getting the information we need much easier. Nothing exactly. We'll go for nothing if Yahi reaches them before we do. So let's make our way to Hasatawi at once. We'll be the bunny girl! Manifest finally getting a chance to act out like a self-cess scene, but it's her disguised as someone else, and it's just like still into this, but it's not quite what I was expecting, you know. It's just not quite what I was, you know, anticipating. You up here? Oh, it's all the enforcers. Celebrating safe again. Oh man, enforcers are right here. Oh, are you outside? Self-says apparently doesn't have a giving receiving tag. Oh, you're out in the balcony, okay. I always get confused by this part. Probably don't need the treasure to follow Guy's underling. Let's see firsthand how you are, the art of disguise. I took a peek inside and saw a few rough-looking types sitting down Tarali gathered around one of the tables. Doubtless they're our targets. Some have heard of Guy's descriptions, but she hasn't arrived yet. There's a chance. We need everything from out here, so we'll give her a watch in case Guy makes an appearance. If she does, we'll call you on Link Pearl. Alright, Manifest, take the Dreamwave Cocoon in hand. In your mind's eye, envision that wicked woman. Ooh! Certain news require you transform the creatures to other people, restricting actions limited, available. Last day, last order transfiguration lasts. You can walk in this area. When you walk out of it, you have to go turn back. Let's go! We are now. Jesus Christ is up Yahi. Jesus Christ, up Yahi and her up Yahis. Dear God. Yeah! Yeah. Power up! Could you imagine if I played Vieira? How different my life would be. One of his mind's eye made them a bit bigger. So I'm seeing the back right. Yoshi P, this is why we need the butt slider. Yoshi P, this is why we need the butt slider. It needs to be even bigger. Yoshi P, where's the butt slider? Oh, boss! Wait, you thought it's not to trust anyone, even yourself. I was in it yesterday, so Evercold type. I don't know anything story, location, or anything about the expansion beyond the name Evercold. But I'm already trying to work out glam and jobs for it. I learned about, like, the change to the weekly progression system in terms of, like, the activity stuff and the, like, season pass but not season passing that there is. Learned about, like, how there's, like, reborn and evolved jobs. How we're getting, like, a mid-tier of, like, rating, like, between normal raids and, savage raids. Which, by the way, absolutely I want to do those on stream. I'm not going to demand people in chat join, obviously, because I should be on content. And also, the mid-course stuff is probably going to be a lot easier. I imagine it will be easier to find, like, party finder stuff to get clears for that. Like, to find groups in party finder and then clears for that, especially because I should be on content by then. So I'm not, like, demanding, oh, if you're in chat, you can join. You can if you want to, don't have to. But, yeah, when that happens, I absolutely want to do that. Because, again, when it comes to 8.0, I want to start doing extremes as well. If you are who I think you are, then do the pose. We've got sore arms from practicing it so much. Yeah! Yeah! The pose! Longer but you can strike a pose that half as inspiring. We've been waiting, boss. Now that you're here, that means it's time to mobilize, right? Have you done what I asked? I think we have it memorized. Still, it couldn't hurt to review what you told us. We'll launch our attack from the gate to Tulial Hall! Soil Emeralds will blow it to bits in a fantastic explosion! An Alred's concoction will give us the strength to crush the land's godlike ants. Simple plan for simple villains, don't you think? Keep pressing for information behind us. Okay. And how will my artifact aid you? Do you remember how to use it? What do you be having? Your finest libations to lift our spirits. What? You're actually ordering something. You told us the free don't have to spend coin just to sit at the table. Oh, we're not gonna pay. No, we're not gonna pay. We're not gonna pay. I'm ordering it, and then we're just gonna jump off the balcony and not pay the tab. One of us, we see the real FFXIV approaching. We have to buy time. Keep the henchmen talking. You there? Excuse me, I want to go in there. I'll drink some more water than spirit. Is that so? Well, good thing I'm not thirsty. The food! There's no food either. They've sold every last dish. What? And they have the goal to remain open. Green run amok indeed. Luckily I wasn't planning on ordering anything. I'd rather die than become a paying customer. Have you no shame? The oppression of the masses. I have to pay for food. Or something else? I didn't think there was. He was about sure about numbers, right? So the artifact of yours would give us an army. Well, did it? So the writing team worked at a cafe. Villainy! One of us, get out of there! She's coming in! Shit, they're blocking the exit! Bye, I'm leaving. Oh! Ooh! Ooh! Smooth. Oh, you're already here. You moved quickly. Well, that means we can all get started a little sooner. Until you also comes to our wrath. Together we shall celebrate the return of true liberty to Torral. Let's see your preparations and then join us upstairs. We strike when I give the order. Ooh, subterfuge. All according to Keikaku. She's more devious than I imagined. Scarcely wait to see her in shackles. A hasty mishap could quickly lead to ruin. I was close. I don't know what would have happened if we were found out. We couldn't hear what you were saying while we were trying to distract FFXIV. Did you get anything we could use? It's great. Dentaro and the others have just arrived themselves. Let's go meet them. Y'all still in here? There we are. You're a new leader? Must have been easy passing FFXIV's tests. If I respect you, have a house. A reversion I'm to make on the way here, hence my delay. Return here when you've seen to yours. Whee! Dawntrail Roll Quest, where the role you play is International Cop. Yeah, but these were a bunch of dickheads. Like, fuck them. I don't care. The cocoon is safe with me. Well, now there's search one. You transformed with Yahi herself. Varied powers of the treasures never cease to amaze. What was someone familiar with the world outside Shaktaral? We'll be able to gather some information which should be of use. Heard your ends of Yahi at the tavern. Tell us everything that happened. They're gonna blow up the gate of Taral with ceruleum. I see. We're planning to strike at Tuliala from the Shaloni side. Then we can focus our defenses there. So the minions spoke of an army being summoned by a treasure. That matches with the story we heard. It was told to us by one of the Vipers. We looked at expertise in tracking deadly beasts such as Vana'diel, the very source of our heart's powers, but provide insight on the capabilities of hers. Hi, Joe's alright job. I'm fine. Apparently, they received reports that creatures across Taral were falling into the thrall of a Shatona woman. The most feral of beasts obeyed her like a docile lamb. Well, it was like the sand one that we saw. I saw if Yahi command a massive worm. I probably should have mentioned that earlier. We now know what our enemy is capable of. Heard some animals hunt by hypnotizing their prey with sound, smell, or even magical energy. Perhaps it's Vana'diel, whose essence lies in her treasure, was one of those, specifically to say which. Even so, we know Yahi's plan and the threat we face. We can prepare for whatever she might throw at us. We've got our have access to Zorg or the Boundless. It's like everything we have to drive her back, but we fight as one, neither her nor her beast can take a single step into Taral. He gives her access to Beastmaster early. I'll stay for a while and keep an eye on things. Yahi makes a move, I'll contact you at once. You can tell Ramajun what we've learned. So I talk about being caught up for like 8.0, so I'll be there for 8.0 like on release. I should likely be there for the Beastmaster release as well, honestly. I don't know if I'll be there. I don't know if I'll be on time for 7.55. 7.55 might be pushing it, because that's July. So that basically just gives me May, June, July to catch up, which is probably not enough time. But Beastmaster September. That should be enough time. Should bring an army of beasts to our doors? Just a little time to prepare. A treasure can bend ferocious beasts to its will. We must consider the possibility it can be used on people too. Because information lands guard at once, so they may begin readying the city's defenses. I know neither you nor they will let a single citizen come to harm. This is their manifest. With any luck, if Yahi and the cronies will soon be languishing in cells. Bar the passage. Ramajun is a nervous surprise. I got the naysayers say I'm hyped for Beastmaster. That's kind of why I've like been specifically like been saying don't tell me anything about Beastmaster. Because at this point people know. But it's kind of why I've turned around and said, actually don't tell me anything. Because I'll be there like on the day, I should be there on the day it releases. So when it comes out, I'll be there to play it. And it's going to be one of those cases where the player base doesn't know. Blue Mage. Like I go and do Blue Mage. The player base knows where all the blue spells are, how to get them and everything like that. I should be there like, not day one maybe, but like I should be there when Beastmaster comes out to be like play alongside the community and just be like, let's go hunt down some beasts, let's go explore what this job does and everything like that. So I think like all of the unique stuff that it does and everything, like I imagine it will have content based around it, like the Blue Carnival, because you kind of need something like that for a limited job. If limited jobs can't do other content, like, without having to group up with people, it needs something for people to do. So, something like the Carnival it should have. And being able to find all of that out, like, as it launches, is going to be like the first time I get to do that in 14 for something. Like all of the Eureka 3 stuff, I'm going to be behind all of that, so people will have already explored them enough to do that. They'll figure everything out in the hesitate between patch day and the stream day. Most of the complaints I see are just why it's not a proper job, limited jobs are useless. Limited jobs are completely different, and that's what makes them fun. You get to like experience a job in a completely unique way. That's what's fun. I'm honestly tempted to stream like some Beastmaster the day it comes out. Well, maybe not the day it comes out because maintenance, and maintenance probably won't end for me that day until like it's usually 7, 8, or 9 o'clock at night. But I'm half tempted to stream midweek when it comes out, like the day after for me that it comes out, because I think that would be pretty fun. Do like 3-4 hours that day can give me a bit of time to maybe experiment with it a bit before the weekend stream, and then do even more with it then. But that should also be the day that like the very, very, very last bit of MSQ comes out for Dawntrail, so it's also that. My only gripe is not being able to do MSQ with them for RP reasons. That I can understand. That I can understand. Talking about going into Evercold and wanting like a job that suits going into the cold. If Beastmaster is indeed Beastmaster that we saw in Bosnia, which is Axe and Shield. Axe and Shield would be perfect for like weathering the storm and breaking down the ice of Evercold kind of thing. Is there any paladin swords that look like an axe and or a hammer? Probably the Gaia one. But I don't know if like the spell casting of that suits like Evergold kind of thing. You said Tentel was giving watching Hasatawi, right? I suppose no news. Good news. Well, there is news. I'm going to meetings and praying to depart. It's time, everyone. We make our last stand before the gates of Tuliolal. I was hoping if Yahi would turn herself in. I suppose she would have just have to be brought in by force. She might have that treasure, but she certainly doesn't have allies, and she certainly doesn't have you. I just realized that MSQ means main story quest. Yeah, main story quest, yeah. Oh yeah, the Marquites, yeah. Kind of Viking-ish. Yeah, if you ever hear me refer to, because I'm now at a point where I've like been so poisoned by 14. I refer to like main story progression in every game now as MSQ. It's just such a nice shorthand. But yeah, I call MS like in every game that I play now. Main story progression to me is just always MSQ. It's always MSQ now. Today we stop the Unbound, and tomorrow we'll welcome a Dawn in Tuliolal free of their shadow. Almost like we'll have a trail of the Dawn. It's actually main scenario quests, nerd. Sorry, main scenario quest. Main scenario quest. 14 brain rot is strong on me. It's strong on everyone. I mean, I feel like it'd be hard to avoid having strong 14 brain rot if you're in Dawntrail, just by sheer virtue of it's likely several hundred hours, if not thousands, that you put into the game at that point. Alright, so the Tuliolal trailhead. Can we teleport there? Just like with an Ethernet? Alphino, Alice, they finally grew up. Let's go. I've got another person who's out here doing their Reaper with the zero hat. Fuck yeah, let's go. There we go. They're playing past FFXIV and going, that's a nice 14 reference. Oh wait, no, it's the other way around. I'm going to be that person when I play other Final Fantasies. I will also be the person just being like, man, what a sick reference to Final Fantasy 14. Can't buy it, but I have medicine ready. I'll have whatever I can. My bow will aim true, I promise. Well, because you got your glasses on now. I guess about Treasure Power is correct. This will not be an easy find. So the Unbound leave us, are we? They should be here in a moment. Although circumstances that brought us together were less than fortunate, I'm confident in the end we'll be the stronger for them. We won't allow the passage of the Unbound to wreak havoc until the Alal. Today, Apiahi and her ilk answer for their crimes! I haven't had brain rot for a Game Pass 7 JoJo brain rot so strong to me, it's so even funny. It's time for the Battle of Tulialal! Wow, there's a lot. Wow, there's a lot of us here. They're here. What is the mushroom? See, they're probably not expecting a resistance, anything approaching this. We knew you were coming, Apiahi. You and your gang of thugs won't be going any further. So you've chosen to join the other sheep, have you? How disappointing. I offered you so much more than the life of a lapdog. I never intended to fight by your side. Of course you would say that. You are Eorzea's savior, after all. Yeah, I told you she would recognize me. I knew she would recognize me. Of course she would. I knew it from the moment I saw you. And I suppose now you're asking why I was so forthcoming with my plans. I want you to see what we fight for. To realize the beauty of true freedom. And devote yourself to the pursuit of it as our ally. Your idea of freedom is, I want to be able to go to a restaurant and get a meal and not have to pay. And nothing else about society should change to accommodate that. You just suck, Apiahi. Your allies only follow you because the treasure has them in its thrall. No one would willingly follow such a reckless leader. Interesting. You think I have the power to command others against their will? Well, don't you? You are far more foolish than I believed. I would never rob anyone of their freedom. Not here, not gone, here. Beats approach from the Tulialan side! Oh shit! Oh shit! Can I say sovereign citizen now? But how? We may too heavily decide now she strikes at our blind spot. We must open the gate! So what is her power? The path to a new tomorrow lies forever before us. We'd only be brave enough to walk it. So what's her power? I'm so confused. Is it teleportation? Leave this lot to us. You tend to the others. There goes the... What is her power? I'm so confused. I have to fight the enemy. Yo! Yo, we actually get to be on the bridge. Yo! Yo! Yo, we get to actually be on the bridge. That's so sick. They're listed as uncanny. I almost have to wonder if they're like, are these ghosts? What are these? As feared, my creatures cannot live up to the real thing. How about this? It's the creature she was riding. All of this dropping in. Hell yeah. I'll end this in a single blow. It's not that necessary. No, I think not. Watch out to PK! No! Attacking from above. Devious. Leave the skies to me. The rest of you focus on the big one. Shoot her out of the sky. Go, go, go. Not another tank buster. Yo! Yeah, they're like exploding into spores. Is that why the mushroom's there? Is that why the mushroom's there? She's creating something with spores? Tenacious lot, aren't you? I suppose I wouldn't want you to fall too quickly. Oh, jeez. There are so many. But we'll persevere. Sorry, I have big AoE attacks. I have Mother in Flames. Lend me your protection. Oh, Jesus. Scheming, are we? I think I'll allow you to do as you please. Oh shit. Get in there! There's so many of them! Oh my god, there's so many. Yo! And more bit of a bats! I don't keep using melee. Where can I learn this secret? Relying on numbers won't do you any good. Go after a run! Pursue up Yahi! So fucking sick that we get to be on the bridge. I might be in trouble. The tower needs to help. Oh shit. It's a little different this time. Behold the fruits of my travels across Tyrol. There she is. Don't think you've won yet. It's over, Ibyahi. You're strong, you sure. But so is this. Oh shit! Send your worst. I won't lose. That doesn't look good. Oh shit! You'll be fine! Ugh! He survived that! Heal! Even bugs squirm before they die. This time I'll finish things. You're as stubborn as the monk that sucked my sandals. Yeah, that alone is not enough to... What? Shit. I always get hit by that. I swear the swings... They hit like the snapshot for the super. I may have underestimated you. Together we'll triumph! More defeating you would be quite the feather in my cap. You get Soil are a much easier target. Gosh, you're making a run for it! Oh, I might have missed! I'll get it, don't you worry! We are getting further away. I think that'll shut the free world I integrate will be destroyed! It is cool how it's like we are actually getting further away from the land mass, like the land mass, as we go further on the bridge. Must you insist on being a thorn in my side? Very well. Then I shall plant the banner of evil upon the corpse of Eosia's hero, and the meek shall flock to me. Make my fervent desire manifest. Grant me the power to seize undying freedom. The architect of Yahi. Multi-barrel tender! Yeah, she has mold powers. Myco tender! Go forth, my prickly punisher, and crush those who would bind us. This dreadful feeling. As I've been sleeping well as of late. Maybe it's because you're surrounding yourself with mold and you're like falling victim to black mold. That hurt a lot. Mold spores. Die! Where'd she go? There she is. Spore stream! Still won't have to dodge that. Impressive. I bet no less of you. But this false end here. Oh no. The filthy shackles! Ah, yeah, let's go! Yeah! Cover them, fellowship. These savage all are killing you one by one. This is your moment, my pointy futurist. Let's go! Let's go! Don't jump right through, let's go! Yeah! Get fucked! How can you save up all the treasures, might? What are you? Such power! Power be welcome in the passage on the Unbound. Flesh boiling punishment. Get out of here! Do not fall to my spiky soldier. An optional yellow is not where I'd expect the DT thing to be used. Absolutely not. But it's fucking sick as hell. Heavens we rise, fighting through the storm. Your shadows far behind. Hell yeah! You scurry about like rats. Filthy rats. Spore stream! This poison, stay away from it! Go down, my contender! No, even my spiky savior has fallen! And now she's gonna get torn to fucking shreds. Whee! Fuck her up! I ain't moving for shit. Blazing blaze of glory. Hell yeah! I'm not finished yet. I can replenish my ranks. Then why is the screen saying duty complete if y'all here? Hell yeah, bring it in the DT theme. Oh, that's so fucking sick. Oh, hey, Dome. Yo, Kiki! Completely shattered. Mushroom friend is gone. It seems I must admit defeat. Hey, we did it! Yet know this. I do not believe the ideals for which I fought were misguided. Think back upon the leaders who came before you. Those 5 self-serving souls who dared to live as they pleased. They were assholes! What do you mean? They were dickheads! What are you talking about? Each one the perfect image of liberty. Yet ultimate perfection cannot be achieved without ultimate power. That is why we fought. Why we became villains. To tear down the world's nations and their stifling rules of the voiceless. Many may speak again. What made you feel this way? Well, one time, my mum made me do the dishes. It was then that I realized how much women were holding down society. I never saw it. Told you already, I'm sure. Surely. Yet the exile that emboldened my hatred of meaningless restrictions also led to my awakening. I couldn't have known true freedom without it. As I traveled the world, I noticed the same thing everywhere I went. That the many were bound by the few. In Gridania, citizens discouraged from joining hands with their neighbors. Correct, we haven't fixed that. In Uldar, merchants craft laws to exert their control over others. Also correct. Even in Limsa, once lawless pirates are made to bow to the state. Okay, that one... You were going somewhere with the other two. You were going somewhere with the other two. But, in Limsa, they asked to stop killing each other. Is not as convincing as the other. It is technically true. It's just not a bad thing in that case. They were asked, hey, can we stop killing each other and maybe attack the Gallian Empire? And they said, you know what? Sounds fucking sick, Moab. Need I say more? The countless guardians who were tricked into sacrifice themselves when their church fanned the flames of war. I fixed that. The people of the East whose entire lives are determined by outdated customs and more. We've addressed that. I had to go west to find what I sought. Here in Toral, I lived a life unbound. Or so I thought. After a terrible tragedy, I was forced to find a new home once again. Terrible? What happened? I can scarcely say it. I was asked to pay for my lodgings. Fuck this bitch. I do really like this guy. This is something that, like, we've not had in 14. But it's such a real fucking thing. Someone who uses the language of the marginalized, of the oppressed. Someone who uses the veneer of the language of, like, wanting to help out the world. But they only do that because they're a selfish prick and they just want to get away with what they personally don't want to do. It's such a real fucking kind of person and it's very funny. Like, all of her talk about shattering nations because of all the horrible things that they do, and she personally just doesn't want to pay for the hotel she's staying at. She's a spoiled rich kid pouting about having to do normal people things. Exactly. She uses the language of the oppressed to be like, see, this is why we have to fight against all of this. But she's just a brat who just doesn't want to have to, like, do anything for anyone else. Why do you hate capitalism? Because there's taxes. It's like, there's so many better reasons. I will take over the world to destroy the concept of money. Pay? You mean you hadn't been paying all along? Why should I have to trade coin for a roof over my head? In my village, charging for something so essential was unthinkable. So long as one followed the rules, that is. I mean, yeah, like, you can... You can ask for like, hey, maybe we should house the homeless. But that's a different thing to, like, an individual person is providing you with something and they want compensation for it. For the first time since my exile, I questioned my path. And I convinced myself that taking care of my drunken sisters night after night wasn't so bad after all. It's not even like the government should provide housing, it's just I had to pay for my hotel room. Exactly! Like, again, it's the language of why should we have to pay for something so essential as a roof over our head? Valid point! That she's using to just be like, I don't want to pay for... I don't want to pay because someone provided me a like a private individual provided me a service. Like, oh my god. Jesus. What? Where did you live again? No, that doesn't matter. Surely, if you can accept trading labor for housing, you can understand the reasons behind trading coin for it. Also, yeah, well, actually, Lushkana's making a really good point. Housing wasn't even free in her village. It was just in exchange for labor. Lushkana's making a really good point here, actually. She's being like, it was free back where I came from. Sure, we had to work for it, but we didn't have to pay money for it. Sovereign citizens, man. You're more and more correct with this, the more it goes on. No, money is another rule that's used to control us. A rule that I won't accept. So... This is so fucking good. Holy shit. Again, I had my issues when it came to the other role quest, like the other combat role quests. A lot of them don't lean into the bit hard enough. This one is fucking nailing it perfectly. This one is nailing it perfectly. She is a serious threat, and it is shown that she is a serious threat. But she's also just a spoiled fucking brat. I was forced to live on the streets. In the tent I plotted, the rebellion would start with me, and end with the authority of every nation in tatters. Yet one day, after long hours of sowing discontent, I returned to find my tent gone. In its place stood a sign that read "No vagrancy." Could you learn a lesson from this about what the actual problem is? No? Okay. The last thing you owned was gone in an instant. That can't have been easy. Again, do you want to learn the proper lesson from this or not? I can understand your perspective, Abiyahi. But a world where everyone did what they pleased would soon fall to chaos. Those are the only things which keep us from that. True, but the enforcement of those laws is like where the... is like, you know, enforcement of laws by monopoly, by the state's monopoly on violence, you know. We know where that leads, so, yeah. I don't know firsthand what it's like to be bound by old rules. Rules whose purpose are sometimes baffling. But you don't have to follow them blindly. If you're dissatisfied, you can work to change them. What you speak of, Abiyahi, is not freedom, it's self-indulgence. So you're saying if I change the law, I can do whatever I please? No! Fucking sovereign citizens, man. No. No, she's gonna fucking become a senator. No! No! No one was saying that if you're here. Not all good. Got through to her. Talking anymore would just be a waste of breath. Time to put her in chains! This is all you're doing, isn't it? It's time you join the rest of your minions. Ah! And then she goes to prison and realizes she doesn't have to pay to stay there. And she's like, oh, this is awesome. I won't resist, but this isn't over. Those who share my vision will hear of this injustice, and they will carry on my legacy. The passage unbound shall remain open forevermore. Just a dust cloud and you see the fist flying everywhere. I think that goes a little into police brutality. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, exactly, Trouble. She doesn't have to pay for being in prison. She'd fucking like it there. Jesus. Again, it's such a real fucking thing of someone who uses the language of liberation to just be like, I should be allowed to do literally whatever the fuck that I want and get away with whatever I want. And nothing bad should ever happen to me and I should never have to do anything. She's just a libertarian, that's what it is. Well, again, sovereign citizen. And he's just like, I'm gonna be a sovereign citizen because I don't want to have to pay taxes. And then she realizes that she could become a senator and she's like, wait a minute, I no longer want to be a sovereign citizen. I don't want to pay taxes, but I can make others pay them instead. No, fuck. Freedom that harms others is no freedom at all. Living in society has its challenges, but allows us to support each other as a group. Judging by how her force is mostly compiled of course of wild beasts, I take it that Byahi couldn't send many of her henchmen to Dawntrail. Perhaps Virozan's resources have finally run dry. There's no restriction over Tuliolan land, it's an illegal arrest. Technically international waters. Finally, unbound her in chains. Do you think Intaka would be proud of us? Of me? You made that awesome shot on her mold statue, hell yeah. Anyone who admired Elaret would have twisted morals, but even so, I'm shocked by the depths of Hippiai's depravity. Your bravery was inspiring, everyone. Hippiai's in the custody of the Lance Guard, and a treasure is destroyed. Without their leader and secret weapon, the Unbound may well and truly be finished. We shall return to the Spalier of TA and let Almashan know about our victory here. This is taking a lot longer than I thought it would, honestly. This is taking a lot longer than I thought it would. I do not think I'll have time to also do Yakuza today. Well, I'd have time. I don't know if I'll have energy. I should be more specific with that. I don't know if I'd have energy to also do Yakuza today. Again, Mion, we're starting the third one. Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, Tits and Asses, I think it's called. I heard all about your battle with the Passage of the Unbound. Leave it to you not only capture their leader, but to do so without any Tuliolan coming to harm. And by the way, Major Thumbing and Protection inspected the remains of the beast you fought. The discoveries were surprising to say the least. They weren't actually individual organisms, but a collection of minute fungi that had taken the form of familiar creatures. Yeah, literally just controlling mold. Made us conclude that Teral Vidral sealed within the treasure was likely once a fungi itself. Explains the sightings of Yahi traveling with beasts of all sorts at her beck and call. She built her army by finding the fiercest creatures she could and recreating them with the power of the treasure. But you stood against that army without a shade of fear in your eyes. So gonna gratitude, you're all welcome to tacos on the house whenever you're in town. Free tacos forever! I agree, Abyahi. I shouldn't have to pay for things. Specifically tacos ever again. Speaking of which, hey, it's Tao and the others will soon be returning with, to their respective villages. Goodbye is always bittersweet, but I'm sure they'd love to speak with you one last time. Here's my favorite customer. The world is free from the passage of Unbound's villainy. Yay. Oh, everyone's over here. Every time I come to the Spalier of TA, I'm amazed by all the different guns people gather at this table. Which is like this is my village. Citadel Buster be a good taco name. I want to spend some time until Yellow's markets before I return. I'm thinking a spare pair of spectacles might be a prudent purchase. Saying my parents fell in love with the tacos here while I waited my return from Father. Sure, they'd be happy if I brought some home with me. Short time together, these remind me of why Solomon Eric. Wonder how they fare. Perhaps write them a letter and find out. And I'm glad to mention this earlier, but I was able to convince everyone back home to stop relying on the cradle. My sleepless days are over, but I've been busier than ever. Let's go. I looked at Ishgard's lines for inspiration on how to build solidarity among the villagers. We train together and take turns on watch, among other things. Luzanik no longer needs to spend her days abed and sometimes joins us in our drills. I admit this new life wouldn't be the same without her. A new life for which we both owe you thanks, Fanfest. We'll keep striving to follow the example you set for us. During my time in Ishgard, I realized the cuisines of the world are as varied as its peoples. No doubt prospect of discovering new delicacies adds excitement to your travels. Absolutely. My people have said the fact that we cannot always rely upon the heartsting, and even our train to build a natural resistance to various toxins. Took some time to figure out the right amounts to use. And I admit there were some close calls, but luckily the heartsting was at our disposal. I injected myself with every kind of virus known to man. But heaven smile, that's fluent with fucking death itself. Alright, it's a heart sting. The heart sting's the one thing that can cure heaven's smile that isn't being shot with a revolver. Yet I believe that our strength lies in the ability to conquer hardship, and one day we can trust in our own abilities. That being said, it's been some time since I had a meal that wasn't laced with poison. But how delicious food can be! I'd also be glad to hear how the dream of Cocoon was to our success. And though it seems that Yahi recognized you from the moment you met, it didn't make a difference, did it? Just reaffirms to me that you're more than earned your renown as a hero. So aspire to become a hunter worthy of Itoka's legacy. And I know it'll take a lot of time and a lot of hard work. But now I'm focused on getting my village safe, so I won't stop there. Keep your ears on the ground, Manifest, for something you might hear of Kyuki, a hunter true. You're almost so brave. My heart always starts pounding when the fighting begins. But I didn't need to worry. Since I'm here until you're lull, miss the mark before I return to my village. I almost forgot. Kakuja sent me a letter. So the authorities have been taking his circumstances into account and decided to be merciful. He'll be released soon. Just promise my village will be the first place he visits. Hey! Everyone's looking forward to greeting him with open arms. Kakuja agrees to be our protector, then we can come to Tilialal more often. Let's go! I think the origin of the treasures lies with the Yokoi. Even with such dominating strength as they possessed, they sought still more when their very survival was at stake. Well, they made long enough ago for that was part of their conquering. My people were afraid of the apex, and so sealed it away within our treasure. But over time, the treasure became as fit as the beast within it. Thus, we never considered using it as a tool to aid us. We're training hard and hope that someday I can help my people view the treasure from a new perspective. Hopefully, we can learn how to use it to drop rocks on the people we don't like only. Might take a while, but we'll get there. More stronger than last time we met, right? You don't have to answer. But trust me when I tell you we won't take the easy road like Vera's on. Every bit of progress will earn through hard work. On that note, as much as I'd like to stay, so as we all have homes waiting for us, let's say our farewells to Brokevu and Ramajan. You committed very serious felony and insult, but you were bamboozled, so we'll let it slide. To be fair, that is literally how laws work. To be fair, that is like, not specifically the word bamboozled, but laws do work that way. Glad you got to catch up with everyone. Shall I bring this party to a close then? Yo. Again, I do overall think this is the weakest for the Roll Quest series, but I mean, even if they were all really good, it would still probably be the weakest Roll Quest series, just because of, like, how important and, like, dramatic the last ones were in the last two expansions. So it does have that. I still have my issues with of these. The Craft the Gather ones are straight up better overall than these ones. But when these ones are being good, they're pretty freaking good. When the role quests here are doing what they do best in, like, Dawntrail for the combat ones, they're doing it really well. And this entire ending, the entire ending, like, capstone of it all, has absolutely been it at its best. Be well, everyone. I'll bring Lois and Nick next time. I want her people to meet the people who have helped us. So by my village if you're ever in the region. I should eat a freshly hunted boar. Sounds amazing. Everyone get home safely. We'll meet again soon. We're gonna do a dungeon 7.3 where we run through the entirety of Toral. And when we get to the last section, all 5 of these are gonna show up and help us fight off the last ones. I almost had to pay back the debt I owe you, if only a little. If you ever need help again, you know how to reach me. Yo. And now we can rest. Oh no. Is that another shady group of villains? It was a long and trying road, but the treasures are finally back in their rightful places. Now we can eat infinity tacos! The passage unbound with no one to lead their meager numbers will fade into obscurity. I'm sure we'll hear no more of them again. Here's the piece until you're all. Rules? Basic social considerations? Who needs them? Those pathetic bastards don't even see the yokes around their necks. Did you see how nobly Abyahi fought? As long as I can remember that sight, I'll never turn away from the path she showed us. Oh, for fuck's sakes. It's up to us to continue what she started. We don't need those artifacts to bring down nations. We'll find a whole new kind of weapon. The passage unbound shall remain ever open, and we'll be there to guide others upon it. There's more of you? Oh, no. Don't forget the follow-up quest with the mushroom several expansions ago finds out they're related to the same mushroom here. What? Is this a reference? Evercold role quest and more unbound shenanigans. Criminals over here! Oh, a nuclear high. Right, yeah. Find the gods, run! We can't be caught here! Villainy! Stop playing the fucking Benny Hill theme at this point. We did it! Bright Bustle Orchestrion! Yeah, the ending of that entire thing. A passage rebound. The entire ending capstone of that is the best of all of the role quests for this expansion. Again, I still think like 3 out of the 5 quest lines before it are shaky. But it ends really strong. Rules? Basic social considerations? How dare those bastards? Oh, Jesus. How's Passage Unbound going? This guy told me why Abyahi found her villainous organization. What a story it is. A trivial, ridiculous story. Thankfully, without choice to rely upon, the Passage Unbound has no teeth. No doubt the authorities and nations across the star will root out the remaining members. Though I expect the organization will fade into obscurity soon enough regardless. So I thought. 2 more leaders gathered in this very place. Fortunately, they are branded almost immediately. Never again shall that abominable group trouble us. Never. I even hard to work on solve Charles' problems. I'm grateful for it. You're gonna relax here anytime you want. We did it! We did it! We did it! Let's go! Sweet justice! Hell yeah! Hell yeah, sweet justice. Is that do I have every achievement here now for the like job and role quest? I should do, right? Should be literally, there should be an entire tab that's done now. Yo, let's go. Let's go. There's a tab in my achievement list that's actually finished. I'm sure there's possibly one or two others that are also actually finished, but let's go. Until Evercold. But then we'll finish it again. Alright, let me grab this. Put it over with here. Again, I gotta write these down. Well, not write them down, but I gotta like list them on 14 Collect so I like actually know, keep track of what I do and don't have. I don't want to lose that. I don't want to lose that. Anyway, is there anything else for 7.1 to show off? Because the idea is that this is everything to finish 7.1, and then the next episode is 7.2's MSQ. Unlocking the extremes. I should probably do that, yes. Yes, unlocking the extremes. We should do that. Cloud of Darkness Chaotic. Do you need to do something to unlock that? Or is that just in high-end duties? Do we have to do something to unlock Cloud of Darkness Chaotic? Because from my understanding, they gotta talk to Minstrel. Oh, it's Minstrel as well, okay. Because I was about to say, because I know, like, oh, we don't unlock ultimates because you need to clear Savage to actually unlock ultimates. But I was about to say, I don't think they did anything like that for Chaotic. I think Chaotic is just available, but it's Minstrel. It's just Minstrel as well. That makes sense. That makes sense. What is it you manifest? We're in the same clothes for once. I'm overjoyed that the fate arranged meeting. I'm not surprised. When I hear tell of your journey with Looklamats, I had a feeling it would only be a matter of time until we cross paths. Am I doing it Toral, you ask? Well, I'm coming in search of unusual and fantastic stories that may weave into songs. There's been tales that enchant crowds the world over. And this land has proven to be a treasure trove of folk tales and legends unlike any that can be found across the sea. I have set each and every one to memory, my head swimming with new verses. If all the myths newly added to my repertoire, I still yearn for tales of newfound adventure. Hey, 6.1. Unless you want to do Yuri Ultimate. Kefka Ultimate's interesting. The fact that Kefka Ultimate is real is so fucking... Oh my god. Tales involving parties that yet live. Preferably regale myself with first-hand experience. And you are just such a woman. Appreciate me everything that happened since you set foot in Toral, and I shall set it to song. Every trial you enjoyed during the rite of succession, every blood-curdling moment you assault upon the Levin-Trident dome, I beg you spare no detail. You want all intention to my melodies and substance to my lyrics. I have a feeling my most memorable work is soon to come. Of course, I understand you may not have time at present. Shall be here for a while polishing my prose to a mirror sheet. Simply come to me when you have a story to share, and I shall listen to them in rapt attention. Coming to share a heroic yarn with me, Manifest. Please go on, you have my rapt attention. Yeah, and also just Cloud of Darkness is also just here, by the way. Valiamanda. So what have you brought for me today? Oh, have we unlocked Stone Sky Sea? I don't think we actually got Stone Sky Sea specifically. I know we got hunts because they were like actually had story to them. You did battle with Valiamanda, the Travadral of legend dubbed the Sky Ruin, who ruled the heavens by beak and talon. Many legends of this beast are among that. Tell me about how you trailed the dawn and that one time you went into the world of darkness like several expansions ago. Many legends of this beast among beasts, but I would wager the telling of your battle is more thrilling than the most harrowing tales. By the hands of the devious scoundrel was the seal put in place by Gulu Jar Jar broken, and thus was living calamity unleashed again upon the world. I am struck down by Wuklamata and a mighty companion. Glimpse into the events of the Rite of Succession shall provide me with more than enough inspiration for my next song. Thank you for sharing it with me, Manifest. By the by, do you know the meaning of the term Toral Vidral? Language of the Mamuljara means that which clings to the earth. A fitting description for a being so powerful enough to claim an entire continent as their territory. Valiamanda is said to be the most formidable among them. It literally has claws along the earth. Again, I still think it's a little exaggerated considering the Valiamanda that we fight. I know it's asleep for 80 years. Still though. Again, it's a Not necessarily. Oh, Juno TT. We also have to do Juno TT. Yes. Also Juno TT. Stream will never end. Again, it's one thing where I think Dawntrail breaks a little bit more from prior expansions in terms of like keeping world's representation consistent with like what we understand and what we've experienced and do. Again, how huge Solution 9 and Living Memory look like inside compared to how big Everkeep looks like on the outside. I know sensor scale is something that games have to fuck with, but they push it too far in Dawntrail for it to make sense sometimes. It's one of like 3 minor nitpicks that I have about like Dawntrail as a whole. And again, Valley Armanda is one of those where I understand that it's weakened, but like what we fight, like it's the type of thing where if you wanted Valley Armanda to like cause the destruction that it's meant to, with what we see destructed, it should have been way fucking bigger in the trial and been like, its face is at the edge of the arena, taking up most of the arena, and it like lifts up to have a claw like come across, and the claw is like the size of the arena, if not bigger. Like, Valley Armanda needs to be bigger in the fight to like really get it, like, for what you see in the environment caused by Valley Armanda to like connect. I know the weakening over 80 years, but like, it didn't shrink in the cold, it just got weaker. Again, it's not a major thing, it's just I think Dawntrail has a little less, like, it's harder to suspend disbelief to just buy into it compared to previous expansions. It was already larger than when it was in the ice, at least it looks like that. Yeah, and it should have been even bigger. And it should have been even bigger. Legal Match Victorious. The team was but recently browsed from someone. What do you suppose would have happened if Valley Armanda been given sufficient time to regain its strength? Again, given what we see on the land. Such questions are why we have imagination, yes. And imagine I shall. The mightiest heroes of Atheras matched against the full fury of Valley Armanda. A story for the ages. It's kind of like when you fight Bahamut in ARR. How do they get away with you fighting, like, given, like, Bahamut is meant to be fucking gigantic. Like, one of the arenas for one of the raids in ARR is literally, the arena fits on Bahamut's hand. So how do you reasonably fight that? And the answer is you go inside of it and fight its pure essence inside of it. And that's how you have a Bahamut that is like a size that like you can fight in a raid. So like there's a reason that you fight a smaller Bahamut, because what you see in Bahamut is huge. Alexander does the exact same thing, so does Eden. Whereas like Omega's like relatively small from the outset. And it's like, okay, so how does Omega do the able to be as strong as it is? Oh, it can literally create shit out of nothing. So it like, oh, it's as dangerous as it is. Yeah, it literally creates shit out of nothing, and it's like a robot that has traveled from the edge of like from another star for like hundreds, if not thousands, of years to get here. Yeah, it doesn't need to be big to have its powers because, you know, robot, and it has all of the explanation behind it. So I feel like Pandemonium is one of the ones that kind of falls apart. I feel like Pandemonium is actually an example. We're gonna find a tiny version of Arcadion. I feel like Pandemonium is one of the ones that kind of falls apart. Because turning the, like, again, that's one of the ones where I'm just like, the entire castle, the entire building of Pandemonium is granted a soul and then we fight it. And what you fight is way too small for that. The weird building spider with a face is way too small in the raid against Pandemonium for it to be like, oh, this is the entire building come to life. That is an example of Endwalker, I think, not sticking quite enough to it. Of like, again, video games are impressionist by inherent design. Video games are impressionist inherently by design because to make something to scale of what it should be would be 1, intensely resource intensive, and 2, not fun. You do not want to run around a Tuliolol that is big as what Tuliolol should reasonably be, given what the population of this place should reasonably be. You don't want to do that in a video game. But some video games get that, like, sense of scale to just feel right while you're doing it correct. And I think 14 does it very, very well most of the time. There's a couple of examples where I think it's a little off. Again, it's only a handful, and it's not like a major detriment. It's just something that I point out because it usually does it so well. Anyway, Zorology. So what have you brought for me today? I have brought you an absolute banger of a theme. Bum ba bum ba bum. Bum ba bum ba bum. The final moments of the former Dawn Servant's firstborn. Only born. If we're talking about, like, to him. His story gives rise to a complex mixture of emotions. It would be insulting to call it something so trite as an adventurous tale. As the only son of Gulur Jar Jar, he doubtless felt a heavy burden of responsibility to be deemed worthy of succeeding his father. The weight was likely made all the more stifling by the fact that he had but one head. And so he sought great power to make up for his perceived shortcomings. Yet he never could quite live up to the expectations he set for himself, and in his blind pursuit he stepped upon a crooked path. Hey, look! It's people. Look, he's literally explaining the characterization of the character for the people who claimed that it wasn't there, because Zoroljar never directly stated it to you, and it was just explained by his actions and other people, like, saying words to him. For 30 long years did he keep company with anger in that dome. Yet no amount of anguish can justify the countless lives he stole. You know what I believe, Manifest? I believe the moment Zoroljar killed his own father, whose admiration he fought so hard to win, his life lost all meaning. His sins cannot be forgiven, 'tis true. Yet his story is a tragic one, and I suspect that each of us can see parts of ourselves reflected within it. Thank you for sharing it with me. The dark shadow loomed over the right succession. Would do best not to forget he who cast it. While many will view Zoroljar as a murderer and a tyrant, reducing him to a mindless villain will blunt the impact of the lessons we can learn from his fate. That is a tale that must be told with great care. We've all wanted to murder our fathers. I mean, what? Something, translating, like, horrible people in history and just, like, diminishing them to just being like, oh, they were just monsters. Diminishes the fact that, no, really, all of them were people, and it was people who did these actions and chose these things and committed horribleness. So what have you brought for me today? The trials and tribulations of Queen Sphene, who was confronted with many a difficult decision as she sought to protect the citizens of her nation, Alexandria. In that realm, people regard souls as merely a resource, and when they die, they have their memories used to create the endless. Simulacra of the departed that can only be sustained with life force harvested from the living. Being so very different from what we know, such a way of life is difficult to us to accept. Indeed, it seemed nearly inevitable that you should come into conflict with Sphene. She herself was not among the living, but an entity brought forth to fulfill a certain objective. And therein, I believe, laid the root of this tale's tragedy. Recreated from the noblest of souls though she was helpless to defy the purpose which she had been bound, protecting the endless no matter the cost. Thus did she continue on her destructive path, though she knew it led only to a dead end. The word dead ends there is very specific. The word dead end there is very specific. They are straight up telling you, hey, you know the dead stars that you see in Ultima Thule and the dungeon, the dead ends? Yes. Confirmation that if Sven's path continued unabated, that's the inevitable conclusion, which is also what you realize when you're playing it. When you hear about what needs to be done to maintain the Endless, you also realize, yeah, we've seen this before. It's called Ultima Thule. And I do believe the use of the word dead end there is very deliberate to invoke that. A question of you may, my friends. Deep in your heart, do you believe that the Sven whom you met was alive? I mean, if we're going by the Minifest answer, she was alive in her own way, 100%. There's no way that Minifest would say anything else. Absolutely not. Again, especially after Ultima Thule. Especially after Ultima Thule. Like, Minifest does consider the Endless to be living, even if they are living in a different way. And even if their living is a second chance that they're getting at the cost of other people's first chance, which is still not morally right. From Minifest's perspective, with what she's been through and what she believes and how she experiences things, 100% she considers the Endless living. So you think that. And with the knowledge that her existence differed from the living, you hold that she was alive. I think if you're honest answer, I shall take it to heart. Again, I've seen people try to talk so definitively about living memory, in terms of, like, is living memory life, is living memory not life, and everything like that. And I think the narrative of the game is very explicitly, that's your decision to make. Because also, regardless of your answer, the morally right thing to do in living memory does not change. It becomes harder to do depending on what you believe, but regardless of what your opinion is on the Endless, and whether they count as life or not life, or they count as life but not as much as other life, regardless of how you want to interpret it, the morally correct thing to do in living memory does not change, and that's why I think the story very deliberately leaves that open-ended. Again, from Minifest's perspective, she is a spiritual person. Maybe not in the traditional sense, but there is a form of spirituality to Minifest in terms of, like, the concepts of life and everything like that. Like, she does, like, again, like, praying to gods. She would have prayed to Hydaelyn before realizing what Hydaelyn actually was, but not as a deity, but as a fellow comrade. You know, that kind of stuff. But also just, you know, going through Ultima Thule, she'd consider the life forms of Ultima Thule to be alive. And again, Graha's whole speech that he has to Sir about just, like, what is life? Well, you can't define it by the body, you can't define it by the memory, you can't define it by the soul, so you're left with, there is no concrete way to define it. For my part, whether or not she was possessed of life, I believe that there existed an individual called Sven who cared deeply for her people, who heard the voices of her people, felt as they did, and thought only for their welfare. There's the Pierfield thing. Again, do you get it? Do you get it? That's why at battle's end, she returned as the gentle soul you knew. But here, a thought fills me with dread. What if that soul failed to return, and the fearsome entity she had become continued its relentless onslaught? Might have succeeded in its objective, and plundered life force from other realities at the cost of untold destruction. Of such possibilities shall I sing, and we might give thanks for the path we were mercifully spared. Oh, we actually got a song for this one. By golden lights two rulers walked, their paths in conflict lying. One bound to slay, one sworn to save, they forged ahead untiring. Their memories of departed days endure as fates and fetters, For keepers staunch, a blessed warmth, oblivion for the breakers. It's almost like Sven is Emmett done better. it's almost like Sven. It's Emmett but done better. This is kind of Speed 4. How many it's gonna be, you know how hard it's going to be? You know how hard it's going to be to not call the next episode of MSQ the Sven Everywhere system? You know how hard it's gonna be to not call 7.2's MSQ the Sven Everywhere system? It's gonna be really tough. Viper, Monk, and Machinist Sven weapons are dope. Carrying Alliance race pit up to 24 adventurers against fearsome foes been made even more powerful than before. Do you wish to unlock it? Yes. Oh, that reminds me. Some days ago, I had the pleasure of meeting your good friend Grahatia. He approached me wondering if he had seen me elsewhere before, and so I told him about my endeavors in verse. Taking an interest in my work, he invited me to join him in FFXIV, where we discussed tales of heroism over tacos and churrasco. Yo! Second Mesoamerican food mentioned! Let's go! Let's go! Twas then that he shared a story that is especially close to his heart. The Fellowship of Noah's foray into the Crystal Tower. You played a vital role in it, did you not? Together with more than a score of your fellows, you triumphed over numerous formidable foes to secure the structure. How do you recall the experience, pray? As adventurers typically work in small groups, I dare say it felt quite different to be part of a large contingent. It was my first time doing an alliance raid. I was a little nervous. We confirmed that the Americas have at least 4 food. Truly, I would not have expected that. Now, I can only speak as an observer, but I imagine it must be uniquely satisfying to sally forth as a member of a great collective to accomplish tremendous feats. And defeat the dreaded cloud of darkness is a tremendous feat indeed. Meat on the bone. Again, give that to Minifest. Minifest loves hunted gamey meat. Big part of the why she bonds so fucking quickly with Wookiee at the end of Endwalker. She's a ruler among her kind, occupying the highest rung of the hierarchy of Voidsen. Full after she left her mark upon mankind's history, not least of all when she fought to battle the Emperor Sunday. And according to records, she employed powerful magic selects which defied mortal comprehension. Didn't she use beams and more beams? I keep re-experiencing it, so it's always fresh in my mind. I always get Crystal Tower when I do my fucking dailies, so... Didn't she use beams and... more beams? Maybe that you only merely saw one aspect of the Cloud of Darkness. As I understand it, voids are interchangeable beings. Their forms dependent on factors such as the Aether at their disposal. Another time, you may have faced a somewhat different foe. No one sees tentacles anymore. No one ever sees tentacles anymore. We have actively tried. I have been part of a group who have actively tried. Where we've turned around and said, hey, does everyone want to hold DPS so we can see worms again? Because no one ever gets to see worms. And a lot of us went, sure, why not? And I think our auto attacks still ended up fucking skipping it. You might have fought a different foe, but she didn't die in 5 seconds. It's an intriguing possibility to consider, would you not agree? So together with your comrade Reen, you gave rise to a being based upon the Cloud of Darkness. Oh, so we do bring this up as part of it. We also bring up, we actually made another Cloud of Darkness. And this one I could actually see way more of her tits, and her ass wasn't nothing but clouds this time. Way hotter. A familiar yet distinct entity shaped by your combined impressions of the Voidsen Queen. It gives me an idea. I should compose a song about the true Cloud of Darkness, as I imagine her, for which I shall draw inspiration from your account. Without further ado. Yeah, I assume Chaotic involves mechanics from the normal Cloud of Dark, from like E9N, and probably E9S, honestly, if we're being completely real. You have the Dissidia clouds and the collapsing skies as part of it? Yeah, okay, that makes sense, yeah. That makes sense, yeah. When light and dark has become one, to oblivion all to cast, a champion dauntless shall rise to cleave them at the last. Into their hands entrusted be the hopes of all mankind. Upon the wind eternal born, a bright and shining sign. The time has come, so go you forth unto the battlefield. The final confrontation looms to test your blade and shields. The collapsing square is even a mount. Isn't there like 3 mounts available? Doesn't Chaotic have 3 mounts available? That is actually, it's actually relevant. We're unlocking this now because it's coming with 7.5, I think, at some point. They're actually letting you already, before the next expansion even comes out, letting you unsync Cloud of Darkness Chaotic if you want to. But also, while at the same time that they're unsyncing Cloud of Darkness Chaotic, to let people unsync it early if they want to, it is also changing, so if you clear it at mid-eye level, all of this is a guaranteed drop, I think, per party. I think people said. I think it's per party. One of each of the mounts, the hairstyle and stuff, is a guaranteed drop. 1 per party, like, of each one, if you clear it at mid-eye level. So at the same, they're both unrestricting it so people can clear it easier if they want to, while at the same time also saying, hey, also, if you do it at the hardest option, drops are guaranteed. Which I would love to see that happen more frequently. I would love the idea of, if you clear an extreme at mid-eye level, the mount is a guaranteed drop. I'd love to see that. I think that's a worthy balance. It doesn't make sense for Savage because I believe Savage is guaranteed drops. Is Savage guaranteed? Is the 4th tier? Is the final rate of every tier a guaranteed drop per clear? I believe it is, right? If you do it synced. Yeah, mount always drops in Savage, yeah. So yeah, for Savage you don't need that. And also, min-eye level Savages are a completely different beast to min-eye level Extremes. I believe min-eye level Savages require next to, if not actual perfection to clear. I believe any form of, like, dropped rotations or anything in min-eye level Savage is actual failure. Can't wait for Diabolos, Diablo Armament Chaotic and 8.x. That's a good... Oh, you're so right. Oh, you're so right. Yeah, that could be... Yeah. Actually, now thinking about it, for the first 3 Alliance raids in the game, the final boss all have something extra they can pull from. Cloud of Darkness pulls from the Endwalker raid. Diabolos, I guess if you want to pull from the doors mechanic as well from Amdapor you could. But also Diablo Armament from Bosnia. But also you can have Ultima pull mechanics from Athena because it's Ultima. Yeah, all 3 final bosses of the first 3 Alliance raids actually do have some connection to some other content somewhere in the game. Near Chaotic could be whatever, really, because of what it is. I imagine Eulogia Chaotic would just be utilizing way more mechanics from all of the 12. Near Chaotic should be Dragon God. It's halfway fucking there as it is, isn't it? Even on syncing Pandemonium as hell do, even a normal sync would be hell, let alone mine. Yeah. So you don't need to like put min-eye level rewards for Savage because that is absurdly high. But for extremes, from my understanding, that is something you can definitely do. I'm curious about how hard min eye level would be. I'm curious how hard min eye level would be when it comes to this. Like for Chaotic. FF11 Chaotic yet to be seen. One thing I've seen that people want from Chaotic Alliance Raid is Ozma. Fuck it, bring in Ozma from Weeping City, and also bring in Ozma from Baldessian Arsenal. Make a Chaotic that is that. I have seen people say that even though it's not a final boss of an Alliance Raid, fuck it, you could make a Chaotic out of Ozma because BA is also, because you can also pull from BA and then get really fucked with it. But it would be funny for FF11, they just say fuck it, absolute virtue Chaotic. Again, if they're willing to do Kefka, Weeping City should have a 1/1000 chance to be BA Ozma. That'd be so funny. If they're willing to do Kefka Ultimate, they can pull Chaotic from whatever. They could say, fuck it, Ozma is Chaotic, and we're focusing on the BA version. Alliance Raid that kicks you from the duty if you fail a mechanic. Hell yeah, let's go. Though my pale in comparison to Facing the Cloud Darkness gave me great satisfaction to compose these verses. And should they give you satisfaction as well, then naught would please me more. Again, doing Chaotic, I'm not doing that as part of like the normal LP series. The idea is once we're caught up, we can do more like stuff that's part of a raiding side series. And part of that is absolutely boss duels. I would like to do all of the Dawntrail extremes before Evercold comes out, but whether that's possible or not, we don't know because some of them are so far behind. If Chaotic parties are still filling, again with the change to min eye level, they may. I assume Discords would be where that would have to be organized, but yeah. A side rating series of all of the extra stuff is something I would like to do. Because they're streaming 8 hours already. Was an 11-hour stream what you were expecting yesterday? Because that is insane to me. I didn't think it would be that long, but I always go into a 14 stream expecting it could possibly be 11 hours. I didn't think it would be so long, but also yesterday's stream was like a lot slower because we spent like 3 hours talking about Fanfest. Normally this wouldn't be so long, but we spent a long time talking about Fanfest yesterday. Where do I unlock SSS? Is it in Solution 9 or is it outside Solution 9? So I believe SSS is in Heritage Mount. And then we're gonna go to Juno because we haven't done the triple triad yet there. Should be Solution 9. Trial by Spire. Yeah, Souls Under Siege, that's the training, so that's, yeah. So I assume Trial by Spire would be my assumption. Not as good as Silly Law's music. I'm trying to force myself to headbang to it as much as I do the jazz and Silly Law. It's just not as good. Trial by Spire. The Ascending Research has an eccentric proposition. Pardon me, we don't have any Manifest, would you? Or is it Manifest with Save Solution 9? Yeah. Ah, I knew it. You, my heroic friend, are in luck. From granting a vision test your mind against my indomitable dummies. Usually reserved for your military research, but I'm going to make an exception for one of your talents. Nothing to say. Ah, of course, you've been struck by my overwhelming generosity. Not to worry, I'll ease you in with a thorough explanation. Once you return to your senses, come and meet me in the outskirts. Oh, okay, you're like deep in the outskirts. Boom, boom, boom. Knuckles Eternal, my favorite Sonic character. So if I beats are not meant to be headbanged to. Pistol Eternal. Jesus. Oh, the Samus cosplay. Oh, the Samus cosplay. Oh, I see the potential. I see the potential immediately. Twin Fangs Eternal. Shit, actual fucking lightsabers. Actual fucking lightsabers. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. And Pistol Eternal. Jesus fucking Christ. This is a Ratchet and Clank weapon, and I say that positively. This should be called, like, the Doomerator or something. I expect the rest of 14 to be another hour. Oh, no, it should be, like, 10, 15 minutes. We're gonna talk to this person, unlock something, beat someone at a card game, and then it ends. And then it ends. But I will be having a bathroom break before I start this journey. Ah, there you are. Treasure recovered for the shock of my initial proposal. Good, good. I'll explain what it's all about. Researcher for Oblivion, and in the field of electronic engineering. During Sir Aljar's reign, I survived within the ranks of his army by helping to research and develop protective materials. One of my many projects was these indomitable dummies, and as their name implies, their durability is second to none. So you were working on war crimes with Sir Aljar. Do you want to be like, should you be held accountable for... Though used to measure the offensive potential of an entire arsenal weapons to great effect. But now Sir Aljar's no more and peace has returned to our home. A preferable outcome, of course, but doesn't mean that my masterwork's been left to rust. That is an affront to science I cannot forgive. Peace may demand we set down our weapons, but the march of progress must go on. Someone keep an eye on her. And so I grant you, who seems to possess might equal to an entire squadron of hardened troops, access to the Spire of Trial. Of course, I'm more than willing to make adjustments to fit the magnitude of your power. As a woman of science, I can think of no greater honor than having to test the limits of my creations. You give me purpose in you, Manifest. I'll be testing and proving these dummies when able. So you're gonna stop by any time, if only to gaze upon my indomitable beauties. Stone Sky Sea is unlocked for another expansion. Ta-da! And now we'll never go and see it. And now we'll never see it. Alright, so... Is it rush closer? Gotta like go down, but... I finally get to see what Triple Triad is like. Isn't Triple Triad from FF8 been trying to get FF8 remastered, but I haven't had the money? So I will not be a good example of what it is. You'll see what the game is like, but how to be good at it and how to play it. When you go to Mamuk, talk to Birdper. Oh, to Mamuk. So, is there someone who teleports you to Juno? Who am I talking to? Where is this bird person? Oh, you gotta start part 2? Okay, that's... Alright, well... Give us a sec. Just gotta make the... We just gotta make the commute. Give us a sec. We'll get there eventually. So we got here so quick when we're doing maps. Ah. Probably is quicker from living memory. Because then you come out here. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Made it. There we go. Hello. Yeah, so you're just watching. To lower Juno! Going to the moon to get to Northwest Garlemald in Hunt. So why do people in Juneau know about Triple Triad? Are these people who are like natives of Juneau, or are these adventurers who are just here? Oh yeah, okay, you're on a break from the treasure. They are from our world. I bet you're on a hunt for treasure, same as little old me. Well, I could use a break. Why not rest those weary bones and play some cards with me? Oh, plus and fallen ace. Why don't you just stomp on my penis while you're at it? Why don't you just actually fuck me with a chainsaw? Okay, it could be worse, but also it could be better. I don't have any aces on this deck. I forgot about that. Never mind, it's actually not that bad. I don't know what I can do to put the fat cat badge next to my username. Not off the top of my head. Can't remember how you change your badges. It's so unfair. I'm not going to get the fat cat badge because I'm not watching anyone while the Fanfest is happening. And yet people can watch me and get the fat cat badge. I'm not going to get it, but you all can have fun with it, I guess. Oh, they're arcades. Well, stop my penis and call me a slut. Okay, be that way. Grumble! Grumble. I have gone back to all of the NPCs that we fought last time. Or whenever time it was. I think it was literally last episode. I have gone back to all the ones that we fought previously and gotten all of their cards as well. So, I am getting caught up on the cards. This is annoying. Rumble! I want the fat cat badge. Give me the fat cat badge. Please, sir, might I have some fat cat badge? I feel like this is playing out the exact same as before. Why are you such a prick? I'm not trying to get the cards off you. I'm just trying to win. I'm just trying to win. Fuck you. Plus. Yeah, finally, you could have easily won that. Hey, I got a card off you at least. I got EV. At least I got a card from that. I had to say, but you actually beat me. Well, the funny place to find a woman with such skill. I was sort of retired from banditry and pursue another passion altogether. Whenever you want to rematch, you know where to find me. When you get away until victory's mine, there's a promise. Yeah, there's a second one. But I at least got the card. I at least got a card. I did at least get a card. Again, I'd also like to be caught up on all cards before Evercold, but that is going to be very hard. Well, a peculiar place to meet a fellow explorer. I was going to play around Triple Triad to commemorate the occasion. Same and swap. Well, at least it's not plus. At least it's not plus. I'll take that swap. 14 and exiting one night must be my birthday or something. Probably not Yakuza. This is gonna take long enough that probably no Yakuza today. I do apologize for that. We probably won't get around to that, but you know. It's fine, don't worry about it. Yay, on the first attempt that one. Much easier. Congratulations, the victory is yours. I take your long journey has taught you all manner of strategies. As explorer myself, clearly I could do with more experience. Earlier, a shadowy figure spoke to me of something called tarot cards. I know how they differ, but I say I'm curious to learn. I assume that's the card game that is in 11. And now with that, we're done. And now with that, we're done. No, not Limsight. It's legal. Now with that, we're done. Yay! We can go into 7.2 unburdened by anything that we still have to finish. Fuck yeah! Yay! Trouble! I see Fat Cat now. I also see Blue. Treble got attacked by Papyrus while changing over to the Fat Cat card. I also see that. Oh, one thing I didn't show off. I can do it here. Literally takes a second. I still need the hat, so I can't show off the hat. But look what I did get. I got the Yuayuana cloak, robe, what jacket, whatever coat, whatever they call it. I don't know which one they call it. I got the coat. Oh, I got this one. I got this coat. Made me very happy. I finally got this coat. Yay! I got the coat for Summoner. Now I just need the hat for Astro. And then boots for this from one of the future dungeons in a future patch at some point. And with that, we shall end it there. I mean, again, I'm streaming like Ace after this, but we'll end 14 there. And I'll find a way to combine these into 2 episodes. How long was yesterday's episode in terms of the VOD? 8.5 hours. This is 3.5 hours. I won't go over 12. There'll be stuff to cut out timeline-wise, and I don't even think it hits over 12 even with the 2 combined. With that, I shall end it there. Next time, 7.2 MSQ, which will be the Sphene Everywhere system based on what we saw last time. And thank you all so much for watching. Until then, this is version 2, signing out.